tickets coming to this area. We have around 500,000 people who reached the airport, the International Beirut Airport. But of course, we have the additional to that. We have many of those people who are coming from across the country. And we also have a new phenomenon, if you want. We have people marching like the Mashaya, that is similar to those who walked from Najaf to Karbala to visit Imam Hussein's shrine and Abul Fadl Abbas's shrine. Many of them walked from Baqa as well as South Lebanon. They decided they want to come on foot to express the extent of love that they have for Syed Hashim Nasrullah. Now here we are standing in the heart of the mourning procession. From behind me, this is where the mourning procession is going to be passing from. On one side you have the Olympic Stadium, where the ceremony and the prayers over the martyrs Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Syed hashim Saifuddin will be conducted, with, of course, masses reaching inside the Olympic Stadium, even yesterday in the middle of the night, deciding that they want to sleep in the cold. And here we're talking about freezing temperatures. Throughout the winter season, we did not have cold as we have today. Even areas in the Baqa, there was snows, there was ice, freezing temperatures. Below -1, -2, -10 temperatures, and still they came in this cold. We also see that there are families coming with their children to this area, making sure that they have maybe packed enough to stay for the entire day and even the night before, or in the early hours of the morning, walking for long distances, even in areas that are close and inside Beirut. Of course, because we have the blocked roads, and in order to make way for the ceremony, many had to make it here on foot. And this, of course, is not easy. And in the cold temperatures, like I said, freezing temperatures, still they have come to show that that they have a pledge, and they will renew this pledge. And this is the main slogan of the mourning procession today, of the funeral today, which is unprecedented action. I think that as the hours pass in the day, we're going to be seeing images coming out from Beirut that are perhaps similar to what we see in the Islamic Republic of Iran. We might see over 1 million people, maybe even more than that. Many people coming to take part. This is in addition
to the officials that are coming to take part, and for the first time also since the Iranian Airlines crisis, we have an Iranian plane that has broken the blockade and reached the capital, Beirut. It is
funeral. And we also have, of course, the officials in Lebanon at high levels. We have former presidents as well as even the current
members of parliament. It's not clear whether we will see Prime Minister Nawaf Salam or President Joseph Aoun come. Hashim Nasrullah and other martyrs. And it
seems that there is not a single family in Lebanon who does not have a martyr on the path of Al-Quds. They're all holding the picture of their martyrs side by side with the picture of Martyr Syed Hashim Nasrullah, as well as Syed hashim Saifuddin, who will be today, of course. The ceremony will be for both of them. However, the burial ceremony will be only for Syed Hashim Nasrullah in Beirut. And we saw, of course, the preparations for the shrine. There's going to be a large shrine that is prepared for Syed Hashim Nasrullah. And I believe that in the upcoming years, the days, of course, and upcoming months and years, we will see a very significant believe that Syed Hashim Nasrullah has actually martyred, but this, of course, this is an honor for him, because this is also a prayer that he had always prayed. He had not wanted to meet God Almighty except through martyrdom, especially when he was killed by the most evil side and the most evil regime in this time and day, and it's a regime against humanity. And so therefore Syed Hashim Nasrullah has been considered by the people here as the martyr of humanity, the all meaning of the word.
Right, Mayam, as you just mentioned, and in his own words, Syed Hashim Nasrullah always said that we will be victorious whether we get killed and martyred and whether we actually win on the battleground. And even his name, it's beautiful that his name meant victory through God or victory by God. And we can see that even in his death and martyrdom, he's turned out to be so victorious, don't you think?
Unfortunately, I couldn't make out the question exactly, but I think that you are alluding to one of the statements made by Hezbollah's former Secretary General Martyr Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and he made that statement in the 90s, and this was a time when the resistance was still in its weak state, a state where the Israelis were easily targeting the resistance fighters, the resistance leaders like Sayyid Abbas Musawi. He clearly said that if we are all martyred, if we think the Israeli regime, of course, during that time, something that, especially when it comes to those who are.
Unfortunately, the voice quality, Mayam, is a little bit low.
all of his life fighting and for martyrdom. Spending weaker. On the contrary, it made them even more to develop, to advance their skills, to make sure that they are ready for the next battle. And this is what we're looking at today, of course, with Hezbollah. But of course, seems that this is a landmark ceremony. This is a landmark as a time, a very significant
coffins, and which will be in vehicles, of course. It will be very, very difficult for anyone to hold them, and this is why some of the generation that lived Imam Khomeini's time, they are saying that this is reminiscent of that funeral. We had people who went from Lebanon to the Islamic Republic of Iran to take part in that funeral, and that reminds them of that time, the adoration that people had for Imam Khomeini. And I'm not just saying inside the Islamic Republic of Iran, I'm saying here in Lebanon, that sadness, that deep chagrin that people had after the demise of Imam Khomeini is very reminiscent of that time. Now today they recall it, and we're talking about the generation that lived Imam Khomeini. Today this generation is also living another time of sadness, really deep, like I said, sympathy. And we have also the younger children who probably were not interested in the issue of resistance, or were of course taken by the other activities and so on. Now we see how they are really saddened to have lost Syed Hashim Nasrullah. That makes you think that he did not die. He is actually living in every single one of those children. And so the next generation is going to be the generation that recalls this day and recalls that they will keep this pledge to preserve the resistance, to preserve Lebanon, to preserve Islam, and to preserve humanity. Because we always go back to that line, because everyone who stood with Gaza was actually standing with humanity. It had nothing to do, for many people, with politics. It had to do with actually standing up and saving humanity. And this is why we have delegations coming from all over the world. We even have Jewish rabbis coming to take part in this funeral today. They have said very clearly that they are against Zionism. They are against any path that would lead to the killing of humanity, which they saw, of course, inside Gaza going on. And of course the resistance was one of the very few to stand up with Gaza, but they actually gave the highest sacrifice. When you ask people here, of course, they believe that if Syed Nasrullah was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of Palestine, for the sake of Al-Quds, then this means that this is a very significant cause. This is not something to be taken lightly, and this is something that will inflame the entire region for the upcoming years, especially with the fact that the Israeli regime has reached the peak of its tyranny and the peak of its criminality, and that leads to the fact that we need to go to the peak of our humanity, and also to the highest extent of unity among the lovers of humanity, those who are freedom fighters, those who are also united in their human nature together against evil, which is represented today by the Israeli regime very clearly.
Indeed, Maya, thank you so much for the reporting. Please stay with us. While our viewers are watching live footage from Beirut, you can see the thousands of people, millions of people who have gathered, preparing to pay respect and homage to the leader of Hezbollah. Roya Purbaghe, our correspondent, is with us in the studio in Tehran. Roya, what personal qualities of Syed Hashim Nasrullah made him such a popular leader, you think?
By saying that Syed Hashim Nasrullah was one of the most humble figures I have ever witnessed in my life. When he would speak, when he would deliver his speeches, he was fearless, and he emanated such strength that no other speaker could amount up to that strength. But he did, and at the same time, when you would talk about Karbala, when you would recount the tragedy that Imam Hussein and his family went through, he would cry like a baby and like a child. And it was really, this dichotomy was impressive to me, that you can be an individual so strong and powerful against oppression, against an enemy that is trying to harm you and your people, and at the same time you have such a soft heart that the smallest story or recount of a difficulty an orphan is going through or oppressed people are going through can make you cry, and you wouldn't hold back those tears. So he was really a very humble man, and whenever he would speak to his people, one of the most common things he would say is, keep me in your prayers, pray for me, I need your prayers. And that is very strange coming from a man who he himself is such a righteous figure that we would all wish that he would be the one to pray for us. And yet he would always ask his people to pray for him. Another thing I would like to talk about is the fact that he had a picture of his people hung in his room because he knew that his own people, almost every Lebanese household, especially the supporters of Hezbollah, has a picture of Syed Hashim Nasrullah hung in their rooms, hung in their house. That is a very common sight to see. And he knew of that. That is why he also wanted to tell his people that love you have for me, I have more of it, and that I would like to give back to you. And as a token of that love, I hang a picture of the crowd of my people in my own room. So, and you also mentioned something about his what he has said before, and he still says today, I believe, that a similar version of it is blood is victorious over the sword. That is similar to the quote you brought in. And truly, you can see today how the blood of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, the blood that has been shed over the past 15 months during the Israeli aggression against Lebanon, that has been not only symbolically victorious over the sword, but it has also been tangibly victorious, because it was Lebanon that forced the Israeli regime into a ceasefire agreement. If really the Israeli Zionist entity had a hand over the upper hand in this battle, it would have not stopped its aggression. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that if the Israeli regime had the ability to take over Lebanon, it would have. And yet we see today Lebanon is standing proud and strong and is in a ceasefire agreement, albeit there have been violations, there is no doubt about that, but the people of Lebanon are on their land, and they are holding on to a land that belongs only to them. We saw the protests that erupted merely for the fact that the government decided to ban flights coming from Iran, because they understood how sensitive such a decision is. They understood, and where does that wisdom come from? It comes from none other than Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Hezbollah. That is the wisdom that he passed on to us, and that we will pass on to future generations. So you see, the people have, in my opinion, gained even more strength, and they have gained even more, a greater will to hold on to their land after his martyrdom, because enough is enough. There can't be a loss greater than the loss they have experienced with losing Syed Hashim Nasrullah. And so what you're looking at is a people that will only grow stronger day by day.
Like you said, Roya, exactly. I'm looking at these images and the live footage that we have our viewers are watching live from Beirut. I only can think that what would happen if more Iranian airliners were allowed in Beirut. I think the crowd could easily have doubled or tripled up. So this is indeed a pity. But of course, Syed Hashim Nasrullah is such a universal figure. You don't need to be actually there physically to mourn his loss. You can always, even within your heart, you can be mourning forever for Syed Hashim Nasrullah the Great. And he was such a tremendous, prominent figure in Hezbollah. You know, in his 30 years as a leader of Hezbollah, he turned Hezbollah from a local armed movement to the largest political entity, the largest political party in Lebanon's recent history, don't you think?
Definitely. Were it not for Hezbollah, the current president, Joseph Aoun, would not have won his presidency. That is a fact everyone knows. And it speaks volumes when the people, come out and protest against his decision to ban Iranian flights. It speaks volumes because it's a double message, so to speak. One message is, we will not accept a government that will bow down to Israel or to the United States. That's one message. And another is, specifically with regard to Iran, that is an ally that has been there for us throughout the years, not just for us, for people of Palestine, being the only true supporter in the physical, in the tangible sense, supporting the resistance axis militarily, financially, and culturally. So that was a double message that the Lebanese people were sending out to the government, that you cannot come in between us and our allies. We are loyal to them just as they have been loyal to us. And like you said, if the flights were not banned, definitely the crowd would have doubled easily, in my opinion. And you already do have a large number of Iranians participating, according to a Lebanese journalists on the ground. They have reported 106,000, I believe, maybe more, but I'm giving the lower number here to play it safe. 106,000 Iranians were expected to land in Beirut for attending the funeral, and that is really a massive number. Imagine if the flights had not been banned. It would have easily doubled up to 200,000, in my opinion. I would have gone to Lebanon for sure, but because of the ban, it was difficult for me to go, and similarly for my family members and for my friends. But in Iran, in spite of this ban, in spite of not being able to attend personally, just like you said, he's a figure that can be mourned over anywhere in the world, and that is what is happening in Iran today. All across the country, from what I know, there will be funeral processions also held in Iran for the late Martyr Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and there are programs, there are ceremonies for people to gather together, to pay their respects, to read the Quran, to listen to eulogies, and to mourn for the loss of a great leader, not just for the people of Lebanon, but also for the people of Iran, the people of Yemen, and basically every free person in this world.
Right, Roya, let us go back to Beirut and talk to Mayam Saleh, our correspondent on the ground. Mayam, tell us about how Hasan Nasrullah's leadership affected the political landscape in Lebanon.
Syed Hashim Nasrullah was not only a figure that was a leader for the Shiites, actually. He was someone who was basically a reference point, and someone who many political parties turned to. There was actually one of the times when we had a sort of crisis and problems between two different political factions, and here specifically we're talking about the Umah movement and the Free Patriotic movement that are both allies of Hezbollah, but they had their own complications and their own problems. And Nasrullah was always the side and the figure that would bring in, find a common denominator, the cream two sides, and try to make ends meet, put them together and try to let them solve their issues. And this is not just one of them. We have other problems also, even with other sects, like between the Druze and the Christians as well. And he told actually sources very close to him that whenever there was problems with other factions, between other factions, and because since the last few decades, the Shiites did not have any complications between them, the Umah movement, Hezbollah, had a very strong alliance to the extent they were united as one, actually. And if Speaker Nabil Berri, who is the leader of the Umah movement, has always been considered the diplomatic face of the resistance of Hezbollah. However, he was even saddened to see differences among the Jews or among the Christians, and so that was considered something that saddened him, actually. He had always sought for civil peace, and we saw that even despite the problems that we saw, the fact that there were certain factions that actually wanted to fight the resistance in a manner where they would be assisting the U.S. And Israel in weakening the resistance, not only as an armed resistance, but also as a political group as well. And you would see that Turkey would try to absorb that in a certain way and would not accept that there would be any sort of complications. We saw, for example, the events of Qaseedy when there was a protest, peaceful protesters, they were shot at, and later on, based on the investigation, those assassinators were actually members of one of the political factions within the Lebanese forces led by Samir Raqqa. But despite that, Hezbollah really was patient, really put that issue aside and said that they will not seek revenge, they will not fight their fellow citizens. And so that on the political scale, I think it was very significant to keep the civil peace, to keep security. Hezbollah had
always been very much collaborative.
All right, Maya, excuse me for jumping in there. We are going to move the program to Beirut. Live Farah Atvi, my colleague,
continue the program. Let's go to Beirut and Farah Atvi, my colleague.
Hello and welcome, dear viewers. Hello and welcome live from the undefeatable land, where its people grow stronger every time one of their leaders is martyred. But what if the one who was martyred is just not any leader? What if he was their father, mentor, supporter and companion for more than 30 years? 30 years of leadership in strengthening faith, resilience and dignity, making him one of the most prominent Arab figures of generations. Hello and welcome, dear viewers, as we share with the Lebanese people their grief, this painful, heavy mourning, with the people of the resistance, with the free people of the world who have come from all corners to pledge their allegiance, loyalty and commitment to the martyrs in what is set to be the largest funeral ceremony in the history of Lebanon. Today we lay to rest the Ummah's master of martyrs, Hezbollah Secretary General Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and his longtime comrade, Hezbollah Secretary General Hashim Saifuddin. We will be with you in this live coverage from Beirut, allowing everyone watching to share every step of the funeral procession as if they were here, feeling the pride of this great leader. I'm joined here by Mr. Ali Murad, political analyst and a writer and a political researcher. Hello and welcome, Mr. Ali.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Since yesterday up until this moment, the number of people that are arriving to the square where they are supposed to be gathered, especially at Kamil Shamaoun Stadium, sports stadium, is immense. And not only from southern Lebanon, but also from the north, from the south, from Al-Biqa Valley, from all corners around the world. However, we are focusing here on Lebanon because yesterday we do know that it was only 4 degrees. It was really cold. And what we saw, people coming on foot from Al-Biqa Valley, where it's already snowing over there, a lot of rain in the south. Is that what the love for Syed Hassan makes to people?
Exactly. It's the power of love now expressing itself as those masses are marching to share in the funeral of their beloved leader. Words cannot describe the situation here, because we are talking about a relationship that was formed through generations. I remember myself, I was 8 years old when the former Secretary General of Hezbollah, Sayyid Abbas al-Musawi, was martyred. He was assassinated by the Israelis in February 1992. My father took me with him to the funeral. I remember that day. It used to be a historic day for the Lebanese, because we were talking about a resistance that had 10 years of experience. Now the situation is different. Now I think it's going to be an inauguration of a new resurrection of the resistance, a new era, because the blood of Syed Nasrullah and Syed Hashim Saifuddin is going to open the way and pave the way to a new path towards the liberation. I'm talking about a new face. Those people who are marching now in the streets, trying to reach the stadium where the funeral is going to take place in the Kamil Sham'oun Stadium, they are not, they don't care how much they feel cold, how much it's going to be freezy for them to walk in the streets with the wind and the low temperature. What matters for them is one and only thing, is trying to reach the closest position from the body of their historic leader to pay, to bid for, you know, the last moment to reach this leader who led the resistance for more than 32 years, to tell him that they are going to be committed to the path of resistance. They are going to continue what he established through his leadership. And I think that of what I know, I come from Bekaa Valley. I've been receiving my relatives since 2 days ago. They don't care about snow. They don't care about freezy temperature.
Mr. Ali, some slept on the street last night.
Exactly. We saw something undescribable, because it was supposed that those who are organizing and arranging the way people are going to enter the stadium, they were supposed to open the doors at 6 a.m. They had to open the doors earlier than that, because people were asking them to enter, to try to have their position on the chairs, because I'm sorry, it's an emotional day.
Mr. Ali,
We have to express our
for
love
sure it
and
is.
gratitude to our leader.
For sure it is. To an extent that we have a huge feeling that people need this funeral procession. They are in a massive need for this funeral procession after
Exactly.
5 months, for one good reason, to believe that Syed Hassan has been martyred.
Exactly.
Because here, of course, to share with our viewers, and we've been talking about the psychological perspective of the entire situation for 2 days now, and today, this morning, we're saying it more. When we want to analyze why people, despite all the factors that you highlighted, are neglecting these factors and want to be here, is that they still, within them, there's still something telling them that he is still there. They want to see it with their own eyes so that they will be able to grieve and they will be able to bring out the sorrow. It's for them more than it's for any political means.
Exactly.
People psychologically needs to understand and needs to let out the pain of losing Syed Hassan Nasrullah, and believing that he is gone.
You know, it's been 5 months since the martyrdom of Syed Nasrullah.
Yes, and people
So
are
people-
still in denial.
Yes, some of the people,
Some of
they
the
were
people.
still in denial. And from a psychological perspective, it's important that for them to go into the streets and express their mourning, and as you mentioned, to believe, because many of them, they refuse to accept the fact that he is now a martyr.
And that explains all these sacrifices.
Exactly.
Because we're not only talking about the weather condition that's extremely cold right now, but we're also talking about restrictions that were imposed by the Lebanese government at one point by banning Iranian planes from landing and delegations from coming in. The prices of the tickets rose to an unexpected levels. The prices of the hotels next to the celebrations rose to an unexpected levels. But yet, of course, I'm speaking also about the internal political situation and politicians, opposing politicians that were also practicing some kind of tightening on the resistance to commemorate, or at least to do the procession funeral. But despite all that, people came. The square is full. Kamil Sham'oun is full, and all the way here, and I wish that the camera can take it, all the way here, people are already gathered coming from all over Lebanon to actually say the final farewell to Syed Hassan.
Yes, we have to take into consideration that since the assassination of Syed Nasrullah on September 27th, people wanted to express how they felt. And also, you got the aggressors who assassinated Syed Nasrullah and the backers, the Americans. They have been pressuring the resistance and the supporters of this resistance. This is an important thing. I think that the pressure program they have been implementing in Lebanon on this base, on this popular base, made a reflex arc by those followers of the resistance. They wanted to prove that we are still alive, that we are still committed to the resistance. It's not true what you have been claiming, that the resistance is over with the assassination of Syed Nasrullah. We are more committed. We will show you, we will prove to you that we are more committed to the resistance. We are going to continue the path of Syed Nasrullah. That's why maybe I think maybe the crowds now would be measured by like more than a million sharing in the funeral, this historic funeral of Syed Nasrullah. Of course, it's going to be a historic funeral. One of the largest, because
in the history of Lebanon.
We know the population of Lebanon is around 4,700,000 Lebanese. If we are talking about more than 1 million Lebanese sharing in this funeral, so we are talking about more than 20% of the whole population. So if you measure it if you compare it with other funerals around the world held for historic leaders, it's a historic thing. It's a historic event actually, because it's never, we don't know in the modern history of Lebanon that such a funeral was held in this country. So it's going to be a historic day, a day to remember for the coming generations. I think we have to say today that we promised Syed Nasrullah that we are going to raise our generations on his love, on his legacy, on his teachings, on his preachings, on his strength, on his all the things he taught us. Because if you go back to his speeches, you would recognize that, you would know that he actually spoke about everything. He didn't let anything without making the situation that should be followed regarding any situation that would face us.
Yes, and here, of course, I remembered yesterday while we were reminiscing the speeches of Syed Hassan on several occasions, especially now that the holy month of Ramadan is coming, and Syed Hassan Nasrullah had a very essential presence in this holy month, not to speak about the political spectrum, rather than speak about social problems and dealing with it in a very sensitive dimension to get closer to people, and that also played a very important role in allowing people to be attracted to his own ideology. But however, I passed through a speech that Syed Hassan said that reflects exactly what's happening today, Mr. Ali Murad. It reflects exactly as if he was saying what is supposed to happen this morning. And here I quote, "Tomorrow, when we walk in the streets and the world hears our voices and all eyes see our sense, our determination and our resolve through the media, it will be a resounding message. Tomorrow we will go out to the streets, overcoming the rain, the cold, the snow, the winds and the storms. Our bodies will be proud, our fists raised and our heads held high. Tomorrow we will meet by the will of God Almighty." Of course, these are the words of Syed Hassan Nasrullah, and when you listen to them, you immediately reflect on what is happening this morning and the massive number of people that fled to the streets to raise their voices despite all difficulties. They didn't care about anything, as you highlighted. These teachings, they are going to help
these people, even if Syed Hassan is not there anymore?
Exactly. I think the masses here now sharing in his funeral, they felt the responsibility on their shoulders.
Will
it's
these
true
speeches still be effective?
Exactly, because every speech he made, preaching about how to deal with the obstacles, with the political and all the situation that would be pressuring us, I think they would go back to his speeches and they would try to implement what he had as if it was like his will to implement. So maybe today is emotional. It has something sentimental for the masses, but as if after the funeral, I think the people are going to sense more responsibility that upon their shoulders, that every obstacle and every something that would arise in the path of the resistance that requires to going back to what Sayyid Nasrullah used to say. They are going to be loyal to what he has been preaching. I think that the people now in the streets, they came to tell us and to tell the whole world that no matter what the aggressors and the criminals and the assassins were trying to achieve with his assassination, they are going to tell them that they did a terrible mistake. If the blood of Sayyid Abbas al-Musawi in 1992 was like a fuel for the resistance that grew and became bigger and expanded and reached all the victories in 2000,
Allow me
2006.
to interrupt you here, Mr. Ali. Why Israel failed to understand that ideology? They are
Because
still repeating the same mistake over and over again. Why haven't they understood that this ummah, the more leaders you assassinate from this ummah, the more powerful this ummah becomes? It's from the blood of the martyrs, as you're highlighting, we rise again to strengthen our faith and our will to honor our leaders and continue the path. This ideology, as you're highlighting with Sheikh Raghib Harb, with Sayyid Abbas, and now Syed Hassan, why Israel is failing to understand that ideology or that concept and keeps on doing the same mistake?
Well, first of all, because they are materialists. They are the followers of the materialist school. They have no respect of the dimension that talks about the spirit, the soul. They are fighting an idea. Fighting an idea is a failing battle, because every time they are going to be defeated. We are talking about an ideology. We're talking about a faith here, a faith that tells them that Imam Hussein, who is the leader of the true leader of those people gathering around in the streets now, tells them that if you are martyred in the path of the rights, you are going to be victorious. Sayyid Nasrullah said, we are not going to be defeated. If you are going to be assassinated or martyred, we are victorious.
Yes.
And even if we reach the military victory, we are victorious.
Both ways.
On both ways, we are victorious. This is the path of the right.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what their calculations, their materialist calculations would lead them to take any decision regarding using the force and the power. They have many, they have a mighty force, military force, but every time they use this force trying to defeat this path, they are going to be defeated. Look at Gaza. They were defeated in Gaza, though they demolished all the buildings in Gaza. They were defeated. And they were defeated in Lebanon in 2000 and in 2006 and in 2024. And they are going to be defeated every time they try to use the used. Actually, they are proving to us that they don't learn. They don't learn from the modern history. We are talking about more than 43 years of the conflict here. Regarding Lebanon, the resistance every time proved that it was always smooth in learning the lessons, what to be done to face those oppressors and those occupiers. And every time, after a setback, the resistance would come back, and they would reach something to to base on for the next level.
Yes.
So now we are waiting for the next level. The blood of Syed Nasrullah is going to be to push the resistance forward, and I'm saying it's going to be a renaissance. It's going to be a new resurrection of the resistance.
Are we only speaking about the impact of this martyrdom on the Lebanese people, or we're talking about a regional?
I'm talking about a region, of course. We're talking about the resistance of Al-Quds.
The axis of the resistance.
Axis of the resistance. The axis of Al-Quds. It's going to be much bigger. You know, I believe that more are going to join this axis. If the Americans and the Israelis imagine that the assassination of Syed Nasrullah and all the leaders of the resistance in Gaza and elsewhere in Yemen or in Iraq or in Iran is going to push those followers of or believers of this axis backwards, they are mistaken, because new generations are going to shape their consciousness committed to the idea of resistance. And I think that what we are seeing geopolitically in the region, I think more followers of the idea of resistance would join the path. It's going to be unimaginable for the oppressors. What they think that they have achieved would turn out in the coming future was a setback for them.
This morning, Mr. Ali, when you stand on the streets and you try to actually not walk, just observe and have a wider vision of the people that are coming with full faith and love to bid farewell, the final farewell to Syed Hassan, you have the feeling as if these people marching in Karbala on the 10th of Muharram, and not only deciding to bid farewell only for Syed Hassan, as if there is a message within them. And even there are more than 70 guest houses along the way while they're walking, distributing water and distributing food and giving all needs for the people that are coming from outside southern Lebanon. But that's the impression as if they are trying, as if they are walking on the path to Karbala, to Imam Hussein. Do you think that that is the basic motive, that today in their own psychological, or within them, they do believe, from a psychological perspective I'm speaking, that they want to pledge allegiance for the grandson of Imam Hussein? And it's not only Syed Hasan Nasrullah, it's a lot of feelings merged together. And that's what's pushing them to actually say they take it not from a political perspective or from the matter of love, but from a religious belief and faith.
Well, actually, from a psychological perspective, we have to take into consideration that what happened during the war and the circumstances that led to the assassination of Syed Nasrullah, I think that ordinary people, they immediately their consciousness went back to Karbala, because the battle was somehow similar to Karbala's battle, where the leader is martyred, and the leaders with him, the military leaders and his companions, they were all martyred. So it was something similar to this scene. So now those masses.
6 days after the assassination was the assassination of Syed Hashim Saifuddin, which also
was like his Imam Hussein's brother
exactly.
Abbas bin Ali bin Abi Talib. I think those
so
people.
So they linked it together, and that strengthened their faith more. In your
exactly.
opinion.
Those people now, they believe that they are implementing the saying that we repeat every year during Ashura, during Muharram. We wish we were with you, Imam Hussein, to be victorious with you. So those people, they are telling his grandson, Imam Hussein, we are coming to share in your funeral and tell your grandfather, we are going to commit to stick to your path. Our faith now has grown bigger. We know what happened in Karbala. With you, with what happened to you, with what has the oppressors and the aggressors and the criminals have done to Imam Hussein on the year 61 of Hijrah in Karbala, we believe that our leader, who is your grandson, who was martyred on your path, has repeated the history. And now, with all these emotions and these feelings, we are here. Of course, with Imam Hussein, he was alone. Now, his grandson is not alone.
Those
hundreds of thousands who are marching in the streets, they are telling Syed Nasrullah and Imam Hussein, you are not alone.
Exactly.
We are your supporters. We are your aid. We are going to reach a situation where no more grief. No more grief with the victorious events that we are going to reach in the future. What you wanted us to do,
we will do it. We will do it no matter what happened, until the coming back of Imam Mahdi alayhi salam, because Sayyid Nasrullah was in his speeches, he always used to talk about Imam Mahdi and the battle of the whole right in the face of the whole evil.
It's going to happen. We are going to liberate Palestine. We promised Syed Nasrullah it's going to happen in our time, whether in our time or in the coming time with our generations, that we are going to raise on the love of Palestine, on the love of the righteous way of Imam Hussein and Syed Nasrullah.
Yes. And now in the background, we heard the speech of Syed Hasan Nasrullah.
Very loud on the speakers, and people become very emotional after listening to his words, because they still want or have this wish within them
that maybe he will be the one saying it live, until they imagine or until they accept what they have lost. That's when, as you're highlighting, they will feed their souls with power to continue the path. But they need to feel it, they need to believe it, they need to cross that perspective, or they need to cross that path where they're still in some kind of a denial, and that of course is out of love and an unexpected vision that may occur. The head of the committee overlooking the procession funeral, the grand procession funeral, held a bottle next to him during the press conference. And then when asked about the bottle, what was in it, he highlighted that this is the sand from Al-Quds. It was sent to him from Al-Quds.
And when he was asked, what will you do with the bottle of the sand, of the soil? He said that we will mix the sand, the soil of Al-Quds with the soil of Lebanon, and this will be the soil that we will bury Syed Hashim Nasrullah with. How important is it today that the Palestinian cause became stronger with the bloodshed, and after we sacrificed and we gave the most precious leader at all times?
Well, I personally know that this soil reached Lebanon in a very complicated situation. The man who brought this soil, he told us that this soil was extracted from the soil of Al-Aqsa Mosque, the most holy place in Palestine. Of course, it's a very beautiful gesture by our Palestinian brothers. The Palestinian cause was the main cause that Syed Nasrullah stick to in his speeches, in his actions, in his decisions, in his resistance. I was listening to his speech in 2003 when the Zionists assassinated Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, the leader and the founder of Hamas movement. He was telling the Hamas leaders that me and all the leaders in the Hezbollah resistance and all the masses that support Hezbollah in Lebanon, we are with you. You would lead us. Anything
you would ask from us, we are going to try to fulfill it. And Syed Nasrullah proved it with his blood. Because some people here in Lebanon, unfortunately, they have been saying that Syed Nasrullah didn't have to support the Palestinians in the first place when he took the decision on October 8th, 2023 to aid the Palestinian resistance. Of course, Syed Nasrullah was telling those people and the people of the world
that it's a
situation where you have to prove your humanitarian side. We were trying to defend the humanity in the first place when we decided to aid the Palestinians in this military support.
Yes.
Of course, we are talking about many dimensions here, the nationalist dimension and the Islamist ideological dimension too.
Syed Nasrullah believed, he was a true believer since he was a kid. He was a true believer in the Palestinian cause. And his father, Syed Abdul Karim Nasrullah, spoke about the features that Syed Nasrullah had in him since he was a child, through the way he looked to the Palestinian cause and Al-Aqsa and Al-Quds and what the Palestinian cause meant for him. I think Syed Nasrullah in our minds and our hearts. So I believe that those masses, they are going to tell those who have been contradicting resistance and aiding the Palestinian cause and the Palestinian resistance, we are more committed to the Palestinian cause. If you believe that through the psychological warfare and your misinformation and the disinformation campaigns you are waging against us, we are going to tell you we are more committed to the Palestinian cause. We are more committed in the true believing in the Palestinian cause and the Palestinian resistance. There is no path that is going to liberate Palestine unless only the resistance is going to be the way to liberate Palestine. No international law, no politics, no geopolitics.
Do you think that the message has been sent or understood, Mr. Ali? Because when Syed Hashim Nasrullah supported and backed Palestine, it happened amid a scary international silence from countries, from Arab countries, non-Arab countries. Of course, only Yemen, Iraq, and Iran, they were purely supportive of the path. However, the international silence was scary. And at one point, Syed Hassan kept himself at the front line to defend Palestine. And now, and of course, Israel has many reasons to assassinate Syed Hassan. Well, basically, they said it. We assassinated Syed Hassan because of the great backup that he provided to Hamas and to the Palestinians. Today, do you think that we have learned, or these people that stayed silent for a very long time have learned or got the message that this man from Lebanon sacrificed himself for this cause? What are you waiting for? Will that actually raise eager within them to understand more the Palestinian value?
Well, with regards to the Arab governments and the Arab leaders who remained silent, of course they held summits and they shared in summits, and they claimed that they want to stop the war, the aggression on the Palestinian people and the genocide held in Gaza by the Zionist army. If they were sincere in what they claimed, they would have done anything to the Palestinian people. They were they couldn't enter the food and the shelters and the camps or anything that would aid the Palestinian people. I think that the popular masses in the Arab world and the entire world know who are the true supporters of Palestine.
Yes.
Syed Nasrullah, what made him this iconic leader is because he knew what was in the hearts and minds of the population, of the free population that was committed to the Palestinian cause, who refused any agreements, any reconciliation with the enemy. That's why Syed Nasrullah gained the respect and the love of those masses who crossed seas and oceans and countries to come to share in his funeral, who came from Africa, from Asia, from Europe, and even from America. We know I met many of the Americans, free Americans, who came to Lebanon to
Syed Nasrullah as
a symbol for liberation,
a liberator, someone who was revolutionary, who knew how to talk about the liberation, how to fight back against the aggressors and the occupiers and the colonials.
Yes. Of course, dear, and we cannot forget the very famous speech and the famous words that Syed Hassan said at the beginning of Al-Aqsa flood. And here I quote, "I wanted to be a Palestinian, Arab and Sunni victory. I don't want anyone to say that Hezbollah or the Shia allies of the Palestinian resistance played a major role." And that at one point were seen by a lot of haters as a negative point, because they wanted this sectarianism and they wanted to incite sectarianism and they wanted to separate people from each other, and they wanted the Hezbollah to actually fight with Hamas over who is liberating Palestine. And Syed Hassan back then, he understood the dangers of going there, and that's why he recited clearly in that speech, that very famous speech, that I wanted, or Hezbollah wanted this to be purely a Palestinian cause and a Palestinian liberation.
With regards to the sectarian issue, the Arab governments, those vassals of the Americans, they have been trying to fuel this sectarian.
Did they fail?
Of course they failed, because the blood of the Shia Lebanese was mixed with the blood of the Sunni Palestinians, as well as other nations. Of course, we don't have to forget here that some free supporters of the Palestinian cause from Jordan, from Egypt, they made some
operations against the Zionists. Those were, they didn't wait their governments, they didn't wait any official thing that it's not
going to come. So they stepped in and they implemented some of the operations against the Israelis.
Yes.
All of those, they know the truth that the Shia and the Sunni are brothers. Especially when it comes to Palestine and the Palestinian cause. Syed Nasrullah, he knew what are the intentions of the imperialists, of the Americans, by making this divide grow bigger. So his mission was to make this gap in the end disappear by making this
unity between the Shias and the Sunnis. And this is what we have seen during Al-Aqsa Flood War, because the Sunni in Gaza and the Shia in Lebanon, they were both attacked by the same enemy, which is the Zionist enemy, using the American-made bombs. So our enemy is one. Why should we be many? Why we should fight in
different battlegrounds? It's one battleground against one enemy, and the victory is going to be for Sunni. We should be responsible to keep his speech alive regarding the sectarian issue. Even if you take a look at what happened in Syria, I think now is the right time
to reconciliate and to regather, to reunite, because the aggression and the occupation in Syria by the Zionists is the same occupation by the same occupiers in South Lebanon, as well in Palestine. That's why we have to unite. We have to unite. We have to know that our enemy is one. Syed Nasrullah, even when he went to Syria, the target was Palestine. The target was to prevent the fall of Syria, because when the fall of Syria would happen, this would be a setback for Palestine and the project of the liberation of Palestine. And he expressed this from the beginning, from 2011.
And it happened exactly how he said it.
Exactly. After
the strategies that he helped us understand exactly happened after his own assassination, and speedy, in no time.
And unfortunately, after the occupation, the new occupation of the Israelis of some parts of the Golan and the southern districts in Syria, I think the tragic reaction we have seen inside Syria was something disappointing. We should not meet the occupiers with smiles and nice words. We have to meet our occupiers with bullets, with missiles, with a military action.
But Syed Hassan already said it several times. He said that this enemy does not understand only the language of force.
Exactly.
And that this is how it's supposed to be done.
Exactly.
But back then no one believed it. However, after his own assassination, we saw exactly what he highlighted.
Exactly. He was foreseeing the future.
Yes. And that was a very special trait when we want to speak about the traits of Syed Hassan, despite boosting the morale of the people. And at one point, we've seen it in all the gatherings. Once they say that Syed Hassan will be holding a speech, we see how all the people that are depressed that are also us as journalists, when we do not know how to read the vision right, the political vision right. It was Syed Hassan who boosted the morals, and it was Syed Hassan who actually set the standards of what is to be said and how we are supposed to look at things from what dimension. He makes things easier to understand and vivid and clear, and it makes sense at one point.
Exactly.
And that's a great loss.
Syed Nasrullah had many features in his character. He was charismatic, he was wise, he was a strategic thinker, he was a strategic analyst.
Yes.
Because when he used to speak with the masses, with ordinary people, he used to speak their language by explaining what's going around them.
Yes.
In the whole region, as well as on the international perspective, when he used to explain what the so-called international community would not be the right side to get your rights, to get your ambitions fulfilled. I think that Syed Nasrullah knew how to speak with ordinary people.
Exactly.
And
you spoke about charisma and you spoke about the character. And it's astonishing how his speeches is able to penetrate the hearts of all the people.
Exactly.
Not only politicians, but the 10-year-old child, the 14-year-old boy, the 20-year-old girl, the doctor, the dentist. Whatever your major is, whoever you are, Syed Hassan's speech always speaks to your heart. And yesterday, while scrolling on the social media platforms, I actually watched a man saying, I am the devil in my actions in this life. However, I love Syed Hassan. I do bad deeds in this life. I am not a saint. I commit a lot of bad things. However, I love Syed Hassan, and this is my right to say that, and no one is allowed to stop me from saying that. And that tells you a lot about how this leader was able to penetrate the hearts of everyone, every single person out there.
And I think this is the reason why...
And spoke to them in their own language.
Exactly. Maybe it's the main reason why they assassinated Syed Nasrullah. They wanted to eliminate this factor that was able to penetrate the souls of the masses of the population. And this is something crucial. I think that Syed Nasrullah, with his martyrdom now, there is a huge gap that I don't think any of the leaders would be able to fill this gap. But as I mentioned earlier, Syed Nasrullah spoke about everything. So whenever anything that would come into your mind and you want to find the solution of anything, you would go back to his speeches, to his videos that were recorded during the 32 years, and you would get the answer.
That's why maybe he refused. He is humble, of course. Maybe he saw that other characters would be more suitable. But again, this was because of his humbleness.
Yes.
But Syed Hashim, we all knew that after Syed Nasrullah, Syed Hashim was the most suitable leader to be the commander-in-chief.
And of course the Israelis understood his danger or the impact of such a character on Hezbollah, and that's why he was the next target. Mr. Ali Murad, writer and a researcher, thank you very much for joining us in today's episode.
Thank you very
Dear
much.
viewers, stay tuned. We'll be back with more live coverage. Thank you.
Welcome back. That was an amazing part featuring Farah Atvi, my colleague, and also Mr. Ali Murad. And it was really impressive talking about the greatness of Syed Hashim Nasrullah and also Syed hashim Saifuddin. You've been watching live footage from Beirut regarding the procession of the funeral. You can see on the top right hand corner of the picture here, you can see thousands of people, millions of people gathered to pay their respect and homage to the former leader who was such an influential figure in the Arab world, in the Islam world. And let me tell you something, it was 100,000 members, and which made it one of the biggest armed groups, one of the biggest militant groups in the world. Roya Pourbare is with me right now in the studio, our own correspondent. Roya, what do you think about that?
He truly was a great leader. And a charismatic one too, I might say, because every time he delivered a speech, his speeches were like no other. You know, they weren't the type of dry speech delivered by some leaders. Every speech of his had some wit to it. It had fervor and passion, and that passion was relayed to the public, to the ones listening. So every speech he had to deliver, everyone sat to listen because they knew it's going to be a speech worth listening to on many levels, not just in terms of context, but also in terms of, even entertainment. They enjoyed listening to him, watching him speak, and that is what made him a very truly charismatic leader. And, I want to go back to humility. We have many great leaders and we have many, rulers in the world, but not all of them are humble. And
very few are truly have this ability to truly relate to you, that they are working sincerely towards a just cause. But Syed Hashim Nasrullah,
he did that immaculately. He showed the world and his people in particular that he is not after this world. Rather, he is after the afterlife, after a greater good. And his fight, his struggles are all in the path of justice, for a greater cause. And so, for example, when they asked him, why is it called Hezbollah? He responds by saying, that is not what I called my group, my movement. It is something that is in the Quran.
Everything he looks at through the lens of God, through the lens of faith. And it his conduct, his way of life, it deeply reflected a man of great faith, be it in the battlefield or in his personal life, his social circle, and so forth. So truly, many might be devastated by his martyrdom, but I believe any other end would not have been befitting such a great person, such a charismatic and great leader.
Exactly, Roya. While you were speaking, our viewers are watching live footage from around the stadium, also in the streets in Beirut. You can see it's totally packed. The amount of people gathered there, it reminds me of a verse in the Holy Quran. It says that the al-mu'minin ka'annahum bunyanun marsus. It means that they are like such a solid organization. And we can see that these are integrated people, such a beautiful crowd.
they do not need any promotion. They do not need any advertisement to get together for such an occasion. Their hearts would kind of draw themselves to one another. And this is what we are witnessing despite all the limitations imposed there. If, like we talked about like a couple hours ago, if the flights were allowed into Lebanon, I think we would be witnessing at least a double this amount of people right there. But people are there with their hearts and in spirit. This is such an amazing moment of history that we are witnessing. I do not believe that Lebanon has seen anything like this in its history. This is really, really impressive. Don't you think, Roya?
Definitely. Such a scene the Lebanese people have never witnessed before. I have been personally in Lebanon for great occasions that demand the presence of people on the streets and, processions and such. I have participated in great ones too, but this is the first time I witnessed something as great as this. The only likening I can make is to what we see here in the Islamic Republic of Iran. And it's like your correspondent, Maryam Saleh, I believe she said this too, that we're looking at a procession that is very likely going to become similar to what we see happening in the Islamic Republic of Iran when there are, massive funerals held for great figures like the one we had in Tehran for General Soleimani and, the late President Raisi and such. So we're looking at a very similar scene right now. And to be honest, it actually might be even greater because we're speaking now relative to population, relative to Lebanon's population. This is truly a very massive funeral. And I would like to add that it's quite ironic to me because if the viewers remember, and I'm sure many do remember, when the Israeli regime began its aggression against Lebanon, one of the very insistent tactics that it had was to sow discord amongst the people, to bring Shias against Sunnis or to bring Christians against the supporters of Hezbollah by saying, because of Hezbollah, your families are a threat, are at risk of being bombed, your households, your communities. And yet, during the war, during the, aggression, Christian families opened their houses for those who fled from, South Lebanon or from Dahya, the southern suburbs of Beirut. We saw that unity displayed during the aggression, but I think this unity right now that is being portrayed in the, massive turnout, this is a whole other level of unity that I'm sure the enemy did not expect anytime soon, so soon after the ceasefire agreement.
Indeed, Roya. Well, we have Firas Al-Najim, manager of the Canadian Defenders for Human Rights, with us from Ottawa. Firas, very good to have you on the program. What do you think about I'm going to talk about the character of Syed Hashim Nasrullah. He was such a unifying figure, bringing together people from all walks of life and religion, people, Shia Muslims, Sunni Muslim, and also Christians. Your take on that?
First, I'd like to send condolences to the Islamic Ummah and to all the free people on the earth and the Lebanese nation on this occasion of the funeral of Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Syed Saifuddin. These great individuals, and especially Syed Hashim Nasrullah, sacrificed to unite the people of Lebanon and to keep them as one body. And he always addressed different minorities and different religions with a beautiful language, with a soft language, and with a language that really they receive and they understand. He respected all religions, and he was a man of faith, a man that loved the prophets, and he fought for the prophets. And he's an inheritor of the prophets. He's from the Prophet Muhammad's bloodline, and that means he's from all the prophets. And this man truly cared about all the nationalities, all the people in the region, and especially his country. And you can see his sacrifices at all times, sacrificing his son. This is a very unique and special character that, this selfless project that Syed Hashim Nasrullah implemented in Lebanon, and by sacrificing his son and wanting his son to fight because he felt some type of missing gap when he went to families of martyrs until his son was murdered and sacrificed for the cause of fighting for Lebanon and for the sovereignty of Lebanon and fighting for the Palestinians that are one of the most oppressed nations in the earth. And we've seen these last 15 months that Hezbollah was so fast to get involved and to support the Palestinians and to support Al-Aqsa flood. And this shows his unique sacrificial belief. This man did not forget about the oppressed people, while most of the Arab nations like the governments in the region and other governments in other regions as well did not do anything for Palestine. And this is a small group of dedicated, faithful people went forward in matter of hours after October 7th and to intervene and support the Palestinians. And this brought a bigger victory for the Palestinians, and we're seeing and we're breathing right now, and we're witnessing the freedom of these prisoners that were captives and they were kidnapped by the Israelis for so many years, and now we're seeing them free. And a lot of this freedom that we're seeing is because of Syed Hashim Nasrullah. Syed Hashim Nasrullah also was a great leader at his time after Syed Abbas al-Musawi that worked so hard to liberate Lebanon. And this liberation brought unity and freedom for all the Lebanese people, whether they're Christians, whether they're Druze, whether they're Sunnis, whether they're Palestinians living in the camps. And I was just watching online how the Palestinians from the camps, Nahr al-Barid, or Sayda, and al-Hilwa, or different places, they're all taking vehicles and walking towards the funeral procession because they've seen and they witnessed for all these years, so many years, and he always cared about Palestine. He would never have a speech without mentioning the Palestinian oppressed people, and that the fight is necessary and it's a duty for all Muslims and for all people in the region and in the world to support the Palestinians. Syed Hashim Nasrullah was one of the most humble leaders that you can see in your life. He was actually a person that was a family member of all the families. Whether they're martyrs or not martyrs, you can see that they all feel like they're one family. He did not earn their love through force and through pressure and through violence. He earned the people's hearts from his intentions, his clear and clean intentions, and by his sacrifices and by his implementation of his words. This man was truly a man that was from the school of Ahl al-Bayt, the school of Imam al-Hussein and Prophet Muhammad, and he was also from the school of Imam Khomeini that toppled the Pahlavi Shah regime and destroyed the American plans and the Zionist plans in the region. And Syed Hashim Nasrullah continued on that path. And this funeral, right now, just seeing a part of it, obviously it's under sanctions and embargoes because a lot of planes couldn't fly down into Lebanon, and also because Syria now is blocked for us, unfortunately. But there would be much more people there. But right now, as it is, we have millions of people, 140,000 people just from Iraq itself came to join this procession and commemorate and send condolences, to the Lebanese people. And that you can see, it reminds us of the Arba'in of Imam Hussein when 20 million people join or more in Iraq, and they come from everywhere in the world. And today we witness and we see in front of our eyes people from Brazil, people from Canada. We had I just seen right now a lawyer from Canada, Dimitri Lascaris, that's also an activist. He was there at the funeral. We've seen Americans. We've seen all kinds of people from different nationalities go there to join, to give support and to send condolences and to respect and give gratitude to this man and all his sacrifices. And this also reminds us of Imam Khomeini's massive funeral that he had in 1989 when he passed away, and we were just also watching that just to get a reminder and to revive that movement. And you see that the path of Syed Hashim Nasrullah is a path of being selfless, of sacrificing for others and thinking of other people and putting his shoes and boots in other people's situation. And this was remarkable, these 15 months of Hezbollah's attacks on the Zionists and paralyzing the Zionist entity and the whole axis of resistance. Syed Hashim Nasrullah is loved everywhere where there's oppressed people and free people, and he truly embodies and symbolizes a human rights defender, a man of justice, as a manager of a human rights organization, I get a lot of influence and inspiration from this great man that is fighting against the human rights violators in the world, and that is the Zionist regime and the American regime that backs up all these evil, cruel, tyrannical systems, or all these colonial systems, or this occupation that's on the borders with Lebanon. And you feel truly that this is a divine movement, that Syed Hashim Nasrullah was installed by God Almighty to be on the borders with these Zionist criminals and these mercenaries, and to teach them a lesson day and night. And he did not die. Truly his body might have died, but his soul is alive and his path is alive. And Syed Hashim Nasrullah has a massive movement of lovers that want to avenge his death and want to continue on his path until Palestine is fully liberated from the river to the sea. And Syed Hashim Nasrullah never compromised 1 inch or 1 olive of the Palestinian soil. He said that it all belongs to the Palestinians. And he means the Palestinians that are Muslims, Christians, Jews, or any other minorities, the original Palestinians, the indigenous Palestinians, the ones that were, some of them were ousted and kicked out of their country to live in, in difficult times all over the world, or the ones that are living inside Palestine under this evil occupation called Israel.
Well, thank you so much, Firas. Very good to have you with us.
We say
have
from
on the
here,
ground...
Labbaik ya Nasrullah. Labbaik ya Nasrullah from Canada. We are at your service, Nasrullah, and we love you, and we will never forget and forgive the criminals, inshallah.
Thank you, Firas. Of course, please stay with us. We're going to continue talking and discussing these matters more. We have on the ground right now Mayam Saleh, our correspondent, among the mourners and among the crowd. Let's go to Beirut right now and talk to Mayam. Mayam, tell us about what you're witnessing right now.
Well, wherever you turn here, especially in these streets leading up to the Olympic Stadium and to the shrine, the area, the burial place of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, there are crowds everywhere. People have already come to this area even earlier, even before the time that they actually opened the stadium. It was filled, the seats were filled, and this is why it's very difficult for some people to actually reach this area. And like you said earlier, there are people from all over the world, and not only from all across the country. In Lebanon, and like I said, so we have a high level delegation from the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is represented not only by the foreign minister, Mr. Arabsi, but also by the head of the Iranian parliament. Mr. Ghalibaf has reached a route with a high level delegation in a large delegation. Actually, we're talking about 40 representatives in the Iranian parliament that will be taking part and coming to participate in this funeral procession today, but also to meet with Lebanese officials. We had just a few minutes ago also what seemed to be a popular delegation, a group of people from Iraq, and they were holding very large banners saying that we are coming from Iraq to bid farewell to one of the greatest men in the world as a show of gratitude to Lebanon. And of course, by that they made gratitude to Hezbollah, to the resistance. We're always also being by the side of Iraq. Iraq has also stood by the side of Gaza alongside Hezbollah and its resistance, of course, and alongside the resistance in Gaza as well. Now, to also mention the latest developments when it comes to the Israelis and how they're looking at this. The Israelis have not taken this gathering, this large gathering, to lightly. They are not accepting the fact that Hezbollah is still very much strong and well alive in the hearts and minds of people, despite the so-called ultimate victory that the Israeli regime's prime minister spoke about. The people here have proven once more that the so-called victory is an illusion. And so what we're looking at are a series of shelling and targeting in South Lebanon in areas that are even far away from the place of confrontation or the border zone. You have in the area of Aziyah, for example, as well as their Hanun al-Nahar, which is the hometown of Syed hashim Saifuddin, where he will be buried tomorrow. We have around 10 different strikes from the Israeli warplanes today, and we also have the drones as well, and the drones that are also
hovering over the skies, not only close to Beirut, but also all across South Lebanon. But now we have these strikes that are the largest number of strikes since the end of the war, since the ceasefire, which had Israeli violation of the ceasefire and continuous targeting of various areas, but not to this extent. 10 strikes at once, and this seems to be perhaps a way of trying to disrupt the aura of the funeral that is being held today, especially with a lot of people from South Lebanon attempting to come and take part and be part of this ceremony, to come and bid farewell to Syed Hashim Nasrullah. Now, of course, when you ask the people here the significance of Syed Hassan, you have people who are elderly, you have the children who have come to also show their love. And this is what it is actually, the relationship between Hezbollah and the specifically people of the resistance, the supporters of the resistance. And by supporters of resistance, I do not mean the Shiite community only in Lebanon. We are looking at large communities. We're looking at Christians, Sunni, Jews, people from all the communities right across the country coming to say that he was our father, that he was not only someone of a political figure like we've had, for example, in the past. You have political figures and followers. They do not see themselves as only followers of a political leader. They're looking at him as a father, and he thinks that, of course, by humanity, not only when it comes to these factions and the sect that they belong to, but also to the political viewpoints, especially in the last few years. After the 2019 crisis, we had, of course, as you know, the so-called October movement, where there were many who were trying to get change, to see some sort of change and influence within the political sphere, and to try to end the mismanagement, the corruption that occurred within the government. A lot of those people also see that Syed Hashim Saifuddin was their father as well. He was a figure who really wanted reforms, and even before those protests, very few people remember, and even the political factions that tried to make themselves part of this movement. Syed Nasrullah had asked for reforms years before that. He asked the politicians to get together, to renew their pledge for their nationalism, and to try to create a new Lebanon that would go by standards that meet all the people and all the citizens of this country, and would actually unite the people, and would start perhaps by the corruption, by fixing this corruption which is fully entrenched in the society and within the political management of the institutions, the government institutions, and all of these institutions. And so this is why you can see that today the people here are coming not only to show that love, but this seems to be a new referendum, actually, for the resistance, to show that you have all of these people who are supportive of the resistance, and they continue to be supportive. And we heard from Iranian Foreign Minister, Mr. Araj, who, upon arrival at the Beirut airport, clearly said that today's funeral showed very clearly that the resistance is well alive, and that it will be able to rehabilitate and to be able to bring about more victories that Syed Nasrullah had actually founded this group on, and this is how it began. And we have, of course, the large stages of this. When we look at Syed Nasrullah as a leader, perhaps there is not a single Arab or Muslim leader that had these many victories throughout the various decades. We had, for example, several decades where there was Israeli occupation of South Lebanon. We had the liberation of Syed Nasrullah, who led the resistance throughout the liberation of 2000, but also through the victory in 2006, and also the victory against the Qaseedy terrorists that were attempting also to weaken the Shiite population. All of Lebanon actually had taken
vast bounds of Lebanon's northeastern region. It was Hezbollah's resistance. It was Syed Hashim Nasrullah who led the resistance to that victory. But many also see that his martyrdom is not a defeat. He said it also in one of his latest speeches, and it seemed that he purposely spoke about this issue because we had, of course, the assassination of various leaders from the resistance, whether right after the October 7th events, and of course the Al-Aqsa Front operation, Hezbollah support front. This began a wave of assassinations against the Hezbollah commanders, the military commanders, as well as leaders. And towards the end, they were even civilian figures within Hezbollah. And Saifuddin said in one of his speeches that even when we are killed, we are not defeated. Whether we are victorious, we are victorious, or whether we are martyred, we are also victorious, because martyrdom in itself is considered a victory, whether for that person, that individual that is considered to have reached the highest level of adoration or closeness to the divinity of Almighty, but also to the people that martyrdom will bring on victory. So perhaps while looking at that, this round of fighting that led to certain achievements, maybe which the Israelis see as achievements. However, when you look at what the Israeli objectives were, one of them was that they wanted to take over a big portion of South Lebanon to create a buffer zone. They were not able to do so. They had to withdraw from all of South Lebanon. The Israelis now, of course, have kept to 5 peaks. But despite that, it was not considered victorious since it had been temporary. As Syed Nasrullah has said, this is a temporary regime. It will not only just be temporary inside Lebanon, but also be temporary on its occupation of Palestine. Syed Nasrullah had clearly said that this regime will end because it is a temporary regime and because it is based on crimes against innocent people. And we saw the women and children that were killed in Gaza, and despite all of that, they remain very much steadfast. And they continue to be supportive of the resistance inside Gaza. The people today also, you do not see a single person who does not have a member of their family martyred, whether it's a civilian or a fighter within the resistance. And so today we will have, let's see if we can get one of the viewpoints of the people here. He is saying that they are here to renew the pledge for Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and they will never leave the resistance, and they will continue to be on this path, whether it is through their support, their continuous funding, their children are taking part of this, or even standing here today in this funeral procession, which is considered to be the largest in the history of Lebanon, and perhaps even in the Arab world. This is what they're doing here today. We heard it from the people, and whoever you ask, of course, they're all holding pictures of Syed Hashim Nasrullah and the martyrs, and so they are here once more. And even they say, if we're willing to make the sacrifice once more, even if the Israelis launch another war, 2 wars, 3 wars, daily wars against us, we are never going to leave the resistance. We will never forsake Palestine. We will never forsake the resistance. We will never forsake the leadership of Hezbollah. And also, many have also said that this is also an opportunity to show their pledge and to vow that they will be supportive of the new leadership of Hezbollah, especially Secretary General Sheikh Naim Qasim.
Right, Mayam, as you speak, and it was very impressive. Our viewers are watching live footage from 4 different cameras. Now you can see the streets leading to the Beirut Stadium, the Olympic Stadium. And the stadium is already packed. You can see that so many people are also trying to get closer to that area. While we spoke, we had a message from Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, a message of support for the people of Lebanon on this special day. A translation of it says that the great nation of Lebanon deserves to be so proud of all of its brave descendants, not least these 2 honorable leaders, heroes who kept their word and promise and defended the dignity of the nation so that they earned martyrdom at the end of their path. So that was the message by Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, posted on social media regarding the events. Today, let us go back to Ottawa and talk to Firas Al-Najim, manager of the Canadian Defenders for Human Rights. Firas, as we are covering the mourning ceremony of the burial of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, former leader of Hezbollah resistance movement in Beirut, we had news breaking that the Israeli warplanes have bombed areas near Marais village. You know, despite all of those challenges, we can see the people in thousands and millions defying those threats, which are no small threats, by the way. We have never forgotten about the kind of bombs Israel used, inhumane bombs Israel used against the people, civilians in Lebanon. Your take on that? What kind of message does that send across?
First of all, the Zionist regime is in shackles right now and living in fear, especially after they've seen this massive support and all these millions of people coming and thousands coming from all over the world. This shows them that these people are committed to this path, that they will continue on this path, and they will move forward on this path of what Syed Hashim Nasrullah has left for the world. And you know, the Israeli regime does not know anything but force, and the only way they're dealt with is by force. And you know, they're trying to scare pretty much the people in the southern Lebanon and different areas. They won't dare come near this funeral, and if they do, they know that the true promise 3 might activate at any point by the Islamic Republic of Iran, because this is a retaliation that's still pending and it's sitting there waiting for the right time and right place. So the Zionist regime, all they know is how to breach international laws, install fear in people, you know, massacres, human rights violations. This is all Israel commits day and night, everywhere, especially all the you know, regional countries that are opposed to them and that are standing up. But you know what? Today, what it symbolizes, one thing is the unification of the free people in the world and the believers in this path of resistance. And the axis of resistance is very strong and very interconnected. As you can see, the leaders of Hamas, Islamic Jihad, just recently visited Imam Khamenei, the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and they congratulated each other for this great victory and this unification of this axis. And you can see today also, the Israelis think in their calculations that they have defeated you know, the axis of resistance by killing some of their leaders. But really, truly, what is the equation? The equation is now in the hands of the resistance and for the benefit of the resistance, because Syed Hashim Nasrullah was knowing that one day he will be killed by these enemies, and he was fighting a cruel enemy and an evil enemy and a very treacherous, cowardice enemy that is backed up by most of the West. At the end of the day, you see now there's thousands of journalists coming from everywhere in the world joining together. And this is an opportunity for them to unite and work together and build together and get stronger together. So at the same time, the free people came from Iraq, from different countries around the region, from Tunis, from Turkey, from everywhere. And people from the West as well came in. And this is also an opportunity, and you can see them on the media right now, on social media, that they're all getting to know each other. They never knew each other. They knew each other only through social media, but now they know each other face to face, and now they will exchange phone numbers and emails, and their social media platforms will grow, and the unification of different events and different you know, work together. This is the true victory. This is the true unity that is coming out of this victory of success of the resistance and the sacrifices. And at the same time, let's not forget that the path of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, as he always spoke, is the path of Imam Hussein, and that is the slogan of Hayhat min al-dhilla, we will never submit to humiliation, and that Imam Ali taught him and who he looks up to, and be a friend of the oppressed and be an enemy of the oppressor. And he was always a friend of the oppressed, and he was always an enemy of the oppressors, and that is the Zionists and the Americans and so on. And now, as you can see, mainstream media has not covered this massive, amazing, you know, iconic funeral. Why? Because they know that this will show the public opinion another side of the story, and it might awaken people to think twice and possibly think that possibly that this resistance is truly popular and it's truly credible and it's truly for a right reason and for a righteous cause. And this is what they're scared of. And this is why here in Canada, when they killed Syed Hashim Nasrullah, we went out here and protested, and some people that love Syed Hashim Nasrullah, love his sacrifices, love his resistance, and love his stance, raised Hezbollah flags, and they were arrested later. And they were investigated, and they were also, their houses were searched. But later on, these charges were dropped because they are incredible charges, and they know that they're trying to silence people and weaken people and install fear within the people. So the West truly is losing on many faces, because they claim to have freedom of speech and freedom of mobilization and lots of freedoms, but these freedoms, if it's not in their interest and if it's not in their benefit, they will strip you of these freedoms, and also they will try to suppress you and put you in jail and put you through courts and make you go through media defamation also, because they will post about it on the police platforms on social media, saying this person got arrested. And then when you see Zionists getting arrested in Canada or for different crimes related to Palestinian Israeli conflict, they do not post a lot of times about them, but they post about the Palestinian arrests all the time, or the pro-Palestinians that get arrested. So truly, mainstream media has been exposed. And in this battle, we've seen the gruesome Holocaust and genocide, live stream genocide, and the inhumane acts of the Israelis, bombing churches, bombing hospitals, bombing tents, bombing innocent human beings. And you see children burning, and families and mothers and grandmothers and grandfathers, all the crimes you can think about. And the Israelis somehow will say it's self-defense and will somehow justify it, saying there's Hamas cells underneath them or these terrorist cells and so on. But at the end of the day, what did they do to secure those people and to bring them humanitarian aid? Nothing. The West was watching all these crimes grow, and countless amounts of crimes. And the West also was exposed again that they're not human rights defenders, that Canada is not standing up for human rights, that America is not standing up for human rights, that Germany is not standing up for human rights. And they're truly standing up for the human rights violators. And that is because their interest is to keep this Israeli cancerous, devilish, evil entity in the region, because it's an intelligence base, and it's a base to keep the area insecure and plunder its resources, as Syed Hashim Nasrullah said. He said, we are not against America. When we say death to America, and we say Madbar America, we say Al-Mot al-America, we're not against the American people. We're not against the American nation. He said, we are truly against the American regime and these evil systems that are supporting this colonial system that they grew and they planted in the region of West Asia, also known as Middle East. And this is what they were fighting. They're fighting the regimes. Syed Hashim Nasrullah said, we're not going to USA to bomb USA and to fight inside USA. We are fighting in our region, in our land, for our rights and for our oppressed people and for our oppressed neighbors. We're fighting for a righteous cause. And Lebanon was secured, and it was claimed sovereignty, and it was freed because of Syed Hashim Nasrullah and his righteous followers and supporters and all those great sacrifices. Syed Hashim Nasrullah will never die. He will always be alive, and Syed Hashim Nasrullah is alive in our hearts, in our souls, everywhere in the world. I'm here from Canada. I do not fear speaking about this. I have broken those barriers, and I'm asking other people to speak about this. They can call these organizations terrorists or these political parties, but Lebanon is a democratic system, and Hezbollah members, MPs, are democratically elected by the Lebanese nation, and Hezbollah is a part of the Lebanese nation. So if you call Hezbollah a terrorist organization, that means you're calling the Lebanese whole government a terrorist entity and a government, because they're a part of this government. You cannot just choose and pick what is terrorist and what is legitimate and what is acceptable for you based on your standards and based on your interests and benefits. This has all been dismantled and it's been destructed, and hopefully that we continue this path of standing up against injustice. Syed Hashim Nasrullah truly installed in us to break out of any bubble of fear and to be brave people, bold people, and to stand up truly for the right path and for the oppressed people, and to not deter from the battle, to continue. When we protest out here, we think about Syed Hashim Nasrullah, we say, Labbaik ya Nasrullah. You installed this strength in us, you installed this charisma in us, you installed this faith in us. Syed Hashim Nasrullah is a man of dignity, Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Syed hashim Saifuddin and Sheikh Naeem Qasim and all these great martyrs. We can never forget all of them. Ismail Haniyeh, Yahya Sinwar, that fought to the last second and last blood drop, and he never gave up and he fought. And he was a good friend of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and he loved Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and he made these statements many times. These people are all interconnected and united, and their blood is together, and they will continue the path of resistance together. There is some factions and some governments and some regimes in the world that are trying to install divisions. Like in Syria now, this Jolani system that was installed by the Turkish regime and by the American regime and by the Zionist regime, trying to, on media all the time, all their journalists are talking about, defaming and disrespecting Syed Hashim Nasrullah or the axis of resistance. But truly, this fitna, this sedition will be broken apart, because truly what you witness and what you see is the sacrifices of these martyrs and this resistance and the unification.
Right, Firas, exactly. Let me get back to the studio and talk to Roya Pourbaghir. And Roya, of course, you're in touch with a lot of your friends back in Lebanon right now. What have you heard from them?
Yes, I was talking to my friends and family in Lebanon, asking them about how they're feeling and whether or not they're participating, where they are right now, in that moment. And I got some strange responses too. For example, a friend of mine told me she didn't go yet because she couldn't bear the pain of attending his funeral, and that it was too soon for her to embrace the fact that he has been martyred and that his funeral is taking place today. And then another friend shared a video with me of people gathered in the Olympic Stadium from the night before, and they have their lights on. So you have this beautiful display of unity of a crowd that has gathered together to mourn over Syed Hashim Nasrullah in the Olympic Stadium. And we're talking about really difficult weather conditions. The weather right now, it's freezing in Lebanon from what I know. So imagine how difficult it is for you to stay for hours and not have any warm place to resort to take a break from the cold. They stayed for like over 12 hours now, even more than that, because the funeral will officially start at 1 p.m. So local time. So I've been getting some mixed responses, and I just want to say that the people of South Lebanon truly, they portrayed what resistance is all about when the Israeli regime was carrying out its violations against the ceasefire agreement. Even now, just a bit ago, you were telling the viewers about the Israeli strikes in South Lebanon. I want to remind the viewers that those villages in South Lebanon that were occupied by the Israeli regime, and they were forced to withdraw, not because of the Lebanese army, not because of the international organization, both of which have failed to carry out the responsibilities of overseeing the ceasefire. It was the people of Lebanon, particularly the people of South Lebanon, who learned from their Sayyid, from their leader, to go back to their villages and to fight for their land, to go and settle down where they belong. That is their land, and they threw out the Israeli regime with their own bodies. They did not have weapons on them like the Lebanese army. All they had to throw at were stones and rocks on the ground. You have this beautiful embodiment of strength, of power, when a woman all alone and stands in front of an Israeli tank and doesn't even so much as shiver or in fear when the Israeli tanks start firing at her and at the people surrounding her. These are the people of Lebanon. The people on the screen, your viewers are watching the screen right now, the images coming out, those are the people of Lebanon. And those are the people who will defend Lebanon with all their existence, as they were taught to by leader of Syed Hashim Nasrullah. And it reminds me of days during Muharram, during the martyrdom anniversary of Imam Hussein. Syed Hashim Nasrullah would constantly, frequently say this famous quote, if I were to be killed and then burnt and then brought back to life, and this were to happen to me 1,000 times, I would never leave you, Imam Hussein. And I believe with all my heart today that those who are participating, and myself included, those who are participating in Lebanon, the Lebanese, the followers, and me, myself, that is the same line we would be telling him. not just Imam Hussein, we're telling Syed Hassan today that if we are killed, we are burned, and we are brought back to life, and this happens to us 1,000 times, we won't leave you. And what we mean by that is we won't leave your cause, your path, the path of resistance, the path of standing up against oppression and fighting for justice.
Exactly, Roya. If Hezbollah wasn't there, Lebanese sovereignty, territorial integrity would be seriously affected, and that is an undeniable fact. This is a fact. And right now, let us go back to Beirut. Mariam Saleh, our correspondent, is on the ground. Mariam, what are you seeing? And also tell us about the unifying role Syed Hashim Nasrullah played in Lebanon and in the region.
Of course, it's very difficult to really maybe give a definition to what Syed Nasrullah represented. And it was something that transcends, I think, what we're looking at today. What he symbolized is something larger than Lebanon itself. It is larger than the region. It is larger than the world, perhaps.
It is larger than the world, perhaps. We're talking about humanity. We heard it from the leader of the Yemeni Ansarullah, Sayyid Abdul Malik al-Houthi, who clearly said he is the martyr of humanity. And this is what we're looking at today, because those who stood up against the largest arrogant powers, the tyrants in the world, especially represented with symbolized by the evil regime of Israel. He stood up to them despite the fact that he knew he would be martyred. That in itself is considered not only courage, this is something that surpasses even any type of courage that you might see from anyone, and even a lot of the fighters showed this on the battlefield. However, he knew that he would be not only subject to being killed by the Israelis, and of course even with the collaboration, and this is what many experts have said, the Israelis could not have assassinated Hezbollah Secretary General Syed Hashim Nasrullah without the collaboration of large intelligence agencies all over the world, whether European or the U.S. Intelligence and other pro-Israel forces in the world. And that, of course, also made it possible because the people here were ready to protect Syed Hassan. They were ready to sacrifice their lives, their families for Syed Hassan Nasrullah to stay alive. And you see it across Lebanon, especially in the areas that underwent a lot of destruction. You see in the areas where the building is down, the owner of the building, the owner of the shops actually put large banners saying that I wish that the Israelis had taken everything, but that you had stayed. And he's meant by that Syed Hashim Nasrullah specifically. I want to get some of the feelings of the people. We have to all here.
السقعة والبرد القارس يعني رجعتي جيتي على التشريع. ليش جيتي انت اليوم؟ شو بدك تقولي؟ اكيد انا بدي اسال.
Mariam, if you can hear us, we cannot hear your guest's voice. Well,
I'm not sure if you could hear, you could not hear her voice. It's too low, perhaps. Like what she was saying is that we were ready to sacrifice our lives for his sake when he was alive, and now we are ready to sacrifice for the sake of this path, the path of resistance, and for the leadership, because the resistance is something which is larger than only Lebanon. And of course, these are issues that we were saying here today. This is just one example of the many people, the young men, the women. We're talking about the new generation as well as the older generations who have come to show this, this extent. I don't know if there are words sometimes to express the type of adoration that the people have for Syed Hashim Nasrullah. We saw grown men crying, feeling this level of anxiety after they found out about his martyrdom, in addition to those who were actually shocked. They were shocked, and we have even among the leadership of the Hezbollah. I mean, I was told by an official, of course, this is not out in the open, but they had always put in mind, and they had always hoped and prayed Syed Nasrullah will give a speech on their behalf, or to honor them in their martyrdom.
Honor them in their martyrdom. They had never put in mind that Syed Nasrullah will be a martyr before they were. And I also learned just recently that Haq Qasim Sulaimani, the General Haq Qasim Sulaimani, had always and prayed that he would never see the day
was realized by God Almighty. And we see that today also by many of those leaders and the officials who had actually hoped and that they would never come to see this day. And that even those people who have, they said that take the time to actually grasp and understand that he has actually went to God Almighty. He has went to a better place, of course. And this is perhaps a time when he should rest, because he had never had a single day of rest, perhaps not even an hour of rest. He had very little sleep. He had very little time to relax and just move away from the complications of the issues and the problems, and especially the latest wave of attacks on the pagers, especially the pagers, this terrorist attack by the Israeli regime. That was something that profoundly, from those who were close to him, that he was very much hurt by what he saw. He's closing the pagers, seeing all those young men having to lose their eyesight. And even the children, who they also had their faces distorted, they had lost their eyesight as well, and have to live a life of being wounded, being seeking veterans without having any sort of crime that they have committed. That hurt him profoundly, and it's that it was throughout his speeches. It seems to be very rare for everyone to understand and realize that there will be a day that you have to leave us, and that now it is up to us to hold that banner. This is what, of course, many of the young men here say this. This is our time to hold that banner. But what we're looking at is that every single person here has a piece of Syed Hashim Saifuddin in their heart. And he is in every single heart. And so if the Israelis perhaps think based on the calculations, if it's 1 + 1, the mathematical calculations, that they have earned the life of a person like Syed Hashim Nasrullah, as well as a leader like Syed Hashim Nasrullah, little do they know that by that they will see every single person here. There will be more people who are willing to learn and even grasp what Syed Nasrullah had said throughout the years, more than they had probably during his lifetime, and that they would be ready to listen to his speeches once more, which are considered a national treasure, actually, in order to learn from them. And we heard also from thinkers all over the world who actually said that the speeches of Syed Hashim Saifuddin are a reference, are a source that you can really learn from. There are a lot of details. And so every single person here is going to be educated through those speeches of Syed Hashim Saifuddin. I think we're going to see a very different future in the region. I think that will be a true awakening that really would not be to the liking of the U.S. or Israel, which now they consider that they are now at a very high level of maybe of the peak of their hegemony, and I don't really taking over the country now, trying to put any conditions on which planes come to Lebanon, which planes go. We saw this in the sanctions and what they attempted to ban the airlines coming from the Islamic Republic of Iran. We saw today a breaking of that ban, and an airplane coming here from the Islamic Republic.
Right, Mayam, very good. Thank you for the reporting. Let us go back to Atov and talk to Firas and Najim. Firas, can you tell us what were some key military strategies Syed Hashim Nasrullah implemented to affect the military and security situation in Lebanon?
Well, Hezbollah's attacks on northern occupied Palestine and moving the settlers out, and also as the records say, is that 1/3 of the Israeli terrorist army moved away from Gaza and mobilized to southern Lebanon border. This really did support and help the Palestinians, because if that 1/3 would have been in Gaza, if today we have a record of possibly, 50,000 innocent people were killed in Gaza, and maybe it would have been maybe 70,000 or 80,000 or even more. So this strategy and the support that Hezbollah gave to support the Palestinian resistance really paralyzed the Zionist regime and got them very busy and a lot weaker. And this is part of the victory that the resistance of Palestine was able to claim. The unified support between different factions and different resistance groups really truly helped in this battle. And this is the first time that this ever happened, that Yemen got involved, Lebanon got involved, and Islamic Republic of Iran got involved, Iraqi resistance got involved. I mean, this really did help the collaboration and the strikes from all over these countries. But Lebanon really weakened the Zionist regime and humiliated the army, because they claimed that they will be able to take the south of Lebanon and that they will push them further from the Litani River. But this never happened. And thankfully, they agreed to a ceasefire and to stop the war with Lebanon. But their objectives was much bigger than this and much wider, but it failed. And this shows that the resistance was powerful and that was successful. The losses of the great leaders, it's inevitable. You cannot evade these. You cannot run away from them. At the end of the day, don't forget that Israel has a lot of intelligence support from the whole West, including Canada. And they all support each other, and they have all kinds of technology. At the end of the day, Hezbollah is a small resistance group, and they're a mighty strong group, obviously, because they have faith. And Syed Hashim Nasrullah lives in the hearts of all those Lebanese people. And all the pager attacks that happened on the Hezbollah fighters, it made them more determined and more certain that this enemy is a true enemy, and it's an enemy that must be defeated and must be destroyed fully. And as you can see, I saw pictures right now inside the funeral areas or on the way, where some of these Hezbollah fighters and the people that were injured from the pager attacks, their fingers are actually blown off, and they're holding their fingers as a victory sign, and they're putting their hands up and they're joining this caravan of support for this the master of martyrs of the ummah, of the nation, and they call him also the master of resistance, Syed Hashim Nasrullah. Israel was fully destabilized. They got taught a great lesson from Hezbollah and from Syed Hashim Nasrullah's leadership, and the path continues. As you can see, they're bombarding now in the southern Lebanon because of the fear, because they don't know what to do when they see all these people come out in thousands and millions towards respecting this person. Plus, the place where Syed Hashim Nasrullah will be buried is going to be a center of power for all the revolutionary people in the earth. Many people might not be able to come at this time for certain circumstances to visit Syed Hashim Nasrullah, but there will be visits later on when they have better circumstances and better conditions, and people will visit Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and from that location you will extract and you will get a lot of strong energy. And this is what the Shia Muslims believe, and Syed Hashim Nasrullah was a Shia Muslim, and that believe the soul is so strong and the martyrs are so strong, and that when we visit these shrines and we visit the places where they were buried, you will also be able to get some very strong energy, and because these people are very close to God Almighty. These souls are very close to God Almighty, and also they can intercede on the Day of Judgment as martyrs. This is the belief of most Muslims. And when people go visit him, if they truly love him and they're truly loyal to his path, they will be able to get some of his power and energy and his prayer. And this is continuous. Like I said, the martyrs live forever. They live with God Almighty, they live with the believers, and they live with the conscious, caring, and free people on this earth. It's so unique to see people from Brazil, you see people from Ireland, you see people from the States. And at the end of the day, let's not forget that these people are taking risks, because possibly Israel might bomb, possibly some terrorists might do a bombing on the way or inside the funeral somehow. God forbid, but it could happen. And these people are taking a risk because they are people that learned from this great lion of Lebanon and this lion of God Almighty, Syed Hashim Nasrullah, from his bold and strong and powerful heart that do not fear the enemies, do not ever in any way bow down to the enemies, do not in any way deter from the battle, and keep moving forward and stand up for what you believe in and stand up for what's right. And this is what Syed Hashim Nasrullah sacrificed for and lived for. And the Palestinians will never forget him. The true Palestinians in the world will never forget him, and they will never forget his sacrifices. He sealed his life protecting and defending Palestine and Al-Quds, Jerusalem, occupied Jerusalem, and Al-Aqsa Mosque, and Bethlehem, the place where Jesus was born, and where Moses was living in, and where he defeated the enemy and Pharaoh. And the Pharaoh today is Israel. The Pharaoh today is America. Syed Hashim Nasrullah is like a Moses of our time. Syed Hashim Nasrullah is like a Husseini of our time, a man that stood for the master of martyrs, Imam al-Hussein alayhi salam. And even though he was outnumbered and there was so much enemies and so much support to those enemies, he stood and fought until he was, left this temporary life for the right cause and for what he believes in. And we all say from everywhere in the world, Labbaik ya Nasrullah, means we're at your service, Nasrullah. We will stay on your path, O Nasrullah, and we will never fear the enemies, and we will stand for what is right, and we will live a life, hopefully, of righteousness and wisdom. Unlike the terrorists that cause defamation to Islam, like the Wahhabi, Salafi, extremist, radical type of people that truly are working for the US and working for Israel and working for these evil entities, and they're supported by them. Unfortunately, we will continue to stand up for what's right. We will continue to stand for the resistance. And I'm saying this from Canada. As you know, Canada, unfortunately, is a biased system, and a system that is subservient to the Zionist lobbies, CIJA, B'nai B'rith, UJA, and all these different disgusting, despicable organizations here in Canada. They work for, they pressure and they bully and they blackmail and they install fear in the government of Canada and different officials, and they always try to serve them and as if they're slaves for them, unfortunately. Because if Canada truly wanted peace, if Canada truly wanted to broker peace as they are known to be, or they want to be peace brokers, they would have intervened in stopping the war and intervene to stop the occupation and to at least impose sanctions, at least impose an embargo against Israel and all its criminal activities. They would have brokered relations and build relations with Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Hezbollah and these great people. And Hezbollah is open to work with Western countries that are not biased and they're not working with the criminal entity Israel. Hezbollah has always opened their hands to work with all kinds of different governments in the world. They are not some type of barbaric movement. No, they are a popular, democratic, elected movement that has only raised up their arms to secure and support Lebanon. If the Lebanese army was able to stand up and be strong and stand up for its rights and protect its country's borders and its nation, then Hezbollah would never have to raise the arms and fight on behalf of the Lebanese people and the Lebanese army. But the Lebanese army is weak, and it's under pressure by the US, and they're scared of US sanctions, they're scared of US aid and different regimes in the region, so they do not really stand up for what all the Lebanese people stand for. Unfortunately, and this is what Hezbollah said, we don't want to carry weapons and we don't want to sacrifice if there is somebody that is really taking charge and protecting our nation and our sovereignty and our land and our resources and what we stand for and what we live for as Lebanese people and Lebanese nationals. But unfortunately, as you can see, one sign of this is how the Iranian planes were forbidden and blocked from coming to attend the funeral, and many Iranians that I know myself that are even Canadian Iranians, some of them, they wanted to come for the funeral, but they couldn't because of this blockade, and they ended the Iranian planes from landing in Lebanon and coming to Lebanon. And this is all because of the fear of the Israelis and the Americans by the Lebanese government, the democratic government. And this shows you that they have to take things in their own hands, and they have to do what they have to do to stand up for the Lebanese people. And you can see today, like many nationals, many people from different nationalities are supporting the Lebanese resistance and Hezbollah, and they're also supporting their sacrifices. And not just this, you can see Lebanese that are Christians, Maronite Christians, Armenian Christians. You can see the Druze, you can see the Alawis, you can see the Sunnis, you can see the Palestinians from the Palestinian camps coming to support and attend this funeral. You can see all types of minorities that I maybe haven't mentioned right now because they're not on top of my head, but any type of minority that's inside Lebanon are there. I have a friend here that's Lebanese, and he's originally Durzi, from the Druze sect, and he took a flight from Canada and went to attend the funeral. Yes.
Thank you so much, Firas Najim, manager of the Canadian Defenders for Human Rights, joining us from Ottawa in Canada, and also Roya Purbagh, our own correspondent in Tehran studios, as you were enjoying beautiful skyline of Beirut, where two seas were meeting. One of them was the beautiful Mediterranean Sea, and the other one, the beautiful Sea of People, which was even more magnificent. Let us go back to Beirut right now in the studio with Farah Atvi. Farah, over to you.
Dear viewers, we're back with this live coverage from Beirut, covering the grand funeral procession of the Master of the Ummah, Secretary General, Hezbollah Secretary General, Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and his lifetime comrade, Hezbollah Secretary General, Syed Hashim Saifuddin. I'm joined here by Dr. Mohsen Saleh. Dr. Mohsen, President of the International Association of Political Experts. Hello and welcome, Dr. Mohsen. For sure, it's a very painful mourning this day, especially with more crowd coming in to participate in this, what is expected to be seen as the largest funeral procession in the history of Lebanon.
Tens of thousands are expected to be gathered in Kamil Sham'oun Sports Stadium. However, of concern, taking into consideration what we are seeing today, way numbers than that may attend. Do you agree?
Bismillahir, Raheem. Good morning to everybody who is mourning the Secretary General, Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and his heir, Syed hashim Saifuddin. These two, and especially the Secretary General, Syed Nasrullah, it's his day.
It's the resistance day. It's the people's and the oppressed day. Because the people who are coming from Lebanon and from Syria, from Iraq, from Yemen, from Palestine, from Iran, from all these countries is a witness for saying that Syed Nasrullah was not only a Lebanese, was not only for the resistance in Lebanon to liberate the Lebanese territories. Syed Nasrullah was the mere leader who could, across and beyond the borders of the Arab world into the world. And those who are witnessing today and present in this funeral, in this ceremony, they are saying the rights of the oppressed in this region won't be lost or be occupied by the Americans or the Zionists or the people who are tools for them. This is a day of a collective conscience for the community of the oppressed and the strugglers for freedom and liberation.
Yes.
This day is the day, that's true, mourning of Syed Nasrullah and Syed hashim Saifuddin. But it's a day of hope. It's a day of the future of these people who are going marching the streets and collecting everybody from here and there. And now, as you see, and as everybody sees, that these people, these strong, these mass, these human beings who are walking not only on two, but they are walking on their intellects, on their minds, in their hearts, in order to reach this day and to reach this leader, this mere leader, this leader of the age, leader of this century, who established a school for struggling against occupation, Zionist and American occupation of the region.
However,
so his voice will stay as an echo of the humans' feelings, emotions, ideas, and the reality. It's a reality. The resistance is not a hope only. It's not a virtue only. It is a reality on the ground that this leader really embodied in his personality
for 32 years, leading the axis of the resistance. The spirit
and
of the existence.
developing the resistance, the Lebanese resistance also. As we speak, Dr. Mohsen, political updates coming in tells us that multiple Israeli airstrikes hit several villages in the south. And here in Beirut, we can easily actually determine the surveillance drones everywhere. What is Israel afraid of, and why are they escalating in these attacks, especially on a day like this? What's the message that they want to send?
Well, these people who are in the streets now from all over the world, they are challenging Netanyahu and Trump and telling them, you have not achieved anything. That's true. Our martyr is the great and the greatest. Will stay in our hearts and in our march for freedom. And we are going to continue.
That's the most important thing, that they are saying we are going to continue. That will scare Netanyahu and make him unhappy. Instead of trying to be
the message is that no matter how many leaders you target, this resistance will become stronger and stronger and stronger.
Absolutely.
And they are undefeatable. That's the major. Is the message sent to the Israelis? Because for these people here today, Dr. Mohsen, they are not only the message that they want to send. They're unified, bid far resistance, and they will continue the path until they gain honor and dignity, just as the way Syed Hashim Nasrullah wanted that to happen.
It's absolutely that these people who are here today to tell all the oppressors in the world, either in the West or in the United States, or the tools in occupying Palestine, they are saying the predominance and the hegemony not for you. You are not allowed, in spite of all your boycotts and trying to sanction these people and trying to punish these people. You are not going to win. The people will win, and the people will predominate the axis. And now in Palestine, they have this feeling, and in Lebanon, they have this feeling. There is no fear, nothing will stop the resistance, because of these people who are coming and telling the resistance that we are behind you, we are with you, we can do whatever you want. We are the resistance.
And up till this moment, as we speak, this moment, even not there physically, but he is in their hearts.
They are saying, we are with you, Nasrallah. We are with you. No farewell, but to meet in the resistance, in the battlefield, everywhere, in order to defeat this enemy, this obnoxious enemy, this enemy who are trying to ruin everything. But since they could not prevent these people from all over the world to come to Lebanon in order to participate in this funeral, that means they cannot stop.
Though they kept a lot of obstacles.
Oh, they put many obstacles from the Lebanese government and from threatening the people who are coming from Iraq and from Tunisia and from Turkey and from Palestine, everywhere. You see, so people are not afraid anymore, because the school of Nasrallah told the people collectively that we have no fear of you, the Americans and the Israelis. We are gonna continue the road, the way that Nasrallah paved it for us, and he taught us that our hearts and our minds to be educated by this discourse of Sayyid Nasrallah.
Yes.
Discourse not only was a leader of the resistance, he was a teacher, he was a master, he was the guru for the people who want freedom, who want to liberate their lands, who want to live freely,
yes,
in spite of all these sanctions and trying to kill.
The committee overseeing,
he is the martyr.
Yes.
He is the martyr of humanity. Not only the martyr of the ummah, Islamiyya, or the ummah
the
to
committee
kill.
overseeing,
He is the martyr.
Yes.
He is the martyr of humanity. Not only the martyr of the ummah Islamiyya or the ummah Arabiyya. He is the martyr of the humanity, because
and there was an undeniable force, Dr. Mohsen, that draws people to Syed Hashim Nasrullah, something behind his words or even his smile. It was the way he spoke, his calm, unwavering assurance, instilling this deep sense of peace and confidence in those who listened, while his enemies dismissed him as a manipulator.
Look, Syed Hashim Nasrullah was
My question is that even those that disagree with Syed Hashim Nasrullah, even those that disagree with his own agenda, but at the same time, there is kind of an assurance that there is someone that is steadfast against tyranny, against the Israelis, someone that can protect the ummah, and not only the Lebanese people. He is the person of the ummah.
He was not for the ummah only. He manufactured, he engineered the human mind that would go for freedom and for equality. And in order to make this through the right of the people to liberate lands and to liberate minds and to liberate intellects and to liberate humanity, we should fight against the people or the administrations wherever they are, in order to pave the way of the intellect, in order to comprehend that the problems of humanity is concentrated, is there, yes, in the White House or in the Pentagon, and the capitalism who are trying, and imperialism, who are trying to suck the wealth of the humanity wherever they are, in Palestine, in Lebanon, in the Arab world, in the Gulf, and in China, and Venezuela, everywhere. They want to have this hegemony. Syed Nasrallah put and for the thinking, for the thoughts of having this hegemony of the American hegemony.
Yes.
So we are talking, we are really talking about something more than philosophy. It's a kind of doctrine that Sayyid Nasrullah put it and wrote it through struggle against Zionism and Americanism in this region, and through the people who are having problem with these administrations and having problems in their lives, whether in the Gulf or in Iraq or in Syria or in Palestine. That's true. They are having this kind of technology, but they won't overcome the will of the people, and they cannot prevent these people from doing their destiny, or through their destiny, making their destiny to live not according to the American dictations and American orders. They live by God's will. And also, Sayyid Nasrullah, I should say that Sayyid Nasrullah was not an Islamic leader only. And Lebanese leader.
Yes, we will speak about this point.
He was talking about international will to defeat this.
Okay, we're here to remind our own
dictators.
viewers that Beirut is witnessing an unprecedented international gathering. These people that we are actually seeing today, they came from literally everywhere. And yesterday, while watching a lot or observing the news,
you can easily say, or you can easily highlight people coming from Aljazair, Algeria, people coming from Yemen, people coming from Kuwait, coming from Bahrain, even the Lebanese people, they're coming from Al-Biqa Valley, where it was snowing all night yesterday, and some of them even chose to come barefoot, walking all the way to the Kamil Shamaoun Sports Stadium. People came from the north, they came from the south, they came from southern Beirut just to chant one word, Labbaika Nasrullah, we are at your service, O Nasrullah. And of course, when we actually see, for example, one of the most important political figures that were attending or arrived to Beirut yesterday, such as
and you see now the Iranian involved
today delegations, they are coming to participate now on this.
Yes, of course, we have delegations from different top delegations also. But I was speaking about Sheikh Ibrahim al-Zakzaki, the leader of the Islamic movement in Nigeria. This person, or this sheikh, actually he lost Dr. Mohsen, his own children, in dilemmas, and when of course due to attack inside Nigeria. However, yesterday he expressed his feeling that he was never sad, and he never mourned the loss of someone the way that he mourned the loss of Syed Hashim Nasrullah. And he is here in Beirut, and he wants to participate in this huge ceremony that is seen as one of the largest funeral procession in Lebanon. Of course, Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei said Nasrullah, he called Nasrullah my brother, my pride, and that's the kind of love and compassion that he has towards him. With all these souls so much attached to Syed Hassan, coming from different sects, coming from different countries, coming from different backgrounds, from different religions, they come along, but they agree on one perspective, that this is a leader that history will record forever.
Well,
how does that make you feel as a Lebanese?
That supports my premise, that saying that Syed Nasrullah was not only for Lebanon or for the Lebanese resistance, he was for the international resistance, and everywhere they liked Syed Nasrullah. Syed Nasrullah was an international leader. He was one of the rare and seldom people who could put this effort, intellectual effort and battlefield efforts and all kinds of efforts, and of course his knowledge. He was an erudite person. He was not a regular person, and he taught us that the problems that we are having because of the Americans, the world is having these problems because of their intervention and their propensity to occupy the whole world, and their way of dealing, manipulating, and trying to have these all kinds of tricks and monopoly over the human resources and the human ideas as well. So that's why they have these strategic and cultural centers in order to propagate and try to spread all these poisons, ideas and poisons, well, of course.
And that's why obstacles were kept in the way, because you do not want to see the scene of people gathering, people coming, world figures, the resistance leaders, participants from all political affiliations, as we highlighted also influencers, top journalists, a lot of prominent activists and journalists and influencers are also attending. Israelis, that's what they wanted not to see. They didn't want to see that vision coming through.
They don't.
And do you think that they succeeded in actually pressuring the Lebanese government in banning such an occasion to be done?
Absolutely. They wanted to close the airport and the airport, and they told the Lebanese, but they cannot find excuses for this or pretext for this. Why? These people are coming. So you see, their head is the fifth. Their head as a skeleton, as only bones, not without brains. Yeah. I think they have this animalistic tendencies towards killing. Everybody would say no, no, no to their occupation and to their dictatorship and to their hegemony. Okay. So we are here having this participation in this funeral in order to say no. Let us be killed like Syed Nasrullah and martyred in this path, because this path in its pillars that Syed Hashim Saifuddin and other leaders who were martyred in this path, I guess they are manufacturing our future and our way of dealing with things. That's a great issue, by the way. Yeah. It's not only that he is martyred in this path. He taught us how to be a martyr. How to be a martyr. This is a kind of philosophy that we really missed for a long time, for centuries probably, in this manner.
We highlighted with several guests throughout the 3 days till now how these teachings and morals and school of thoughts will be actually a reference for our own children, for generations to come. It will not end by the assassination. Rather, it will turn into an ideology and the perception of how things should be done. And of course, Syed Hassan left us a fortune of advices, of wisdom, not only on a political level, but on all levels.
On education, special education. Yes. He educated us. He educated us in all manners. Yes. And I would ask our enemies, didn't you watch all the discourses, the speeches of Syed Nasrullah? Why? Because you know in your heart that this man is great.
Yes.
This man is an influential figure. He is becoming a symbol for everybody. He is becoming a symbol for everybody. And many of the Zionists and the capitalists, they know that he is a master of everything he has touched on, or he thought of, or he dealt with. He used to collect people and tell them how to do things, and he led leaders in order to make leaders. Look, this school won't vanish. This school won't be
Just the same way
defeated.
that Syed Hassan highlighted and said after the assassination of a military commander, Imad Mourning, he said we have thousands,
tens of thousands
of Imad Mourning.
Yeah, that's true.
The group is associated and developed on training others on how to handle places in case of assassinations. So that's what exactly reflects how this group functions and takes us to the major subject. It's about one of the most significant scenes was the way Dr. Mohsen and precise management of the entire ceremony overseen by the funeral committee. This is a step that many countries will not be able to actually organize. In have this huge a group.
Well, actually, in some days.
Yes, in a few days, exactly, because the committee overseeing the procession, the funeral procession, highlighted that they have been working day and night to maintain all what is needed before the funeral procession. Yes. Now, my question is that. Where does this come from?
What?
Does it come from the fact that Syed Hassan Nasrullah always felt that the most dear to his heart is the people of the resistance, and these are the words that he said them to his own companions, to the MPs of Hezbollah, and they also shared it. Now they can share these details. They shared it with the people. He loved the people of the resistance, and he was always scared and precise that everything will work according to order. And that's what the committee did.
He loved not only the embracive, loved everybody actually. The love is filled in his heart by God, and his mind and his intellect is filled with a new miraculous way of dealing with issues. That's why he was
practical and mundane magician for the people. And they know that they love him so greatly. And they know that he is doing the right thing. And he knows that these people are going to be the future of this community, of this ummah, and the future of the international community, to be well behaved and well thought and well decision might take. And he educated them, and he spent nights and days in order to make a real community with the Palestinian issue, with the Iraqi issue, with the Yemeni issue. And he was proud of the consequences, of the repercussions of these deeds. He did, I guess, in my opinion, that he did what Imam Khomeini did in Iran. He taught the generations that we are going to get rid of the American occupation or American hegemony in Iran. And Syed Nasrullah, as a spirit of Imam Khomeini, he said to the people, we can do it. We can do it. And he has done it. But to remind people that Syed Nasrullah and the resistance by the leadership of Syed Nasrullah achieved what the 400 or 500 million of the Arabs could not achieve. Syed Nasrullah fulfilled the decision, or the resolution 425 of the United Nations and the Security Council only in 18 years. Yes. The Arabs, all of them, all their leaders, and their administration, and even some of the Western countries, they could not achieve or fulfill the resolution 242 for the Palestinian issue to let the Israelis withdraw from West Bank and Gaza Strip for at least how many years? We are talking about 50 years.
About 50 years. So what would you say about this man? He has done miraculous things, well achieved in Lebanon. This is a small country, Lebanon. And he could engineer this whole organizations to serve the people.
Yes.
The martyrs, their families, and
to arrange the situation in order to make the whole South, the whole community, a resistance community. You cannot do that by a regular person.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu highlighted after the assassination of Syed Hassan. He said that we did not know that Syed Hassan was the heart of the axis of the resistance.
He was the core access of the.
Wouldn't that give the Israelis achievement, the fulfillment that they actually achieved a major goal? They actually hit the heart of the resistance, and probably by hitting the heart, that means the rest of the body organs will collapse. Isn't that how the Israelis perceive the situation?
The teacher or the parents, the father and the mother, they say that they have this offspring from their hearts, right? And they die, but they give birth for new ages, many and many, and you will see the heart of Syed Nasrullah and the core resistance of Syed Nasrullah shifted, moved from the minute Syed Nasrullah was martyred.
The people, all of them, they are becoming Syed Nasrullah, and they, as you see in the streets, women, children, men, everybody is there. I would tell these governments in our country and other countries, look, internationally and historically, peoples in the civilization, the past civilizations, they make their best for their heroes. And they do this eternal things for their statues or for their ideas and the museums in order to preserve this excellent, this great, this honored, this be proud of history of this martyr.
Okay.
You have to do something in order at least to give some of his right on this community, whether in Lebanon or internationally. Syed Nasrullah was not a regular, and you will have anybody like him every day. No, 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 no.
Syed Hassan became a symbol of liberation of Palestine, Dr. Mohsen. What did the Palestinian resistance lose today?
Well, let's to say that Syed Hassan Nasrullah, as we have this premise, this introduction, that he was a leader who made a school, who opened a school. And this school graduated from this school great leaders like Imad Mughniyi and Fuad Shukr and Sayyid Ibrahim Aqil and others. And of course, we talk about Sayyid Badruddin,
yes,
and we talk about many. So, also in Palestine, you see, after Oslo, the authorities, the Palestinian authorities, went into agreement with the Israelis, and the Israelis have not fulfilled any of this agreement. And the resistance started. You see, Sinwar and Haniya and and Jihad Islami and Hamas and others, now they are participating in this funeral, and they have issued statements about this martyrdom. And I guess, well, that's my opinion, without Sayyid Nasrallah, we could have seen these agreements, Oslo, Wadi Araba, and other agreements with other countries, Arab countries, would become true.
Yes.
And I guess the resistance in Lebanon put an end for the attempt of the Israelis in order to hegemonize the region. That's true. They have the power. The Americans, they have the power.
Yes.
But at least Sayyid Nasrallah, what he has done is that to tell the Arab world that you cannot leave the Palestinian issue alone. You cannot abandon it. You cannot give up from fighting against the Israelis. And the Palestinians,
do you think that they learned the lesson, Dr.
Palestinians understood
we paid
lecture.
Lebanese resistance, Hezbollah paid a very heavy price on the road to Al-Quds. Do you think that the lesson has been learned? Because the international silence towards what's happening, at least now in the West Bank, is scary. It's scary.
Look, that's true. We have paid high price, especially by the martyrdom of Sayyid Nasrullah.
Yes.
And Syed Hashim Saifuddin and others. And we have many martyrs for the sake of the ummah everywhere, in Palestine, in Lebanon, and other places. But I would say this resistance revived itself and recreated itself by these martyrs. Now it's about time for the people to say, we are all Sayyid Nasrallah. Everybody is Sayyid Nasrallah. To read his speeches and to go through this channel of fighting against imperialism and Zionism and occupation. And I guess Sayyid Nasrallah, he knew that he is going in this path, and he said that we won't be dead. Either we achieve victory or we are martyrs. We gain. We are blessed from God by this martyrdom. So he believed in this, and he went in his right track, in his wish, let's to say, to be a martyr, not to die in the bed. And he
not only a martyr in defending the land, but also defending Al-Quds, defending Palestine.
Al-Quds, the sacred place, let me say it, as a symbol of the sacred humanity to God.
Okay.
That's the way to God. So God had made some sacred places. And those people who go in this path to sacrifice themselves in order to revive and let these sacred places live for humanity, I guess that's the martyrdom for God, not only for humanity, because we cannot separate. These are inseparable. This mundane, this dunya, and the hereafter. So they are linked. Our life, our world is linked to the hereafter. So we are globally talking that Sayyid Nasrallah was able to link between these two worlds. That's why he taught us one of these things, that
martyrdom is something great, is something good, is something when you die for these sacred places, Al-Quds and Palestine and everybody, and for the community, the ummah, and for the international community, the oppressed. So you are going in the right path. Anyhow, you're gonna die. Die as a martyrdom instead of dying as a despotic person or individual, or living for only things that's for only your instinctual life. That's won't make you a human. What makes a human are the values. Values. So the value of martyrdom is the value of the divine blessing. That's why Al-Quds will remain as the capital of Palestine and the capital of the world.
It's astonishing when you see, for example, the Orthodox Archbishop of occupied Al-Quds, Atallah Hamna, when he paid a significant tribute to Syed Hashim Nasrullah, stating that the Palestinian people will always remain faithful to his own sacrifices. Where does these statements made by archbishops or by any figures, political figures from different factions, how would that fail the Israeli plan to incite sectarianism, fragmentation between different sects?
Well, one of the advantages of this martyrdom that everybody feels now, whether the Palestinians or the Arab world or the Islamic world or the international community, feel that this man implemented verbatim every word has said. And he was loyal and sincere in his speeches about won't leave Palestine and Al-Quds. As a doctrinate person, Syed Nasrullah was always reminding people of Palestine and Al-Quds. And he had this kind of determination that Palestine is an account for the believers in the ground in this world in order to go the hereafter. So if they are witnessing the occupation, they have to struggle in order to liberate this Palestine. So he was sincere, and he paid his life and his son's life to fight against this enemy who is occupying Palestine and was occupying South Lebanon, and he occupying now some points in Lebanon, and occupying, look at the Julan. So they are talking about, well, agreements with Israel or naturalization or talking to the Israelis. I guess
they don't want to fight back.
What? Who?
They don't want to fight back.
They don't want to fight back.
And they completely neglected when the Israelis
these are defeaters.
entered more into the Golan Heights.
These are people who have been defeated, and they think they are defeated from inside. Their hearts and their minds and their will and their resources. I guess Trump orders them in order to pay tribute for him instead of paying tribute for their community and for their people and Palestine and for the sacred places, whether in the Gulf or in Palestine. So we are talking about people who have been undressed from all the sacred things and put their destination, their personalities, their wealth in the hands of the Satan, of the evildoers, of these people, the despotic rulers in the world. So I guess they are, as I said in the beginning, they walk on the 4. They walk on the 2, as you see. But if you double their walk, will be on the 4. And their head without brain, without ideas, without honor.
Yes.
Without honor, without any value, without any, they are not values. They have been seated. They have been seated on the chairs in order to protect let's to say, virtually, to protect the American and the Israeli existence. They are null. They are nothing.
Dr. Mohsen, more people is coming in. The square is almost full, loaded with people that wants to actually pledge allegiance to Syed Hashim Nasrullah, pledge allegiance to what they view as the most important perspective in their own lives, to express their own anger, to express their own sorrow, to express their own promises.
The promises and the vows that they made for the Syed Hashim Nasrullah, that they will stay on the path of righteousness and on the path of good deeds. Because of course Syed Hashim was not only a politician, he was a man of honor, he was a man of dignity, he was a guidance, also a father, a guidance. And when he gave a lot of speeches about how to act in life, how to actually do good deeds, how to strive on a personal level. However, now at 1 o'clock the program will begin, and God be with the hearts of the people and how they will actually perceive this very hard moment when they have to bid farewell, the final farewell to their own leader that they wished 100 times within their hearts that he is still alive. And though some of them wished that they would come today to the stadium to actually see him and not bid farewell to him, because in their minds they cannot accept it, that this life can go on without Syed Hashim. Today, as a Lebanese, with all this love that you have, to whether to the people of the resistance, Dr. Mohsen, or to Syed Hashim Nasrullah, how do you feel when your own Lebanese government kept obstacles in the way to ban this gathering from occurring, rather than facilitating the way to make everything easier? How does that make you feel?
Well, I'm sorry for them, because they feel that they are weak. They are afraid, full of fear what to do, how to deal with this ocean of the people, with these people who are filled with dignity and honor, and they want to participate in their leader's funeral, and probably one of the few funerals in the Arab world like this, in this greatness and in this worldwideness. I think this government and others will feel sorry for themselves.
Yes.
And they will repent this moment.
With this numerous number of people gathering to chant slogans, with the
Hezbollah won't go into that, will reorganize itself, will do a lot of things in order to protect the peaceful ambience of the Lebanese everywhere, and will manage with Speaker Berry and others.
Are there more actions that the Lebanese government would have done or can do, and they are not, in your own opinion? Because as you highlighted, they are weakened and they do want to implement
well, I guess they can do.
West.
They can do at least to tell with a great sharp decision that we are going to, by the army, the Lebanese army will fight against the Israelis in order to withdraw from.
But the Lebanese
from
army
South
is not ready,
look,
Dr.
You have
Mohsen.
to put at least on the table all, as the Americans say, all choices, all options on the table. One of these that to have kind of threat, a soft threat, that we are going to fight. We cannot ask peoples of the South not to return to their homes. We cannot ask the resistance not to
Okay, and here going back
there.
to Syed Hashim Nasrullah, because we always have to link the politics with this great leader, and social life with this great leader, humanity with this great leader, the vision and the scenes of people of the resistance returning to the South in less than... After 1 hour of the ceasefire was announced, after 1 hour, we've seen them drove their own cars and just went to the South, neglecting all threats by the Israelis at the borders.
These are the teachings of Syed Hashim Nasrullah. What provoked them? What gave them the power to actually do this? At times, and here we will go to that subject, Israeli settlers in the north up till this moment are refusing to go to these settlements.
But the Israelis are afraid.
So are these the teachings of Syed Hashim, and that's how we can see it?
Absolutely, absolutely. In 2006, when they tried to break Hezbollah and they could not, peoples in the 4 a.m. in the morning, peoples went to the south in order to relive the south, relive resistance, in order to revive all kinds of resistance. Of course, Syed Nasrullah was the great morale for these people, was the teacher, was the master of these people. And I guess, and in the minds of the people in the South, that they are going to struggle in order to re-get their lands and their houses. Also, they demolished all the houses because they are afraid of these people. They won't have done such barbarian acts or demolitions without being afraid and scared of the existence of these people. And still they are afraid. Syed Nasrullah taught us, either you live with a great dignity and honor, or you don't. Or you don't.
And this
or
is
you
the
give
feeling,
up.
this is the feeling that people are feeling today. For sure, sorrow is overwhelming, grief is overwhelming, and the pain is overwhelming. However, there is something about the weather, Dr. Mohsen. There is something about these people, how they are thriving with dignity and honor. Every time you interview one of them, the tears come down their faces. However, pride and honor is what they speak about, and most importantly, they say that we will continue the path. Absolutely. And these teachings will never die.
Absolutely.
These teachings will live within us until the day we leave Earth, and it will help us to actually shape the way we think about people, and the way we think about politics, and the way we think about tyranny, and the way we think about our own family. So in all dimensions of life, these teachings will rest.
Well, we should acknowledge some facts that about the school of Syed Nasrullah and school of Imam Khomeini and Haj Qasim Soleimani, the great martyr.
The Lieutenant General.
They have, the General Soleimani. They have made this access. After Camp David and Oslo, and people thought that things are going slowly under the domination and hegemony of the Israelis and the Americans. This access, this resistance in Lebanon has made an access. prevented the Americans from staying in Iraq, and prevented the terrorists and the Daesh to hegemonize the region, and prevented the Israelis from continuing their great Israel. And continuing what? They have done miracles during these 40 years. It's from 1982. But let's say that from the beginning of the leadership of Syed Nasrullah as a Secretary General, with the cooperation with the Haj Qasim Soleimani and other leaders of Hamas and Jihad Islami, and Yemen as well, we should not forget Yemen has great influence there in the Gulf. And so we are talking about a new age, a new phase, a new way of thinking, a new way of dealing with things. Things are much, much, much better with Syed Nasrullah and with his school now. And we can say about probably abolishing all these great conspiracies against the region from Sykes-Picot to Balfour Declaration. And I guess we are in a new phase. The resistance become in the heart of this world, and nobody can abolish the resistance or put it aside or let people deviate. We have now two paths, the path of Syed Nasrullah and Qasim Soleimani and Syed Hashim Saifuddin, and we have the Israeli and the American path. So the people they have chosen in Lebanon.
But these great leaders are not there anymore.
Yeah.
Does that mean that the scenario that you're highlighting, it will empower the other opponents on the other side here?
Absolutely not. They can't. They can't. Now in Gaza, the resistance is still strong. Hezbollah and the resistance in Lebanon is very strong.
And also the settlers in the north did not return to these settlements.
They don't want to return.
Just the same way that Syed Hassan
Hezbollah
promised.
is still there.
Yes.
In their minds, in their hearts.
But the Israelis
Hezbollah
took 5
finished.
strategic points and gave them comfort. That should give them comfort, because these 5 strategic points overlooks important sites. And wouldn't that
these settlers
calm
finished.
the settlers?
These settlers finished.
They will not return anymore?
Israel is finished. Their thinking of the Israel, that secure their lives and give them the leban and asal, the yogurt and honey.
Yes.
This is from the past. This media and this propagate ideas or categories, they are gone forever.
Yes.
And now the resistance could dictate its projects and its ideas because of this. Well, it's thanks for the soul and the spirit and the intellect and the life of Syed Nasrullah that remade the human being in our region. Really, I would say really. Reshaped, re-engineered our way of thinking and our way of life.
What about the youth, Dr. Mohsen? What about the youth? What about the generation that is to come? Will they still remember Syed Hassan Nasrullah?
Absolutely. Syed Hassan Nasrullah can't be in oblivion. No. Syed Hassan Nasrullah will be always present in his words, in his speeches, in his behavior, in his martyr, his son. Well, Syed Hassan Nasrullah was not and is not for the 32 years that he was a Secretary General. Syed Hassan Nasrullah is eternal.
Yes.
Not only for the here, he is for the hereafter with the Imams and the Prophets. And Syed Hassan Nasrullah has this.
And it's the duty of the people that lived in the era of Syed Hassan Nasrullah to actually witness the great achievements that he made.
It's their own duty to speak about him to their own children, and the children speak to their own children. that's an obligation on our shoulders also, to share with them the beauty of living in the era of a great leader such as Syed Hashim Nasrullah that inspired every one of us.
Syed Hashim Nasrullah is an eternal master, like the prophets, like the imams, like the great leaders in this world. And it's probably sufficient would be for the parents to let their children to listen to one of these speeches of Syed Nasrullah, and that would be not only enough, but it would give them the right medicine for their way of thinking and their way of behaving.
Yes, of course, Syed Hashim Nasrullah stands out as one of the most influential and charismatic leaders in the modern world, and his speeches, particularly during critical moments in Hezbollah's history, reveal the power of his leadership. I wanted to speak about the companions of Syed Hashim and those friends that are around him, and we can see how affected they are by this loss. To what extent were they inspired by Syed Hashim and by his own teachings?
Well, I think every freedom fighter, struggler in Hezbollah, from the Secretary General till the last mujahid, the freedom fighters in the south, would give a lesson for humanity in how to behave.
Okay.
Because people in Lebanon have not or has not seen from this resistance.
Yes.
But the beautiful things.
Okay, unfortunately our time is up. Dr. Mohsen Saleh, President of the International Association of Political Experts, thank you very much for watching. Dear viewers, I remind you at 1 o'clock Lebanese time, Lebanon time, local time, the ceremony or the funeral procession will 7 programs, and we will be right here from Beirut in this live coverage. Stay tuned.
Welcome everyone. If you're just joining us, you are watching Press TV's rolling coverage of the burial ceremony of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, the former Secretary General of Hezbollah, that has been held in Lebanon. And from the early hours of the morning, we've seen crowds of people flocking to Beirut, and days earlier we've seen people from all over the world, journalists, activists, and just freedom-loving people who have come to pay their respect to a man who was not just an idol and an ideal for the Lebanese people, but also for the freedom-loving people of the world. Syed Hashim Nasrullah was martyred while he was defending the people of Gaza, while the world turned away and watched as bodies of Palestinians were being blown into pieces. He stood up, and because of that, he has amassed a very large following of people who love him, and we can see that with the images coming out of Lebanon. And Press TV has been covering that for you since the very early hours of the morning, and we've been seeing scenes of people coming to pay their respect. We've had in the last couple of hours, the representative and the delegate, a high-level delegate from Iran, has arrived in Beirut to pay their respect, and we will be bringing you more as it develops in Lebanon. But let's just go back to our studio where our colleague Roya Purgot-Boke is here with us, and she's been here with us giving us and sharing our opinion and our perspective on the situation in Lebanon. Welcome back, Roya. So let's just go back and translate and try and put perspective for our viewers who might be watching from all over the world. When we say resistance, when people mention resistance, whether it's the resistance in Gaza or the resistance in Lebanon, what does the image we're getting out of Beirut speak about the strength of resistance?
Thank you, Zainab, for having me again. And again, thank you. Welcome back to the viewers. So when we talk about resistance, and specifically what we're seeing right now unfolding in the capital of Lebanon, in Beirut, what we're seeing is an embodiment of that resistance. We see people flocking from all over the world, not just Lebanon, from Iran, from Kuwait, from Iraq, Arab countries, neighboring countries, and even from North America, from Ireland, and so on. These are all people who have spoken up against the genocide in Gaza and who have, watched the Lebanese resistance movement, Hezbollah, fight in defense of Palestinians again, and struck the Israeli regime a day after October the 7th. Immediately right after October the 7th, the Lebanese resistance movement joined the operations, the anti-Israeli operations, and defended the people of Palestine, just as they were defending the people of Palestine for over the past 75 years. This is not a new-found struggle. This anti-colonial struggle has been ongoing for years, and Hezbollah in specific has always been a flag bearer of fighting for Palestinians and for human rights and for humanity. And that is exactly how people who are attending this funeral view this funeral as a funeral for humanity, a funeral for a man who gave up his everything, who sacrificed his entire being, his family, his life, because we know Syed Hashim Nasrullah did not have a normal life. We never really saw him face to face. The Lebanese people had to also give some sort of sacrifice, aside from the lives lost and the Israeli aggression, of course. When we talk about the relationship of the Lebanese people and Syed Hashim Nasrullah, we're talking about a relationship that was limited to the extent that the Lebanese people could only see him through their screens, of course. We know this, and that is a form of sacrifice, the reason he had to be in hiding.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting you, because you just mentioned a very important point, and that is that the Lebanese people,
the thousands or the millions who are there in Lebanon right now, who are giving their last respect to a man that was loved by them, they never really lived with him. But if you speak to anyone on the street right now, they will tell you that they felt as though they lived with Syed Hassan, that they grew up with him. We've had people who told us that they felt as though they've lost a father. Can you explain how such a relationship was developed, even though he never really lived among them?
I think this relationship is in itself a very important message as to what matters in life. And what matters is the school of thought that Syed Hashim Nasrullah was raised upon, and what he taught us, he passed down to us too. And that school of thought is, for the sake of justice, sacrifices need to be made. And you do not need a tangible connection with another person to stand up for them. We saw that embodied over the last year. When the genocide happened in Gaza, people in America did not really live with Palestinians, did they? They did not have that face-to-face interaction or that close interaction for them to stand up for Palestinians, and yet they did. And the people of Canada and all across North America and all across Europe, these people, they may have not even known anything about Palestinians except for their names, for their nationality, having heard about the land of Palestine. And yet you see how they stood up for Palestinians, for Gazans. And that shows that for a person to stand up for truth and for justice, they do not need something tangible, something right before their eyes. And that is exactly how we grew up as Lebanese. We grew up with Syed Hassan on our screens. And that in itself, it speaks of a very strong relationship, if you ask me, because you know how they say faith is in believing in something even though you do not see it? We believed in him and his cause. We did not need to see him in person to understand what this man stood up for and how much he sacrificed for the cause. And we're not talking just about Palestine here. I'm talking about the Lebanese cause. We were occupied by the Israeli regime too for some time, and it was thanks to Hezbollah, thanks to Syed Hashim Nasrullah and other Hezbollah officials and resistance fighters, of course, who liberated our lands and who taught us how to carry on that legacy, the legacy of maintaining land, preserving land, and fighting for for sovereignty, basically.
That's very interesting that you mentioned the fact that Lebanon was occupied by the Israeli regime for almost 2 decades, if not more. Stay with us, Roya. We're going to cross over now to Hudson, where Muhsin Naqvi, a human rights activist, is joining us. Welcome to the program, Mr. Muhsin. Thank you so much for your time. My first question to you is, when you look at the images coming out of Lebanon, and many are calling this historic in every proportion because of the fact that the Arab world in itself has never seen a public funeral like this. When you see images like this coming out, as someone who grew up in the West, how does it touch you when you see thousands, if not millions of people who have gathered in Beirut to honor a man like our colleague was just mentioning, they've never even seen physically in their lives?
Oh yes, first of all, Assalamu alaikum, and my condolences to everyone in Beirut, to the entire leadership of Hezbollah, to Imam Syed
Do we have
Khamenei.
Mr. Muhsin? I can't hear him.
Hello? Hello?
Okay,
Hear me
doesn't
now?
seem as though I can hear Mr. Muhsin. Oh, okay,
Hello?
okay, go ahead. Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead.
First of all, my condolences to Imam Syed Khamenei, the entire leadership of Hezbollah, and the people of Lebanon, Palestine, and the entire Muslim ummah and all of humanity for this great loss, which is the martyrdom of Syed Nasrullah and Syed hashim Saifuddin. Living here in the West, it is unfathomable to witness a funeral of this proportion, primarily because we haven't seen anything like that here in the US or even in the UK, where I've also lived for a few years. And for people living in the West, it's unfathomable for them to understand the importance of someone like Syed Nasrullah, because they have been robbed of such leadership over here. A leadership that is pious, a leadership that is moral, a leadership that is truthful, a leadership that is led by its own people rather than being controlled by the corporations who lobby and elect these so-called leaders. And the past more than 3 decades, we've seen how Syed Nasrullah has sacrificed, how leaders such as Shahid Imad Mughniya have been sacrificed, how Syed Nasrullah's own son, Shahid Hadi Nasrullah, was martyred. And I remember that he said when Shahid Hadi Nasrullah's martyrdom was narrated to him, he said that he feels that there's a sense of proximity and closeness to the people of South Lebanon now, to the people of Hezbollah, because he would feel ashamed that he would go and condole those families who would have had a martyr, and he wouldn't have anything to offer himself. So the martyrdom of Syed Hadi Nasrullah made him proud, and it also, according to his words, connected him closer to the people. So this kind of leadership, where not only are they sacrificing their families, their own children, but they end up being martyrs themselves. Shahid Imad Mughniya's son, Shahid Jihad Mughniya, was martyred. Shahid Syed Nasrullah's son, Shahid Hadi Nasrullah, was martyred. Shahid Imad Mughniya's brother, Shahid Jihad, was martyred. Shahid Imad Mughniya's cousin, who was also leader in Hezbollah, Shahid Badruddin, was also martyred. And as we all know, that Shahid hashim Saifuddin was also Syed Nasrullah's cousin, who was martyred.
Yes.
So
you're mentioning an important point there, and sorry for cutting you off, but I just want to build on that, because you're mentioning the fact that people have given something that is very dear to them, like their family, their lives, and yet they keep going. For someone who might not share the same ideology as Hezbollah, or who might not share the same ideology as a Muslim who understand the importance of martyrdom and striving for justice, how would you explain? You're living in the West yourself. You do know that people find it difficult to conceptualize the things that you're mentioning about people dying and still continuing on that, because we've had people who are against the resistance mention the destruction, the massive destruction that the Israeli regime carried out, whether it's in southern Lebanon or it's in Gaza. And they mentioned the many leaders of the resistance that has been martyred, and thousands of people that have been injured, and the amount of materialistic damage that has been done to Hezbollah. And when people who support the resistance still say that this is victory, how do you explain it to those who don't understand what this type of victory means?
Well, that's exactly what my point was. That after the West hasn't seen a leadership that first calls for justice and equality for all people, one. Secondly, They haven't seen a leadership that has sacrificed themselves. They have seen leaders or so-called leaders send troops to be sacrificed in Vietnam, in Iraq, in Afghanistan for the vested interest of corporations. But to explain this phenomena that is alien to the West, there is discrimination here in the West as well. There's injustice here in the West as well. There's racism. There's police brutality. There is an exploitation of immigrants. There is a lack of healthcare. There is homelessness. There are issues here in the West as well. But there's no leader that can rise up to speak on behalf of everyone. There is no leader. The West can't fathom a moral leadership. They can't understand why would someone come out in the millions for someone like Syed Nasrullah. It is because they don't have anyone like that. They can't fathom a leadership like that. And it's unfortunate. And another aspect to that is that maybe the West being the oppressor since World War I, we've seen how the West has oppressed not only parts of Europe, but also the entire world. So this consistency that the West has shown even today in supporting Israel, there is a spiritual aspect to this as well, where you won't see a leadership like Syed Nasrullah. You have to give sacrifices. You have to have a sense of morality, a sense of purity to have someone like Syed Nasrullah amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
And once you have that leadership, then you will see people come out for someone like that and respect that person the way Syed Nasrullah is being shown that respect that he deserves.
Exactly. Please stay with me. I'm going to cross back again to our colleague who is still in the studio with us, Roya. I want to look at the media aspect of this, because we see in Lebanon, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think Lebanon has ever witnessed this type of scene that we're watching on our screen, of thousands, if not millions of people who have gathered in the capital to honor a man for one single purpose, even as we have, threats that Israel might do something, might attack. And over the past couple of hours, we did hear that the Israeli regime targeted some parts of Lebanon. Why is it that the media, whether it is the Arab media or whether it's the mainstream media, refused to cover this important and historic, scene that we're watching from Beirut?
Exactly as you said, Zainab. The people of Lebanon have never witnessed such a scene. This is truly something astounding and new to us, for one. And another thing, with regard to media, this is the same man the media had vilified for years, calling his movement, the resistance movement of Lebanon, a terrorist organization. This is the same man that the Americans have placed on their terror list, just like the Palestinian resistance, just like important figures in Iran. So it's no surprise we're talking about the mainstream media that's denied that genocide that was happening right before our eyes on our phone screens, right? So we really cannot expect the media to all of a sudden want to report on this, want to cover this, because the fact is, if you ask me, they are more afraid of him now than they were even when he was alive, in my opinion. If they did not fear him, would they have banned the flights coming from Iran? Would they have placed difficulties and obstacles in the paths of the passengers traveling by plane from different countries across the globe? Would they have gone to such extreme measures if they did not fear this man? They fear him, and they understand what a significant message this funeral holds, and this massive funeral, I might add, this large turnout, this attendance of, I would say, millions. I do not believe, my eyes cannot believe this is just a number of thousands right now.
And that's with the fact that the media kept saying that there is weather condition and things are difficult and people should not come out, and we're still watching this kind of scene coming out of Beirut. Stay with me, Roy. I'm going to cross over again to our guest in Muhsin Naqvi, if he's still there. Mr. Muhsin, I ask you to try and explain to our viewers and try and connect the dots, if you can, of how resistance leaders, whether they're Muslims or Christians, have been able to unite people across the globe as it in a cause, in a way to keep pushing for justice and to liberate the occupied lands and to fight against imperialism, whether we're talking about the Lebanese resistance, or some have even mentioned, the resistance we saw in Cuba, or whether it's in Venezuela, or whether we're talking about, the resistance of the people, of Nicaragua, for example. If you can, try and connect the dots for our viewers to see why resistance and resistance leaders continue to inspire people across the world.
Well, whenever you're going to have a leader that will stand up against an oppressor, against a tyrant, you will see that people will flock under the umbrella of that leadership. We saw that during Imam Khomeini's revolution of Iran in 1979. We saw that when Che Guevara and Fidel Castro in Cuba, they were able to assemble the people of Cuba to rise up against that US-backed dictatorship. Why? Because they wanted justice. They wanted sovereignty. They wanted freedom from US imperialism. The global South in general and the entire world is sick and tired of being governed under US imperialism. They want their basic sovereignty. That's what you're seeing in Venezuela right now and other parts of South America and the global South in general. And hence, you see that leaders like Maduro, people are flocking towards people like Maduro. They're flocking towards people who have a narrative, who have a stance that challenges US imperialism. Similarly, Syed Nasrullah.
Yeah.
If I was to say that he was the flag bearer.
Yeah.
Imam Sayyid Khamenei and Syed Nasrullah were and are the flag bearers against US imperialism, against US tyranny.
Yeah.
Who else has been able to assemble an axis of resistance to confront the Zionist regime, to confront US imperialism in West Asia?
Yeah.
We haven't seen this before. These are unprecedented times that we are living in. And yes, the martyrdom of Syed Nasrullah is a huge loss and it saddens everyone. But the legacy of these martyrs, as the Quran says, that these martyrs remain alive.
Exactly.
They will remain alive because of their legacy, because they will continue to inspire more.
Exactly. Okay, stay with me. I'm going to cross over to our correspondent, Mariam Saleh, who is joining us from Beirut. Mariam, welcome to the program. You are there, and just try and describe, if you can, the situation, the crowd, and the feeling of the people as they come to pay their final respect to not just their leader, but also their father figure in Lebanon.
It's very difficult, actually. The people here, they're sad, they're in tears. This is very similar to a commemoration, Ashura procession or the Arba'in procession. So they're looking at Syed Hashim Saifuddin as another imam, very similar to Imam Hussein, especially the way he was martyred, to the extent that he stood up against tyranny, stood up for the sake of humanity. As we've heard, of course, we hear from people who are knowledgeable, from people from all walks of life, people in all the ages, whether from the time of Imam Hussein until our very time, even those who are non-Muslim, they continue to consider him an ally of humanity. Today, we have a new Imam Hussein, and this is what people are saying today here. This is Imam Hussein of this era, and this is what you have from all of them. The love, the adoration that people here have for Imam Hussein is unprecedented. It is different than anything we have seen in the past. We don't even have we never had such a funeral actually inside Lebanon, the extent, the numbers that are still coming in up until this moment, to the extent that we have to come up to here. The signals are jamming because of the crowds, because of the difficulty to get here. Some people could not get close to the area where the procession will begin or where the ceremony will take place. So a lot of them went straight to the area of the shrine. And even then, it seems that these streets are so blocked that people cannot even move. So wherever they're reaching, any point they can reach, they're just standing there waiting to get the final glimpse of Syed Hashim Nasrullah and the procession that will be passing by here. People asking and begging and hoping and praying that the procession will pass facing them or in their on their street where they are standing, trying to get a final glimpse. But they say this is not a farewell. They're saying that this is only one stage of our relationship with our father, Syed Hashim Nasrullah, who is considered, even the elderly are considering him a father figure for them, a figure that they have not seen anyone like. And I heard it earlier from many people of those who are the older generation. They said this is very reminiscent to the burial ceremony and the funeral of Imam Khomeini, a person that is also very much unprecedented, a person that the characteristics are quite unique. This is a very unique figure, someone who won a revolution which is unlike any other. Now you have someone else who is launching a different type of revolution. He transcended not only his sect or his religious faction. Here in Lebanon, he transcended his nationality. He transcended even his Arab nationality, his Arab identity and his Islamic identity to reach the entire world. And this is why today we see people who are freedom seekers from all over the world, whether from Latin America, from Africa, from the Muslim world in general, in addition to Europe and the Americas, and even people coming for hours traveling, people coming from countries like Australia and even South America, which is extremely far away, for over 14 hours to be able to come and take part in this funeral. Coming only for a couple of days, ready to pay the ticket and in order to come and make sure that they voice this love, this adoration that they have for Syed Hashim Nasrullah, when it comes to how we raise the resistance is paramount. I mean, he was someone who was from the early stages, from the early years. He was a teen, actually, when he went to Najaf to study as a cleric. But he also lived the time of Imam Khomeini. He lived the time of this awakening and this struggle of humanity, not only of Islam, but humanity against the arrogant and tyrants of the world of this time. And here we're talking specifically against the U.S., against Israel. He stood up to them to an extent that no one else did. And this is what first we saw, that he paid that price with his life. But I can really... I can vow, I can assure you that all of these people here today, whether they are from the Ivory Coast, or they are from Australia, or they're from Cuba or Venezuela, they are saying that they would have done anything to be able to let him live. And of course, that they consider that if this is the sacrifice that he was willing to make, then this means that the cause that he stood for, that he believed in, is something which is also very significant and to a high level of significance, not only for Muslims and Arabs, but also for humans around the world, and everyone who is seeking freedom, who is seeking liberty, and is seeking really breaking the shackles from the tyranny of the U.S. and its hegemony and its Israeli pawn here in the Middle East.
Mariam, thank you so much for that. I do want to ask, because you are there and you've spoken to some of these people, and like you just mentioned, Syed Hashim is someone who united Lebanon, whether it's the Christians or the Sunnis or the Shias, and he wasn't really a leader of the Shias alone. He was also a father figure for many people. We've seen over the past couple of days the media propaganda, even before he was martyred, after his martyrdom, during the days that people were grieving. We've seen the propaganda that's targeted people and tried to divide them. How has this scenes coming out of Lebanon, how has it united people? How has Syed Hashim been able to bring people together, even though he's no longer physically, among the population there?
To tell you very honestly, maybe as a person who is Lebanese, I understood the popularity that he had within Lebanon. We saw also after the year 2000 how the entire Arab world were not only holding his pictures, but they were also naming their sons after him, and in order to also show their gratitude for Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and really giving the Arab world, the Arabs and the Muslims as well, this hope in liberty and a hope in victory, which they did not have since the declarations, the occupation of Palestine, and the declaration of the Israeli regime. He had that, so therefore he was able to unite the people within that state. And today I really am very much surprised to see that I have friends. Later on, I got to know people who are living in countries like Poland. There were people who did not really live the time of the occupation of Lebanon or at any other time, and they have this affinity towards Syed Hashim Nasrullah and to this figure who was very much not only charismatic, but his speeches were everywhere. They were translated into all languages, and they had that love for him. And the one person I knew, she said she had always planned to put his picture. And she said that, unfortunately, now I have to put his picture as a martyr. I had always wished to put it while he is still alive and when he's ready to come and fight as a person who was non-Lebanese, to even fight with the Lebanese people, because what he stood for was something that very significant, very highly for all of us, was very important for all the people as humans, whether they're European or Muslim or from anywhere they came from, whatever their age was. And so he worked on that unity. And that also began from inside Lebanon. We had always sought to stop any internal fighting and to even try to deter any sort of force that would come in within the political factions to try to stir discord or to self-sedition among the Lebanese. He said it very openly, very clearly to us in his speeches, whether the secret speeches or the behind door, closed door speeches, or even in the open speeches to everyone here. It always said that Hezbollah will work so hard to try to stop any sort of internal fighting. The only time that Hezbollah had to defend Lebanon against those forces that were pro-West, pro-US, pro-Israel was when they actually threatened the people directly, and therefore he had to defend the people. He had to take that order, and even those orders were done with very little loss and very little casualties, because he was only doing it for the sake of preservation, of security, preserving internal civil security, civil peace. That really meant very highly to him. And whatever he really heard from the inside, it was when there were differences and discords among the Lebanese factions, even factions that had nothing to do perhaps with the resistance, or this did not really affect the resistance directly. He always sought to be someone who really filled the gaps and really bridged the relations between all the sections, between all the sects, between all the factions that was in Lebanon, but also even in the Arab and Muslim world. I know for a fact that there were people who came to seek his advice for their internal issues in their countries, whether in their Muslim or Arab country. Now here we're showing you a little bit of some of these images from inside Beirut, and this is a bit far away from the actual procession and funeral that will be, the ceremony that will be taking place. But people have absolutely no place to go anymore because it's extremely crowded. The numbers do not fit anymore. In any of the streets, they cannot even reach the shrine. They cannot even reach the area of the ceremony. Of course, there's around an hour, perhaps, until the ceremony actually begins. We're waiting for a very significant speech for Secretary General Syed Rahim who was expected to give some very significant statements today. It would be a very important speech, and this would be at the peak of course, the post-war situation inside Lebanon. He's expected to make a statement and a warning to the Israelis against their presence on the 5 strategic areas which they continue to occupy until today. And of course, we know from the officials in Lebanon that they have all showed and expressed their dismay and disapproval, and they say they will not allow another occupation of Lebanese territory victory. However, it's important to look at this into context. The fact that the Israelis were forced to leave and not to create a buffer zone, and the fact that you have the Israeli settlers not returning to the north. And let's remember that in one of the few speeches right after the Al-Aqsa flood operation, and the Hezbollah support friend Syed Nasrullah had said very clearly that this is a challenge between me and the Israeli regime, specifically its Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I challenge him that the Israeli settlers will not return to the north of occupied Palestine as long as the Israeli war on Gaza continues. The Israeli war is over. The people of South Lebanon return to the edges, to the border. But the Israeli settlers, the Zionist occupiers, have not returned. And so that in itself shows that even after his demise, even after his martyrdom, his promise is also realized.
Yeah, Miriam, that's a very interesting topic. You just mentioned about the uniting factor, the uniting figure that Syed Hassan was to the Lebanese people and all to the Lebanese faction. Joining us in the studio is our senior correspondent, a senior anchor, Sister Aza Tv, who is joining us, and welcome to the program. Today is a very unique and important day, isn't it?
It really is. It's quite amazing, Zainab. It's hard to find the words, right? When we look at the amazing crowd there, and of course the pain on people's faces when we're just looking. And I think it's important, the international factor, because we've been talking about, of course, what an amazing figure Syed Hassan was, and a father figure for the Lebanese people. But I think it's very, very important that we look at the broader factor, and that's the international side of things and the effect that he had on the resistance without any kind of national borders. And I think that's key when we talk about the resistance. I mean, just the two of us sitting here, for example, examples of the type of effect that the resistance, the axis of resistance has had. You're from Nigeria, I'm from the United States. We have people from all over the world, and symbolic of what we're seeing on the ground today, people coming from all over. So what is it? What was it about him, and what is it about the resistance that has that unbelievable international appeal? Because it's something natural, right? It brings the dignity to individuals, one, and it is natural for people to want to fight against oppression, yes. Right? Yes. To stand up against the oppressors. And I think, that's where a lot of times when I look at coming from the West, that we've lost, if they ever had any type of moral compass, definitely had lost that moral compass. It becomes more and more obvious every day. Just as with the resistance front, the axis of resistance, it becomes, I believe, clearer and clearer every day. It's the classic battle. It sounds very simplistic, between good and evil, between right and wrong, but that's what we're looking at. And we have seen, especially, Zainab, in the last year and a half, how the effect of that resistance, the effect that it has had all over the world. Yes. We saw on October 7th what happened, and on October 8th, who came forward? Yes. Right? Who came forward? And the rest of the time, which countries, which entities came forward in supporting the Palestinian people? So the lines are becoming more and more clear. We see, whether we're talking about Hezbollah, let's talk about Hezbollah a little bit. We're not talking about this major military with an air force, but it has been up against the best equipped, right?
Military in the world.
Yes, especially in this region, right? And basically we're talking about the United States too. It's not just the Zionist regime. Exactly. So they're up against the best in the world and did not stop a second to support their Palestinian brothers and sisters. How honorable is that? When Syed Hassan comes out right after that and said, we are there with you. Yes. We will be with you until the end. Yes. And I think that message is resounding, and that's what we're looking at on the ground today. When we see people who've come from all over and all perspectives. We're not just talking about Muslims or Shias or Sunnis or even Christians. We have many secular people.
Exactly.
But that natural instinct, that appeal of human nature for standing for the oppressed and standing against oppression. That's what has appealed to people. That's what has brought people in.
And just to put a perspective in that, many of the people who have come to Lebanon to pay their last respect, especially we saw those who came from the West, are people who have lived under oppression. For example, we saw the people from Ireland, from Scotland, who knows exactly what it feels like to be, who can relate to what it feels like to be occupied, for your people to be stabbed to death, for the entire world to stand against you. And I guess I'm just building on the point you've just made, that Hezbollah and the resistance speak to people on a very basic level, regardless of religion, because it's about fighting justice and standing against occupation and standing against oppression. So please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You see, because we know the so-called corporate media, mainstream media, always try to portray Hezbollah or Iran as these terrorist entities, right? So we know how they try to control the narratives. Despite them having so much money and trying to control the narrative, we have seen, especially in the last 15, 16 months, the truth coming out, especially for the young people.
Why is that, do you think? Why?
Social media. Social media made the difference this time around, and because people were seeing it for themselves, genocide in real time. Which human being can actually be apathetic in watching newborns being killed, being taken off of necessary medical
life support?
Exactly. So we saw some people that showed apathy, but that says a lot about who they are in general. So for the young people, many of them, I think it was really the first time for many of them that they had gone beyond all the noise and propaganda of mass media, and they saw the raw truth, and it spoke to them. And that's why we have seen individuals in various countries losing their degrees, not being able to graduate, going to jail. Right now we have an analyst who regularly comes on Press TV, Yves Engler, for example, who's been arrested. Or we've seen Richard Medhurst,
Sarah
Charlotte
Wilson.
Cates, so many, right, across the board, because they could not tolerate actually people hearing the truth. They've always, the mainstream media, they've had this control over the media, and they couldn't tolerate actually the truth seeping out.
We've seen many, sorry for interrupting, we've seen many who called those who say that the mainstream media in the West is biased as, people who are just conspiracy theorists, for example.
Right.
However, we've seen over the past 15 months of genocide in Gaza, like you mentioned, how social media broke that barrier and changed that narrative. In your opinion, how irrelevant do you think the mainstream media might be getting as we go ahead? Because we had, I was listening to one of the Israeli pundits on Channel 14 saying that people will forget. And they are still wondering why protests are still going on across the world. Well, the ceasefire is happening. Why are people still out on the streets?
Because that's the tactic that they always use, right? And they can't figure out why it's not working this time. Always, there are so many things that, we say this particular part of the genocide started on October 7th. But of course, it's been going on for decades and decades. So, but what would happen each time, whether we're talking about attacking Gaza or the West Bank, or just a continual oppression, everyday oppression there, maybe something would make the news, maybe someone would get killed, and maybe a little bit would get out. But the next day or by the next week, move on to the next news story. And this is a tactic that they have used. But this time around, you cannot kill, well, at least 50,000 people. I'm sorry, you just cannot kill it and have the world forget it. Because if the world forgets it, then my God, what a world we're living in. They did not count on this. They did not count on this. And let me say that with what Donald Trump has done, one in saying that basically he's going to turn, Gaza into this, Riviera, and this is just this big real estate project. I mean, this really hit people. Like, what are you talking about? They are the owners of that land. You have just giving them sheer hell that you guys are responsible for, and now you're saying that more than 2 million people have to leave their land? You see, everything that has been happening since 1948, if not before, now is being played out in living color, real time for people to see. There's no masking the truth. So for people, when they're seeing this, they can't tolerate it. That's why we're seeing unbelievable numbers, for example, in London, almost weekly.
People coming out.
They cannot tolerate it. Even though they tried to shut down the protests everywhere, and England was a big one in the very beginning, the people were like, no, we're just going to come. So this is a very important time, Zainab, transition, global transition that we're watching in real time.
I want to build on that because you've been a journalist for decades and you've covered issues across the world. It's not just whether it's in the Middle East, and you've lived in America, you're an American, you've seen both sides of the world. When we talk about things that change history, like we read historically, what the Nazis did, for example, the Nazis and the crime they committed, or we read about World War I and World War II, and we always wonder, why didn't people do more? And we always wondered, what would have been my stance, for example, as an African myself, and when I read about slavery and what was done to my people, I wonder, what would I have done if I was in that situation? Right now, we're living it, and it's not just we're living it and we're far away from it. We're watching it on our screen, like you just mentioned. One of the senior UN rapporteurs said that the attack that the Israelis carried out on the Palestinian was not just an attack on the Palestinians and the people in Gaza, but an attack on the people of the world, because many people now have been exposed to trauma that they don't know how to heal from. How do you think the people of this generation must respond to the atrocities that we're witnessing, so that we are not ashamed in the future when the future generation asks us, what did you do?
Right. Well, I think a lot of people would definitely be ashamed, because whatever we did, at least 50,000 people have lost their lives. And as we speak right now, the Israeli regime has bombed southern Lebanon this morning. They're continuing with their raids on the West Bank. They're also still starving the people of Gaza, right? So what has to be done? Well, let me just start with the trauma part, Zainab, because yes, I have been in journalism for a long time. And I think that, to be honest, this last 12 months or 15 months has been the hardest time in my life that I have been a journalist, and watching these horrible crimes play itself out in real time. And it was a very emotional time. On the one hand, you just really want to sit down and scream and yell and cry. But on the other hand, you're in front of the camera. You have to do your job. So talking about trauma, it has been major for people watching this. But let's talk about the trauma of the Palestinian people and what they're going through. Because you know what? When any little thing happens, I don't want to say little, but a particular crime, for example, in the U.S. happens, and maybe someone sees, a major robbery even, or, well, they have a lot of school shootings over there, as you know. So it's major, like, okay, so we have to get the psychologists in. We need to actually try to deal with this and try to help the kids get through this trauma. What about the kids in Gaza? How do they overcome this trauma? How do you, as a kid, and you have watched your mother, your father, your sister and brother killed in front of you, how do they ever overcome that trauma? You know, Zainab, a friend of mine, Wafa Al-Adani, who is a journalist in Gaza and who I was in contact with constantly during this genocide, and she kept telling me, well, Marcia, just when this is over, I have so much to tell you. You cannot believe what we're seeing. But she didn't make it. She was killed in her home, targeted killing, and two of her kids, along with her husband. How do her other two kids, how do they get over that, Zainab?
How do they move on? Please stay with me, Marcia. We're going to cross over to our guest who is still with us, Mohsin Naqvi. Thank you so much for being with us. You've been listening to our conversation with Marcia Hashmi, who has been sharing her insight on this issue. And I want to look at the aspects that she did mention about the trauma that kids in Gaza are living through, and not just the people, the kids in Gaza, but also the people of the world, the free people people of the world who have watched on their phones, on their TV screens, horrors that are unspeakable, and yet find many governments in the world justify it, support it, and now there is, an attack, a targeted attack on activists who have been calling for, not just the liberation of Palestine, but for justice to be done on the perpetrators of the crimes in Gaza.
Yes, so it's if we consider the effect that the martyrdom of these 50,000 innocent souls have had on the West, I think I wouldn't be exaggerating in saying that it has really changed the very mindset that people here, at least people of conscience here in the West, have perceived life. I've seen individuals literally dedicate every minute and every second of their lives to somehow advocate for life, for a ceasefire in Palestine, who advocated for peace in Palestine, and not all, but many of them showing their unequivocal support to the axis of resistance. And it is these martyrdoms and these operations and this coverage that the axis of resistance has done via social media, through which they were unprecedentedly closely connected with the way the axis of resistance was operating. I mean, there is a clear understanding amongst people here in the West that there's a difference between a guerrilla warrior, a guerrilla militant organization, and an actual army, because they live in the belly of the beast. They see the kind of technology, the kind of trainings, the kinds of importance and significance the military has over here. And when you look at Hezbollah, when you look at Hamas, when you look at Islamic Jihad, in Islamic Jihad and Hamas, you saw that there were warriors and soldiers who were flip-flops coming out of their tunnels and confronting the Zionist enemy. Yeah. They were seeing that. And hence, because of these atrocities, because of the bloodshed of the innocent men, women, and children in Palestine, we have seen that there's a growing support towards the resistance, a growing support towards the entire axis of resistance, to the extent that during True Promise 1, during True Promise 2, we saw here in the West Jews and Christians and atheists and agnostics supporting the actions of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We saw that when Syed Nasrullah, when there were these battles that took place between Hezbollah and with the Zionist enemy, we saw how people supported them because they were taking the attention away from Gaza. Yeah. And when Syed Nasrullah got martyred, I saw tears in the eyes of those who just learned about him.
Yeah.
So there's this. Go ahead, sorry.
No, sorry, I'm sorry to cut you off, but stay with me. I'm going to cross over to our correspondent, Mariam Saleh, who is with us from Beirut. Mariam, if you're still there, you can hear me. I know you've been covering this, when the war started in Gaza, the genocide started in Gaza, and when it was also meted against, Lebanon, and the Israelis unleashed, their hell on Lebanese. For many people, they wonder. Many who are there right now have lost their fathers, they've lost their sons, they've lost their husbands, and yet they've come to grieve and say their last goodbye to Syed Hassan. And so people, it's not just a grief for Syed Hassan, it's a communal grief, isn't it? Like everyone in Lebanon right now is finally able to grieve.
Exactly, Zainab. Actually, we were delaying this grief. It seemed as if we did not have time. We did not have time to stop and cry and grieve and really feel that loss. We kept, a lot of us, I think we had in our mind that idea that we were always feeling that he is there, he's still alive. And we actually do feel his presence. Of course, for those who are faithful, those who are believers, they believe that martyrs are actually alive and not dead, as God Almighty has said in His holy book, in
in the Quran saying that those who leave us, especially as martyrs, especially when they die for a just cause, and in order to seek a closeness and be closer to God Almighty, they are well alive. Do not call them dead. This is what Quran tells us. This is for the believers, even those who are not believers. They believe in the significance of martyrs. But here, when you look at the people here, I did not see, I think, very few people who did not actually have a martyr within their family. I saw the mothers of martyrs, the wives, the children, the sons, the daughters of martyrs who were lost in this battle, especially this battle for the sake of Al-Quds. And for them, of course, this is a very high price to pay. These are loved ones. These are people that they love. They are not people who do not have a heart, let's say. They are who have a harshness in there, or a heart, and they do not have sympathy, or they do not have love for their love is greater than anything in the world for their loved ones, but still they see the sacrifice is perhaps worth this extent. It is worth it. It is worth it that our sons die in this line because of their faith that they have. But they also say that they are also not grieving for their sons. We had a lot of mothers waiting until the full liberation of South Lebanon, until they were able to actually go and pick up the remains of their children. One woman was picking them up with her own hands. She did not wait for authorities or the Lebanese army or the ambulances or the paramedics to come and help her find the remains of her son. His friends told her where he was supposed to be. She looked, and she was the one who picked them up and put them in the bag. And we also saw fathers who did the same, because they say they have pride and joy in their sons, and to that extent. And today, of course, they transcend this. And all of this, she said, Hasan Nasrullah, but they say that if we were asked if we can make this sacrifice again, we would. And we would also say that we would give even more sacrifices in order to keep Syed Hasan Nasrullah alive. Of course, this is an issue that not lead to weakening their faith, of course not. But grief is one issue. And faith in the fact that the martyrdom of Syed Hasan Nasrullah is something which is really outstanding. It is not an issue to be taken lightly. And I think what we're looking at today, even the Israeli strikes in South Lebanon, in the Bekaa, very high number of strikes in areas that are even very far from the south of the Litani River. The people here are really not caring much about that news. This is not something that has saddened them, or they care about now. This is the time for them to grieve. They have waited for this moment to really see. And some of them are saying that he's not dead. He's there. He is inside of each one of us. He's in our hearts. He's in our minds. He's in our souls. He is in the minds of our children. And we see him transcended, and we see his reflection in the next generation. He will be the father of not only this generation, but also the next generation as well, because it's really difficult to understand, although a child perhaps might not be able to understand the profoundness of this loss, even the significance of a figure like Syed Hasan Nasrullah, but they have been educated as a result of this war. Like you see the children in Gaza, they say they're ready to make the sacrifice again, and their children will probably have hope for the future, because this does not negate any sort of hope for the future or building a future. This for them is actually building a future which is free, a future which is free of the tyranny of the United States and Israel, which has sought to really destroy this area and really strip it of everything that it loves, of all its identity. And today the people here, this grows inside their minds to really raise their children to become the next generation of fighters, not only when it comes to the issue of resistance and armed resistance. They are saying now the next fight is going to be the fight, the war of minds, and we're going to be focusing on that. They're really encouraging their sons, their daughters, their children to go more and seek knowledge, because that is what really would help them be victorious over their enemy, which want them to become ignorant only and not to have these points of strength. And Syed Nasrullah had always said this to all the new generation. Whenever he met the students, the university students, they always stressed the significance of education, the significance of knowledge, Sayyid Ali Khamenei has also stressed on this note and how significant it is to really build his resistance. And with Syed Hassan Nasrullah, the resistance is no longer separate in Lebanon, it's separate in Palestine. Now it is a united front.
Yeah.
No matter how much the Israelis try to cut this off, it will always be united. And now they are united in blood.
Yeah, Madam, and just before I let you go, I wanna ask, because we do know that the Iranian delegation, a high-level Iranian delegation, is in Beirut right now. I want to know if you have any more information about what other high-level delegation we have and from which countries.
Well, including the delegation which you mentioned from the Islamic Republic of Iran, we have Mr. Arakji, who is the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran. He has actually reached the area of the ceremony. We also have the Speaker of the Parliament, Muhammad Bakr Ghalibaf, Speaker of the Iranian Parliament. He will be there also on a high level of delegation from the Iranian Parliament, some 40 members of the Parliament. We also have the representative of Imam Khamenei, who has come also to take part in this. We also have the families of the martyr President Raisi and Abdullahian and former Foreign Minister Amir Abdullahian. Their families have also come. The family of General Qasim Soleimani has also come to take part in this delegation. We also have delegations, of course, from across the world, not only in the Arab world. We saw the delegations coming in from Turkey, from Tunis, from Morocco. And these are, of course, the Arab and Muslim countries. But we also have countries from Africa, for example. We have the grandson of Nelson Mandela coming to take part. The offspring of the Che Guevara also coming to be part of this glorious and historic event. This is in addition to the other delegations coming from the United States of America. You have a large delegation of Jewish rabbis. They are anti-Israeli, actually, anti-Zionist Jewish rabbis, with other Jews also coming to Lebanon to take part in this historic event. And so we're looking at from sea to sea, actually, people, representatives coming to show and honor Syed Hassan Nasrullah.
Yeah, and Sheikh Zakzaki is also in Lebanon. He has come with a group of delegates from the Nigerian to represent Africa. And so we do have an international commemoration and an international coalition of people who have come to bid their farewell to Syed Hassan. I wanna go back to our studio now, but before I do that, if you're just joining us, this is Press TV's live coverage of the funeral of Syed Hassan Nasrullah, the former Secretary General of Hezbollah, and the scenes you're watching are thousands and hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who have gathered in and around the Beirut stadium, the main stadium in Beirut. And these are people, like our correspondent was just mentioning, who have come from at least 75 countries from all over West Asia, the Arab world, the Islamic world, from Africa, from Europe, people who have come to bid their farewell to a man who just does not stand as a symbol of resistance for the people in Lebanon, or for Muslims alone, is a symbol of resistance and unity against oppression, against occupation, against colonialism, for people all around the world. So you were mentioning when we were speaking, you were talking about your friend, your journalist friend, in Gaza, who was martyred with 2 of her kids and her husband, and now she still have offsprings who have been left orphaned. I want you to build on that, and I also want to understand, in your opinion, what do you think is a unifying factor for indigenous people to their land? Why are indigenous people so attached to wherever geographically, why are they attached to a geography? And the reason I ask that question is because there are people who believe that if a land has been purchased, it's yours. And however else you get a land, it's yours, regardless of the history or the political context behind it. If you buy a land, it's your land.
Yeah, well, let's start from there, because actually there were a lot of people who misunderstood the whole situation with the Palestinians and the regime, and speaking that, oh, they went in and they bought the land. They usurped the land. And let's start from there. They usurped the land. There was a very, very small percentage of those individuals back in 47 who actually bought some land. The interesting part about all of this, Zainab, is that the Palestinian people who are so giving and so loving, many of them opened their arms to try to help these individuals after being so oppressed in Europe. This is a European problem in general. It always has been. They opened their arms, opened their homes to try to help them get set up temporarily. And many of them were thrown out of their own homes, thrown out of their own land. Yes, it's very natural when you are from a place, your roots, your grandparents, great-grandparents, the land that means a lot to you. Yes, you're going to stand up against those who steal your land.
It becomes a sort of identity. That's what your identity.
It's very much a very big part of that identity. And of course, as an African American, saying that, we want to talk about how we were stolen from our land and they cut off that identity. You know, the colonialists, the imperialists have a history of doing this, of taking the indigenous people's lands and calling it themselves after killing the indigenous people, taking their resources. It continues until today. I mean, what are we listening to? When we listen to, for example, Trump talking about it's a real estate project for him. Or even, we can say even Ukraine right now, it's a natural resource project for them. This is the history of colonialism. The history of imperialism is actually to take whatever they can from indigenous people because they feel that they are privileged, that they are better, that the world owes them. And we see this during the whole 15 months, the last 15, 16 months, it has been more pronounced than ever. We listen to the Zionist mantra of basically, they are the victims. It's absolutely amazing. This whole self-victimization. Why? Because they feel that they're better than everyone else. Well, we heard one of the Israeli ministers calling Palestinians animals and so many other names, and they really feel this way, right? But see, this has been taking place now for decades, especially if we go back from 1947 on. And you know, Zainab, I'm old enough that I can remember a lot of things, especially when dealing with what has happened in the region, not just in Palestine, but also in Lebanon. I remember what happened with Sabra and Shatila in 1982 and how the Israelis and the Phalangists went in there and killed the people. And you see, all of this is the roots of what created Hezbollah, right? A reaction to this oppression, just like Hamas is a reaction to the oppression, right? These were not, it's not what came first, the chicken or the egg. No, the oppression came first. The oppressors came in and usurped their rights that made the people stand up and create the resistance. And that same place, Sabra and Shatila, which is in Lebanon, Syed Hassan and Hezbollah brought dignity back to the Lebanese people. They threw out the Zionist regime. They and defeated them in 2006, brought this level of respect to that nation like they have never had before. And we're seeing images right now, Zainab, just a little of that people have come from all over the world to pay their respects and to say that they are part of this movement too.
Yes. And I want to build on that because you mentioned that the resistance was born out of a response because of the occupation and the oppression that they face. And so when we talk about the resistance, whether it's in Yemen, we do know that the Yemenis suffered almost, if not more, of the same thing that we saw in Gaza for almost 8 years. They are still being blockaded. Or we're talking about the Iraqis who lived under decades of American occupation and terrorism and Al-Qaeda and then Daesh. Or we're talking about the people in Lebanon who lived under 2 decades of Israeli occupation and terrorism in Lebanon. Or we're talking about the Iranians who've been sanctioned for, decades now and who went through almost a world war for another 8 years. So what you're saying is that resistance was born out of necessity. It's a reaction, and not really an action. It was reacting to something.
Indeed, indeed. But let me just say here, because of course there's another factor also. Some of these people that you've talked about, these groups that you talked about, they go back to something a lot further, and that's the school of Imam Hussein. And so when you go back to the school of Imam Hussein and you're talking about the lessons learned from Karbala almost 1400 years ago, and that it is better to sacrifice your life, to give your life, than to allow your oppressor to oppress you. With that mentality, the resistance has gone forward. That, okay, you may be able to kill some of us, but it doesn't matter, because we're going to fight for the truth. We're not going to allow you to oppress us. And we see, if we go back to the story of Karbala, that 1400 years now later, that we know that it is Imam Hussein who actually won, that his name is very much alive. Well, it's the same thing with resistance. We saw this past year, a very, very difficult year for all of us, to watch many of our resistant leaders and fighters being martyred. Of course, lucky them, good for them, but very difficult for us to see this. But the reality is that gives life to the movement. And this is what we're seeing right now. These people, the Lebanese people, they too were under unbelievable bombardment and oppression. And as we've said already, that the regime is still bombing, even today in South Lebanon. But you see the crowds that come out, the people come out. And who's to say that the Israeli regime would not attack right now, right? Because they have no red lines. But it doesn't matter. You see, people are not afraid. They're going to stand up for the truth. That's the power of the resistance, and that's why the resistance can never really be defeated.
Exactly. That's very important, and we just need to remind our viewers, if you're just joining us, you're watching live image coming out of Beirut,
where thousands of people and hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions of people, have gathered, and they are marking. They've come to pay their respects, their final respect to Syed Hashim Nasrullah, who is the Secretary General of Hezbollah.
Let me just jump in here, Zayn. Sorry to interrupt you, because what they were just showing, the images earlier that we saw on our screens, were actually from the shrine of Imam Reza, representatives of the shrine of Imam Reza, and presenting this commemorative flag to the people in Lebanon, to Hezbollah. And of course, very significant, and showing that solidarity between all of us. It's not about nationality, ethnicity, colors of skin. It's about that one goal, and of course, standing up against oppression. And of course, prior to that, we've seen various delegations come in from Iran, from various places around the world. As you said, also that Sheikh Zakzaki from Nigeria. Kilometers walking to get there, showing that they are still willing to sacrifice. These are people, many of them, who've lost their kids, some of their grandkids, their homes, their lives have been turned upside down.
And let's not forget how cold it was in Lebanon yesterday, with rain and snow pelting, and we still saw people coming. Just hold on to that thought. I'm going to ask a question from our guest who has been patient in waiting. Thank you so much, Muhsin Naqvi. My final question to you, and it's not really a question, really, it's just as a human rights activist, as a human being who has witnessed, one of the most traumatic events of our lives in Gaza, and then finally the goodbyes of people to
Syed Hashim and also to their family. What do you have to say? What emotion is going through your mind? And if you can just explain that to our viewers, like, what does it mean for people to finally say goodbye to a unique character like Syed Hashim?
Well, you know, when Sayyid Nasrullah's martyrdom was, when we found out about it, naturally it was very tough for all of us to hear, but Gaza was still being bombed. There was an active war happening on the northern border. And so, naturally, the resistance also chose to commemorate his martyrdom after the war ends. And so, it does heal a lot of wounds that remained unhealed. And so, to be able to be a part of this funeral, even so virtually, is truly an honor. And we don't have anything but tears to offer Sayyid Nasrullah. The only thing that we can offer is to continue his legacy in terms of the values, the morals, and the teachings that he has given the entire world. And he said simply, one of his most famous sayings that resonate to the entire world is that you may kill us wherever you find us, kill the Shias, but the Shias of Ali ibn Abi Talib will never abandon Palestine, and they will not abandon Palestine. This is the legacy of Sayyid Nasrullah, and no matter where we are in the world, we will always uphold those words of Shaheed Sayyid Nasrullah.
Thank you so much for that. That is Muhsin Naqvi, a human rights activist, joining us from Houston, Texas. Thank you so much for your time, your patience, and for contributing your thought with us on this very unique and important day. Viewers, if you're just joining us, you're watching live images on your screen coming out of Lebanon, where thousands, hundreds of thousands of people have gathered to pay their final goodbyes to Syed Hasan Nasrullah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, who has who people are here to say their goodbyes to a man that stood with Palestine when the world was majorly silent. Our viewers might remember that after the Al-Aqsa Storm operation, a reaction by the Palestinian resistance against the Israeli occupation, the very first people to rush to the aid of the Palestinians, indeed and not in words, is Hezbollah under the leadership of the martyr Syed Hasan Nasrullah, and now we see people from all over the world who have gathered to pay their final goodbye and homage to him. According to statistics that we have, there are people who came from Iraq. 140,000 people came from Iraq. 120 or so came from Iran, despite the fact that there is no direct flight between Iran and Beirut right now. There are 20,000 came from Yemen, and others came from all over the world. Accumulatively, around 400,000 people have come from different parts of the world to participate in this historic day and to pay their final goodbye to a man who was not just a political figure, a religious figure, but also a fatherly figure for hundreds and millions of people around the world. We've had a correspondent, Mariam Saleh, who has been sharing with us the perspective from where she is standing, from the people she has spoken to, from the organizations and the people who have come, and the things that people are saying. And as you can see, the ceremony has truly begun. We saw a Quranic recitation, and then it was followed by some eulogy and some poetry that is being recited, and it's still being recited right now, and we can see the streets are packed. And after the program in the stadium is finished, and the people will follow the bodies of the two martyrs, Syed Hasan and also Sheikh Saifuddin, and they will follow that to where Syed Hasan will be laid to rest, and also Syed Saifuddin also will be laid to rest at a different location. So once again, viewers, if you're just joining us, these are live images coming to you live from Lebanon, live from Beirut. Our correspondent Mariam Saleh is still with us, so we're gonna continue with Mariam. Mariam, again, we're speaking to Marzieh, and she was just talking about the the relationship of people and how they are so attached to their land, and what that land signifies, and how that land is also linked to their identity. And as a Lebanese yourself, you know this very much. You know people personally who have been martyred defending that land, and you've spoken to mothers who tell you that despite the fact that my son is no longer with me and I'm here picking the pieces of his bones, I am still glad and I feel honored that he sacrificed so I can still be on this land. What does it mean, this identity to the land, this connection that indigenous people feel to their land? And just to ground that, there was a very popular statement from Syed Hassan, may Allah have mercy upon him, where he said that every single inch of the southern Lebanon land has been flowered with the blood of the martyrs. What does this mean in essence?
Of course, this is a type of relationship that the West and the occupiers, the aggressors, will not understand because they continue to try to remove the people from their land, and they should learn by now that this is something that is impossible. They have tried, of course, to uproot a lot of the trees, the olive trees, but the people here are like the olive trees, very, very deeply rooted to the extent that it is very difficult to uproot them. And even Hezbollah, as an armed resistance, began as a grassroots movement because it was a time which was considered the Israeli era, where we saw even former presidents in Lebanon who wanted to make certain accords with the Israeli regime, even if they had already occupied parts of his country. Of course, we also had a time when you had some Arab regimes like Egypt, like Jordan, going for more accords, putting their hands in the hands of the killers, the Israelis, that had built this so-called artificial temporary state on the blood and the bones of the children, the Palestinian children. And this is something that Hezbollah was not ready to concede. If these Arabs said that they could probably give away Palestine, it was not theirs to give, nor was Lebanon. And this is why we saw this change in Lebanon. It really had a time when Lebanon was, of course, the Israelis themselves had thought that it would be the easiest Arab country to be taken, directly occupied, and even brought to its knees in order to be forced to go for accords. But of course, Lebanon showed, and I think the images that we see today will prove for the Israelis that the resistance has not been weakened. It is actually getting stronger. Instead of having only maybe support from Lebanon, the Lebanese people, some Arab and Muslim states, now it has support of the world. Those who have come to express this solidarity, to express this love that they have for a figure who probably, they don't even understand his language, but they learned from him. They read his script, they read his speeches, they understood. And of course here, we had the privilege here on Press TV to be able to interpret every single word and every single speech of his, which was of course paramount. Each and every one of his speeches was something that you can learn from, was something that really showed the world and taught and educated the world about resistance and about the significance of the people and their relationship with their land. You told me, of course, I'm not only Lebanese, I am also from South Lebanon, and not only from any place in South Lebanon. I am from a village which is at the border with occupied Palestine, and up until today, there are certain parts in this village which I cannot reach because the Israelis continue to threaten my people every time they come near the border area. But still, we have people who have come, we have went and seen the rubble, we've stood over the rubble, we've raised our banners, whether the national flag or the banner of the resistance, to stress to the entire world that even if our and destroyed, even if our families are killed, we will continue to be on this path of resistance. Syed Hashim Saifuddin had said, in addition to the fact that when we are martyred, we are also victorious, he had also previously said that if we are all martyred, if they kill each and every one of us, we will continue to be on this same path, and we will never forsake the resistance. That was the will and testimony of Sayyid Abbas Musawi, former Secretary General, who was also killed by the Israelis Israelis, he also took the words of Imam Khomeini, telling the Israelis, as Imam Khomeini had told the tyrants of the world, that the more you kill my people, the more they are awakened, the more they realize, and the more we are more firm and determined to continue on this same path. And this is what you're looking at here today. When you see a mother coming to say that this sacrifice that I made for my son is a very little sacrifice, but I would do anything to bring back Syed Hashim Nasrullah, that type of relationship that you have to a leader, this love, it is not in a relationship of fear. Even that type of type of relationship that was there with some historic figures is still different when it comes to how you're looking at Syed Hashim Nasrullah. So even for those who are from outside of Lebanon, so especially the people of South Lebanon, they understand this even more now. And like we said previously, and everyone has clearly seen, that for these people, he was not just a political leader or even a resistance leader, someone they looked up to, someone they respected. No, he was more than that.
Yeah.
He was their father. And of course, we're just minutes away from the beginning of the actual ceremony.
Yeah. And
we
that's
can hear
what I
the
wanted to
recitation
ask
of
you.
the Quran at this moment.
Yeah.
And
sorry, Mariam, and that's what I wanted to ask you, like, what is the program going to be like? And after we have the ceremony in the stadium, I know there's going to be a procession where people have to follow the coffins of the martyrs and to where Syed Hassan will be laid to rest, and also Sheikh Saifuddin would also be taken to another location. Just give us a lay down of what the plan is and what the program is and what is happening right now where you are.
well, we know that the official ceremony for the funeral of Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Syed hashim Saifuddin has begun. And here we're looking at a funeral procession for two Secretary Generals, because as you know, as we have learned, that right after the martyrdom of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, Syed hashim Saifuddin was directly appointed. Of course, he was chosen by the council, the higher council in Hezbollah, as Secretary General. And so therefore, today he will be laid to rest as Secretary General as well. We have recitation of the Quran. We have poets coming from the Arab and Muslim world who will be also reciting some of their poems to give as eulogies for the sake of Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Syed hashim Saifuddin, after which we will have a speech for Hezbollah Secretary General Sheikh Naim Qasim. And this speech is expected to be a very significant speech, especially with the latest round of Israeli strikes and Israeli aggressions on South Lebanon, in addition to the continuous violation of the ceasefire and the fact that they have violated the agreement for the withdrawal. They have kept occupying parts of Lebanon. So that in itself will be significant. After the speech, we will see, of course, prayers on the martyrs, Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Syed hashim Saifuddin. And after that, the procession will begin. It is expected to pass where we are standing right now, but it's not clear how they will pass from the people. But the people are very much eager to see, to get a glimpse, to be able to really bid Syed Hassan farewell, although they are saying this is not a farewell. This is actually the initiation of a new stage where he will also continue to be our leader, but this time in a different way or a different manner. And it will continue to the area of the Holy Shrine, which has already been prepared for Syed Hashim Nasrullah. Of course, Syed hashim Saifuddin will be kept in a certain area, or there will be a procession which will go unofficially towards the south of Lebanon, but he will not be laid to rest until tomorrow. Tomorrow there will be also another popular ceremony for those people, especially who could not actually make it today. There are elderly people, for example, in his town and in the surrounding, who have said that they vowed to go and attend the ceremony of Syed hashim Saifuddin to make up for their absence here today. But we can see that even today, I saw people in wheelchairs, I saw elderly who could barely see and they could barely walk, but still they decided to come here. And this is why this is very much reminiscent and very reminds you of the Arba'in ceremonies and the ceremonies of Ashura, where you have people so lovingly coming to go commemorate the memory of Imam Hussein, although they probably did not live his time. But to see that extent of love for Syed Hassan, this means that this is a figure that will be remembered for ages, and this is a figure that will actually be visited in his shrine here in Lebanon. And I am very proud to say that I think for the first time we have a holy shrine which will be sought by visitors from all over the world, more than any other shrine. We have shrines of Israeli prophets, we have shrines of some of the holy people, those who were the good people who were considered very close to God Almighty. Their shrines are visited by the people, but this is going to be something different. I think this is a shrine that every single person all over the world who holds the flame of freedom will actually come and see. And even those who do not see it today, I think they will be also seeing it later. Today, of course, we are waiting to hear the words of the poets, to see the extent that the words that we've heard before. Also from leaders, for example, of Yemen. We have Yemeni poets coming here specifically to recite their poems, and they are considered one of the people in the Arab world that are very much loving of poetry, and they're very good poetry writers. And so we have these were something that we're going to perhaps be able to express some of the love for Syed Hashim Nasrullah, but some people cannot express it except through tears, through mourning. Now, of course, we can hear the national anthem, the Lebanese national anthem. We also have the anthem or the chant of Hezbollah's resistance, and after which we will begin, of course, with the official ceremony. I think we're expecting. There is also some rumors that there might be another speech for the head of the parliament, the speaker of the parliament, Lebanese parliament, Nabi Berri, who is attending in person today. This is still not confirmed, but of course the most significant speech will be today for Sheikh Naim Qasim. Of course, we've seen that there are high-level delegations and presidents and former presidents, especially Emil Lahoud. Emil Lahoud, who is a former president in Lebanon, he was there at the time of the liberation of 2000. And he was a president who was considered unique and very much different from other presidents. He was someone who broke the protocol for the very first time when he was visited by Hezbollah Secretary General Syed Hashim Saifuddin then in 2000. Usually the president does not go outside of the presidential palace to actually greet and meet his visitors. The visitors go inside. But the only person that he was actually eager to meet, and he was willing to break all these protocols that even his companions or those around him made sure that he would not break. He did not even listen and heed to their calls, because when it came to meeting Hezbollah Secretary General, he said that this is an honor for him and not an honor for Syed Hashim Nasrullah to meet him. And of course, he gave Syed Hashim Nasrullah the highest valor.
Sorry, Mariam, I'm going to have to cut you off. We're going to go live now to Beirut, Beirut, where we're having a speech.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Raheem. قال الله عز وجل ولله العزة ولرسوله وللمؤمنين ولكن المنافقين لا يعلمون صدق الله العلي العظيم المجاهد الكبير وزعيم المقاومة
the chief of the resistance, Syed Hashim Nasrullah, God bless his soul, has reached dignity, and his body is buried in the land of jihad. But his teachings and the path he walked upon will stay and increase day after day and more. So the enemy should know that the resistance against oppression and injustice will remain and will never stop until reaching the objective
until achieving the declared goal, God willing. Regarding the blessed name, face of His Eminence Syed hashim Saifuddin, may God have mercy on his soul. He is also a shining star in this region, and he was a pure supporter, an inseparable part of the resistance's leadership. And
سلام الله وسلام عباده الصالحين على هذين المجاهدين الشامخين وعلى سائر المجاهدين الشجعان الذين ارتغوا
fighters and on all the resistance courageous fighters who were martyred recently, and all the martyrs of Islam. And
to them I say, my beloved children, the Lebanese heroic youth, may peace be upon you all.
Syed Ali al-Husseini al-Khamenei, the 22nd of Sha'ban, 1446, on the 21st of February 2025.
إلى روح سيد شهداء الأمة السيد الشهيد حسن
To the soul of the Sayyid of the Martyrs of the Ummah, the Martyr Hasan Nasrullah, and the Hashimi Sayyid, the Martyr Syed hashim Saifuddin. We stand, read together the holy verse of Al-Fatiha.
هل هلال الوداع هل هلال الوداع.
The time to say goodbye has come. The time to bid farewell has come.
جاء موسم العبرات تنحدر من مقلتي نارا تسعر آها.
This is some poetry now being recited.
ميقات الحزن المؤجل صار الوجع في ضلوع الضلوع. اسمحوا لنا أن نبكي دون أن نخبئ الدموع دون أن نستر العين بالكف.
The speaker saying, allow us to weep without hiding.
طال انتظار الجسد المعفر بأوجاع الجموع.
We have waited long for the body.
يرفع القبضات والهامات والرايات. رتلوا الآيات أكثروا الصلوات. لملموا الآهات اسكبوا العبرات. ستعبر الأجساد من هنا. سيمر أحبتنا من هنا. ألقوا آخر نظرة على الراحلين. شموا عبق العابرين إلى عالم يليق بالشهداء والصديقين.
أيها الكرام، يا أشرف الناس وأطهر الناس وأكرم الناس، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أيها الإخوة والأخوات، أنتم اليوم تدهشون العالم من جديد وتثبتون بحق أنكم شعب عظيم وأنكم شعب أبي وأنكم شعب وفي وأنكم شعب شجاع. السلام على شهدائكم وعلى عوائل شهدائكم. السلام على جرحاكم وجراح جرحاكم النازفة. السلام على أسراكم. السلام على دمائكم. السلام على دموعكم. السلام على أيتامكم. السلام على أراملكم. السلام على بيوتكم المهدمة. السلام على أرزاقكم المحروقة. السلام على أرواحكم وإرادتكم الصلبة التي هي أصلب من جبال لبنان.
من شهادة الستين، ما أجملها وما أنقاها وما أحلاها في ركاب أمير المؤمنين عليه السلام. فزتها بالكعبة وهذا هو الفوز العظيم.
يا سيدنا جئنا إليك فمد يديك واروي لنا يوم الفجيعة كيف ارتويت،
كيف ارتقيت، وبالشهداء كيف التقيت. يا سيدنا هذه القدس تناديك وغزة تحييك، تلوح لك من أقصى الأقصى بأنك لن تنسى، وأن حبك لن يقصى، وأنك الحاضر في سيف القدس وطوفان الأحرار وذخائر العائدين مع الفاتحين.
You're looking at these live images, viewers, coming out of Beirut. There as the bodies of two secretary generals of the Lebanese resistance, Hezbollah, you're looking at being carried into this venue. Of course, the bodies of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, that of course we know that the way that he was targeted by the Israeli regime, we're talking about 85 tons of explosives. For people just to take that in, what we're talking about for an individual and the way that they did this. And then we have the Secretary General who was named after the martyrdom of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, Syed hashim Saifuddin, whose body is also being carried. This is quite an emotional time that you can see for people all over the world, to be honest, especially those, though, who are there and watching their beloved ones come in. And they don't have to be Lebanese to have that feeling. They're from all over the world, as you can see, and tossing flowers and scarves of whatever they can, and basically just wanting something to touch these bodies or the coffins, these leaders of resistance who gave their all, for the liberation of the oppressed, the liberation of the oppressed in Lebanon, the liberation of the oppressed in Syria, the liberation of the oppressed in Palestine and so many other places. They gave their all, and you can see from these live images coming across your screen now, just the outpouring of love, respect, and also pain. that
so much. The people respond as the bodies of the martyrs were brought amongst them, and we're hearing
some of the speeches, some of the famous speeches the people used to hear him say, and them responding as if they're seeing him and watching them cry.
Lebanon, almost 45% of them are still under 30 or 35. So these are people who literally grew up listening to Syed Hassan. Their political ideology, their religious ideology, their national identity was shaped by words from Syed Hassan, was shaped by the decision made by Hezbollah, was shaped by the resistance of Hezbollah against Israeli occupation, against Israeli tyranny, and the fact that these are people now bidding their farewell to someone that they grew up with. A part of them, we've heard many people who came on and also online who have said that they feel as though a part of them died when he was martyred, and now they're burying another part of them
today, and it is so unique in the Arab world. I don't think I've ever seen this other than in Iran, of course, during the when Imam Khomeini, attained martyrdom, and also after the martyrdom of Soleimani. Yeah, we haven't seen this kind of scene, and isn't it funny that each time we see scenes like this, it's always related to the resistance, it's always related to those who've given their life for the people. How can you buy this kind of image? How can you buy this kind of love, this kind of devotion of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people coming, gathering at a place that might be targeted to bid their farewell to someone many of them have never seen physically other than on their TV screens?
And many of them they're there with experiencing such hardship. We know the attempts to prevent people, especially from outside the country, and reaching there. Even those who came from within the country, because of the crowds. And of course, we're still dealing with areas that have been destroyed and trying to make it back to Beirut and make it here. They've gone through such hardship because of that love. Zainab, I remember, we'll never forget, of course, the day that his martyrdom was announced, and I was here in the studio, and I announced it along with Maryam Saleh, and Maryam immediately said,
"We've lost our father. We have lost our father today." And as you said, that so many Lebanese have grown up with Syed Hassan, grown up listening to his words. And I think one other thing that Maryam said earlier, we have been very privileged here at Press TV to have regularly covered the many speeches of Syed Hassan and to bring those speeches live to our audience.
Especially to the English audience speaking people.
Right, because they didn't have access to the live images of Syed Hassan speeches, and now they're watching these live images coming out of Beirut this afternoon as people have gathered, many people. I saw one statistic that was saying 1 million people. We'll have to wait for the final count.
Exactly.
But whatever it is, we know that so many people have gathered to say their goodbyes to Syed Hassan and to also pledge, Zainab, I think this is really important, that they will continue his way.
And one very unique and interesting thing is that for the resistant, there is a certain belief in martyrdom and the powers of the martyr, and the fact that they believe that the martyr is even more powerful than when he is alive. And look at this scene, that it tells you that story. It's not just wishful thinking on the part of people that the resistance will be victorious, because we do know that the strength of the resistance comes from the people. And when we see this scene that we're looking at, that is speaking both about grief and also about renewing allegiance, because the theme of the martyrdom of Syed Hassan is Inna al-Adi, which literally signifies to we are on the part of our oath, and that the oath that we've taken, we will continue to keep it. And people are here not just to bid farewell, but to renew that hope.
Exactly. And as we a little bit earlier, we heard someone reading a message from Ayatollah Khamenei, and you can see at the bottom of the screen there saying resistance against tyranny, occupation, hegemony, unending. It will continue. Again, so many of the resistance leaders in the past have said, you can kill us, our way will continue. And of course, Imam Khomeini he was the one that's saying, you just kill us, but we will continue. You know, you cannot stop the resistance. And these people looking at this today, they will never forget this day. They will never forget Hasan Nasrullah, and they for sure will teach their kids to follow that same way. Because without the resistance, there would be no Lebanon in the Lebanon that we see of today. It's what is happening right now in Syria and how it's being torn apart because of that. And that would be the same thing, that without the resistance, that would be the same thing for Lebanon.
Yeah.
Without resistance, it would be the same thing for Yemen.
Yes.
And this is very important and integral, that the resistance is very much alive.
Yes. And as well, again, if you're just joining us, you're looking at live images coming out of Beirut. Today, Sunday, is the day that has been selected for the burial ceremony of Syed Hassan Nasrullah and Syed hashim Saifuddin, both of who were Secretary Generals of Hezbollah, who were martyred during the recent Israeli aggression against Lebanon. These are people who gave their life to support Gaza and to support Palestine when the entire world stood by and watched as Israel dropped hundreds of thousands of bombs to obliterate innocent Palestinians in Gaza and decimate every ounce of life that remained for the Palestinians, and they died defending the rights of other people, and thousands and hundreds of thousands of people have come from all over the world to pay their final goodbyes to these two unique individual. And if you're paying attention to some of the images coming from your screen, you can see that there are, especially from the women's side, you see people without hijab, signifying that these are some Christian Lebanese who have come to participate. And that is what many of our colleague in Lebanon and also some of our analysts have pointed to, that Syed Hassan Nasrullah was a uniting factor in Lebanon, and for many people who are more familiar with the Lebanese political landscape, it tends to tilt, on sectarian inclination sometimes. However, Syed Hassan Nasrullah is and remains a uniting factor for all of Lebanon, and he spoke extensively about the sovereignty of Lebanon, about the dignity of Lebanon, about never allowing the Israeli occupation to occupy even an inch of Lebanon. And he remained, even though he has been martyred all throughout his life, he was a thorn on the side of Israel and the Israeli greater Israel agenda. Many people would glue to the screen. It seems as though the reason we're watching people react was because, and I am guessing this, and I could be wrong, it seems as though an Israeli jet just flew over that scene and broke the barrier, and that's why people are reacting and shouting death to Israel. We're going to cross over to a studio. We're joined by our colleague Nahid Puriza, who is here with us. Thank you so much for your patience and for joining us. You're watching these images now coming out of Lebanon and seeing how people are bidding farewell to Syed Hassan and also to Sheikh Saifuddin. What is going through your mind, and what do you have to say about this image coming out of Lebanon right now?
أتخوفوننا بالموت؟ نحن أتباع ذلك النبي، ذلك الإمام الذي قال إن لا نرى الموت إلا الموت لإسرائيل. لبيك يا نصر الله.
بعد أن نستشهد، بعد أن نقتل، هناك من يجب أن يحمل صوت دمائنا إلى الأمة، إلى هذا الجيل، إلى كل الأجيال، إلى يوم القيامة. هناك من يجب أن يعبر.
What we are witnessing here is actually the power that people in Lebanon are showing to the world that we are here. We are here to stay. We lost our leader, Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and we are here to show respect to him and to his values and to his revolutionary principles. We are not talking about a normal moment. These people, as also Zainab mentioned,
know that the enemy, the Zionist regime, has no fear, has no
humanity to actually consider and think about, okay, I shouldn't attack these people. Every single second of this gathering is telling us the courage that Muslims are showing to the world that we don't fear nothing. We lost our leader, we respect him, we continue the trajectory that Hezbollah started since 1982, only three years after the Islamic Revolution. What I'm seeing here, Zainab, you asked, I'm seeing power, I'm seeing, as Iran's leader Ayatollah Khamenei said it very well, that the occupation, the hegemony, the resistance against this Zionism and the occupation in Palestine, the resistance stays here. It's unending. And it's not unending because we only have Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and when we lose him, it's gonna be finished. It's unending because that's the Islamic politics. That's what we have been talking about and we have been acting on since 1979 Islamic Revolution, when Imam Khomeini articulated what's the value of this revolution, what does Islam mean,
how does resistance fit in this conception, and what we are seeing here is that
from every edge of the globe, it's not only Lebanese showing their respect to the leader. It's from everywhere. I was watching everyone in Indonesia is mourning the loss of the leader. We loved Syed Hashim Nasrullah, of course, because that's about resistance against the ugliest. It's about resistance against the oppression that is funded hugely. It is about the war between poor and rich, poor in humanity and rich in spirituality. This is the war. This is Hamas. We see captives kissing the forehead of the soldier of Hamas resistance movement, and it has a lot to explain to the globe. We already know. We already know. We are from Iran. We are privileged to be from Iran, from the resistance. But those people don't understand. And what our leaders, Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and our commanders, such Sinwar, are teaching the world that this is us. Look at us. This is the humanity that we are teaching you. The pure humanity the values that you are so privileged to have us in this era, to teach you how to live, how to fight, how to be committed to your values, even under the genocidal war, even when your children are being slaughtered, 17,000, they are being slaughtered, and we are still being that generous and kind to you, that when you are leaving us, that's the message you are sending to your regime.
Exactly, and as you're mentioning there, we have to also remember that the Lebanese people lived through occupation under the Israeli regime, and some of their lands now are also being targeted for
occupation, and yet we see them come out in these large numbers to bid farewell to a man, who many of them have never seen, and it's so humbling to see these things coming out of Lebanon, really, especially if you put into context the amount of political pressure that the resistance was placed under immediately after the assassination and the martyrdom of Syed Hassan, and also the media propaganda that not just the resistance itself, but also those who support it have been placed under over the last couple of weeks, and now we're watching this live scenes coming out of Lebanon. I want to cross over back to our senior correspondent here joining us at the news desk. So we are looking at these images, and we have concluded and accepted that these are historic scenes that we are watching on our but I want to ask, where are the lenses of the Western media? I mean, news is news, right? Generally, that is what we are told, and you're not supposed to take any side. You're supposed to be neutral. You're supposed to just tell the truth and let the viewers make their own decision. I've checked through many of the mainstream media. I've checked your website. There's hardly any mention of what we're witnessing on our screen.
Yeah, well, how can they mention it? Because, the mantra that they use really throughout the resistance is that these are entities that basically force themselves on the people, and they don't have support. I mean, whether we're talking about Hezbollah, whether we're talking about the Islamic Republic of Iran, whether we're talking about Ansarullah and Yemen, we continually hear this. And Zainab, it's nothing new. I mean, again, I go back in time and think about, for example, during the time of Imam Khomeini, and throughout the 10 years that he was the leader of the Islamic Revolution, we continually heard propaganda from the Western outlets that this man had no support, and basically it was a tyrannical regime and just controlling people, forcing themselves. And then the largest funeral in history, largest funeral history that I happened to be privy to actually be a part of that year. Unbelievable crowds. And it's interesting because at the same time, they try to downplay. How do you downplay like the largest funeral in history, but at the same time something happened in China, Tiananmen Square, and then they try to make that the main story so they could ignore this story. We have seen that time and time again. We know when Lieutenant General Qasem Soleimani became a martyr, and we saw the crowds in Iraq, and we saw the crowds in Iran, and they tried to downplay it. We know, Zainab, that every year, I talked earlier about, of course, the school of thought of Imam Hussein, the grandson of Prophet Muhammad, 1400 years ago, of course, who became a martyr. And we know that we have these every year for the 40th days after his martyrdom, Arba'in, and we know that millions and millions of people, it's the largest annual gathering in the world, and yet we see the unbelievable censorship in the so-called media outlets. It's not even a media outlet, it's total propaganda outlets, when you cannot report what is happening because you feel it's not in your favor. And what are we talking about? We're talking about peaceful gatherings. We're talking about people here, for example, showing their love for the leader, but it goes against everything that they have been saying and continually say, that the resistance has no support,
that the resistance continue to force themselves on people. And we've seen they try to divide very much the resistance, the people from their leaders. We saw during the peak of the genocide in Gaza, we saw reports coming out that, for example, Ismail Haniyeh is living well and he's left you guys alone. And of course, then we saw his children, his grandkids, and so many of his family become shaheed. We heard what they were saying about Senwar, and then of course the reality was that at least 3 days he hadn't eaten. Same thing that they say about all the leaders of the resistance, but they don't understand. True leaders of the resistance are there with their people. They are the leaders. They believe in what they're saying.
And just sorry to cut you off, I just want to add to the point you're making about how the leaders are always with your people. Syed Hashim was assassinated in Dahir, in the heart of Dahir, with the people. He could have escaped if he wanted to. He could have left, but he was with the people, experiencing the same thing they're experiencing.
Because
and ultimately he was.
Are our true leaders. The West, of course, they cannot understand it, and their supporters. I mean, we saw, for example, Netanyahu, when the Iranian missiles were raining down, and even they showed images of him running, whereas our leaders, we saw in the middle, even after the martyrdom of Syed Hashim Nasrullah and also Syed Saifuddin, we know that the leader of the Islamic revolution here in Iran, as a matter of fact, called for Friday prayer that he would lead. He was threatened. They were saying that he was hiding, that he was afraid that he would be targeted next. And I was again privileged to be at that Friday prayer, which was also unbelievable. And he was right there, standing in the open, outside, and talking. These are the leaders of the resistance, Zainab.
And I want to go back to our colleague Nohe, always still with us in the studio. When she we're just discussing about how powerful the resistance leaders are, and how they are so people oriented, and that is why people love them regardless of whether they they are Muslims or they are Christians, or they see them regularly or they don't see them regularly. There's a special connection between the leaders of the resistance, of Hamas, of Islamic Jihad, of the popular mobilization in Iraq, of the RIGC. The people have a very special relation with this individual, as if they know them on a personal level. How significant is that? And to put that into perspective, we have seen in Lebanon right now, activists from Ireland, from Latin America, from Africa, who are not Muslims at all, but they accept and are, they're attracted to the type of resistance and the special relationship that people have with these resistance leaders who have been martyred.
Absolutely. I think that's very significant, and I would say that it's a mobilization of people against the media empire. Because we were talking about how censorship is playing a very important role to not talk about this very phenomena that we are witnessing now. And people are doing what they should do. I'm pretty sure here we have people from Jordan, we have people from Egypt, we have people from all around the region. And these people are saying what it has to be said. These people are not going to be like, okay, if our governors are not going to support the cause of Palestine and the liberation of land, we are going to also sit and say nothing. No, these people are from all around the region. We can see the Iraqi flags, and there are different flags that I'm just seeing here. What the message is very obvious. The message is we are not going to be deceived by the message you are trying to give us and feed us for years and years about Iran, about axis of resistance, about Hezbollah, and as Martyr was mentioning, the
misleading campaign that they always run for our leaders, that Haniya is there, Haniya is in Qatar enjoying his fancy food, or Sinwar is there. No, they're not. They are in the heart of the battle, and that's why people know them. Because they are so close to them, because that's the pure way of governance, that you don't distance yourself from your people. This is the democracy that West Asia is telling others, is proposing to others, that maybe you also need to do this. If you are seeking liberation, if you are seeking for pure human rights, and if you think actually democracy and respecting people's rights, and as I have to say, the democratic way of governing people, maybe that is the way. We have been oppressed for years and years in the global media, the empire media, that our countries are being governed by dictatorship, are being governed by in a way that people don't have a say. But how come you cannot see the contradiction between these claims and the reality that we are seeing right now? How come people cannot know the reality about their leaders, about Sinwar, about Syed Hashim Nasrullah, about Iran's leader, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei? The prayer that we had in Jum'ah Nasr, it was very magnificent, because of course the enemy wouldn't dare to attack Iran, but still there was a fear, especially because now we are facing anti-regime, what do they say, regime changers,
that they are heavily funded by the enemy. So to feed people that, oh, there is a very high chance of the enemy to attack the gathering, and to scare people not to go.
Regardless, despite all this propaganda, people attended. And it was beautiful to see how courageous Iranians are to support, to show respect to Syed Hashim Nasrullah, to say we are here to continue the way you started, and it's not going to be ended.
Yes. I wanna go back to the fact that what happens next. Yes, damages were done to Hezbollah. Materialistically, many of their leaders were assassinated. People weren't able to grieve. Now, finally, they're able to grieve. What do you think is gonna happen next? What are we looking at now? This new phase of confrontation between the Israeli regime, that we know they are plotting and planning. They're never quiet, obviously. What's going to happen now in Lebanon? What shape do you think the resistance holistically is in, especially with scenes that we're watching right now on our TV?
Well, I think, Zainab, it's obvious, as we've been saying throughout today, that the resistance is very much alive. You don't stop the resistance by killing or martyring some of their leaders. That blood of the martyrs just brings it more to life. As we saw in Gaza, that even from the American military sources, that they're saying that the Palestinian resistance have actually grown during this time, which is obvious. When you continue the oppression, you continue the reason for people to have to resist. And very much so with the Lebanese people, especially the Southerners, and they will continue to resist. I think that we're seeing, Zainab, it's a transition because of course, losing a great leader like Syed Hassan, but the leaders of Hezbollah have been great, like Syed Musavi. And so we know that the movement very much will continue.
So losing your leader is not new for them. So this is also not new, is what you're trying to say.
It's not even not new, it's almost expected throughout the resistance, right? Throughout the resistance, everyone knows that any time our leaders can be...
Okay, I think Syed Qasim is speaking now, so we might have to go live to...
Assalamu alaikum
the prophets and the good doers until the end of days. May peace be upon you all. The gathering, may peace be upon you. You who are gathered on this great occasion, the funeral procession of the Sayyid of the Martyrs of the Ummah, Syed Hashim Nasrullah, may God have mercy on his soul, and Syed hashim Saifuddin, may God have mercy. May peace be upon you, you, the delegations from all over the world. May peace be upon you, the Lebanese people, from all religious sects and confessions and political parties and factions. May peace
on the representative of the Lebanese President, General Joseph Aoun, the big brother, Barry. Indeed, genuinely, and also greetings to the representative of the Lebanese Prime Minister, Mr. Nawaf Salam, Dr. Muhammad Haidar. Honorable people, I address you in the name of my brother and my beloved, my idol, Syed Hashim Nasrullah. May peace be upon you, you the most honorable people. May peace be upon you, the most loyal of people. May peace be upon you, the most dignified of people, who raised our heads high, and let the seven skies and the world hear that you continue and you are with Nasrullah. May peace be upon you all. There are believers who committed to their pledge to God. There are some who have gone away and some who await. We bid farewell today to a historic extradition. We bid farewell today to a national Arab Islamic leader who represents of the free people of the world. We bid farewell today to our Sayyid, to our beloved, the beloved of the beloved of the people, the beloved of the poor and the oppressed, the beloved of those who suffer on this earth, the beloved of millions. We bid farewell to the Sayyid of the Martyrs of the Ummah, Syed Hashim Nasrullah. May God have mercy on his soul. Who started his path ever since he was a child. He was born in 1960. And he went to the holy city of Najaf to study in the Hawza. Blessed and was overseen by Sayyid Muhammad Baqir al-Sadr. May God have mercy on his soul. When he was 16 years old, under the auspices of his Abbas al-Musawi, may God have mercy on his soul, he stayed for 2 years. Then he came to Baalbek because of the circumstances that existed in Iraq in 1978 with his teacher Sayyid Abbas, and there in the Hawza, and he was under the banner of the Imam, absent Imam, may God return him with his 2 comrades, and he was active at all levels, social, cultural, until Hezbollah was established. From the start, he was a main figure in this party, until he then took up the position of the head of the Executive Council
in the first in 1989. After that, he took up the post of Secretary General after the Martyrdom in 1992 on the 19th of February. And he continued in this position until the day of his martyrdom, September year 2024. This beloved Sayyid led the resistance to the ummah, and he led the ummah to the resistance. So we stopped differentiating between resistance and ummah. They are all the same heart with him, fighting, listening, trying to take in a way which he advises and in a way which he does. This great man committed to Islam. Muhammad was completely absorbed in Islam and Muhammad and the Wilayah. He was honest, sincere, generous, humble, courageous, wise, strategic. He is the beloved of the resistance fighters. He trusted people, believed in people. And the people loved him. He is the leader of the minds and the hearts, always. He set his sight and Al-Quds, and he is the one who greatly contributed in reviving this issue. He insisted on staying in the command center of the resistance to follow via this center with the Mujahideen, and he was martyred. Lines. I miss you, my Sayyid, and all those who love you missed you. However, you continue to exist with your teachings, with your approach, with your resistance, and with your path and your jihad. You are alive within us. And don't say about those who are killed in the cause of God, don't say they are dead, but rather alive. However you don't feel it, we will continue to pledge. We will walk on this path. We will preserve your will and the will of Sayyid Abbas and Syed Hashim. You were the one who said on the 18th of February, after the martyrdom of Syed Abbas, may God have mercy on his soul, 2 days after that, you said, we shall continue even if we were all killed, even if our homes were destroyed over our heads. We will not abandon the choice of resistance.
My Sayyid, you who loved and in being loyal to Imam Khamenei, may God preserve him, he said to us, Hezbollah in Lebanon,
a leader who has rarely been seen in history. However, the blessings of his jihad over the course of tens of years are not at all. Here, at this ceremony, I want to pledge my allegiance to this path. Your supporters, your people, want to pledge allegiance to this path. I thought, should we say that we swear, or is it enough to declare our pledge? And it turned out that if we declare our pledge, if we declare that we'll continue on this path, we can achieve what we want. I will mention to you an expression repeated 3 times with fists raised. We continue on the path, Nasrullah. We continue on the path, Nasrullah. We have the procession of the Secretary General Syed Hashim Saifuddin. May God have mercy. He was pure, a beloved, and he was a comrade. We miss you, Sayyid, as a banner for our march. However, you remain within us with your approach, with what you gave. He the establishment in 1982. He was born in 1962. However, in that year, he went to the holy city of Qom, religious studies, and he used to visit from time to time Lebanon and participate with the Mujahideen until he took up the in 1991. Then he became a member of the Shura in 1994 and the head of the Executive Council until he was martyred as the Secretary General 6 days after taking up this as a successor for his beloved Syed Hashim Nasrullah. May God have mercy on their souls. He focused on the cultural institutions, and he was active in all fields which serve the people. He was there with the Mujahideen in meeting their requests and in the preparations, and he was also at the side of the Secretary General Syed Hashim Nasrullah. May God have mercy on his soul during their journey. We miss you, Sayyid. We miss our Secretary General Syed Hassan. May God have mercy on his soul. And here, and in order to explain, I must mention some of the brothers, the officials who were martyred in both places where Syed Hassan was. Those who were martyred where His Eminence Syed Hashim Nasrullah was, the Sayyid of the youth of the Ummah, the Sayyid of the Haj Abbas, General, Brigadier General Abbas Mifroshan, who was a Brigadier General in the Revolutionary. Blood was mixed with the blood of the martyrs of resistance on the path to Palestine. Haj Abul Fadl, Ali Abdul Man'am Karaki, Haj Abu Hassan Ali Naif Ayyub, Haj Amin, Abdul Amir Muhammad Siblini, Haj Nabil, Ibrahim Hussein Jazili, Haj Amir Tawfiq Deeb, Dr. Gharib, Hassan Muhammad Amir Salman, Haj Hassan, Muhammad Habib Khairuddin. Those who were martyred with Syed Hashim, may God have mercy on his soul, the officials who were there, Haj Murtada, Hussein Ali Hazimi, Haj Adil, Ali Muhammad Bahsoon, Brother Mahir, Mahmoud Muhammad Shaheen. I extend my condolences and congratulations to the families of the martyrs, of the two great men and all of the martyrs on the path to Al-Quds and all of the martyrs of the resistance. My congratulations to the beloved, those who belong, those who look at Palestine as their compass. This journey is the martyrs. This journey is strength and life, and do not consider those killed in the cause of God as dead, but rather alive with their God. And here I must salute the wounded, those who are martyrs while they are still alive, and those held in. We say to them, we won't leave you with the Zionists, and you must be released, and we will take all the measures and the appropriate pressures for this to happen. Now you, the great masses, I know His Eminence, the Sayyid, is in your hearts and in your minds, and all the millions who are gathered all throughout the world,
this and who wish to be here at your side. This great gathering which has reigned, I think it has never been witnessed in Lebanon in history. This expresses the loyalty. You are the people who give. You are the people who will continue. On this day, we'll talk about 4 points. First of all, what did we confront? We confronted battle of support, supporting Gaza. This is part of our belief in liberating Palestine. And the Israelis planned to wage 4 days after, on the 11th of October. Even if they didn't wage this war
later on, the intention of waging a war on Lebanon at a certain day, because they cannot tolerate this great resistance. We confronted, and behind them, the great tyrant, the greater tyrant, the Americans, who mobilized all their capabilities for the sake of confronting Gaza, Palestine, Lebanon, and Yemen, and Iraq, and Iran, meaning the axis which came around to support Gaza and Palestine. The magnitude of criminality was unprecedented. The whole goal was to end the resistance in Gaza and Lebanon. However, the scale, the magnitude of sacrifice was also consistent with the circumstances. At the same time, the steadfastness and the continuation was unprecedented. This is a big... We regrouped, we reorganized. The heroic resistance fighters stood firm on the borders. 75,000 Israeli soldiers were not able to advance against the resistance. We heard their cries, their voices, when they say security incident has taken place in the north. This was because of the steadfastness and the sacrifices of the resistance fighters. Our men, our youth, our sacrificed. And the women, children, everyone sacrificed. You, the people of resistance of this land, the rain which gives life, and the people of Hussein in raises of Zainab, which shakes the tyrants and the oppressors. You are a people who cannot be defeated. We will be together. We will pledge allegiance together. We commit to the path, Nasrullah. The people of the resistance, the Lebanese people, stood side by side, set an example. Thank God, these masses reflect the national unity and the national Islamic unity and the human unity in support of Palestine and righteousness. Number two, where are we now? We agreed with the request of the enemy regarding a ceasefire, because the resistance and Lebanon has no interest in the continuation of the disproportionate and damage being inflicted without a political horizon or a horizon on the ground, meaning that's it. Everything which would happen would mean killing without any advance on the ground, without any political progress. An element of strength is to agree to a ceasefire at this approach. And were it not for that, had it continued for 1 or 2 months, the results would not have been different. We now are in a new stage. This new stage differs its tools, its methods,
and how to deal with this new stage. The main step which we took was for the state to take up its responsibility after the enemy from invading or achieving its goals, meaning we achieved the first part. The second part is the responsibility of the state. We not, and Israel will not commit. We were patient to give the chance for an Israeli withdrawal according to their agreement, and we did not violate in order not to be on the same position, the same level of the enemy. Today, after the end of the agreement regarding the Israeli, we are no longer witnessing Israeli violations. We are now witnessing occupation and an aggression. Whether it be 5 points, it's occupation and a form of aggression. The bombardment inside Lebanon, whatever be the justifications, this Israel cannot continue with its occupation and with its aggression. That the resistance is present and it's strong in numbers and in capabilities and in its supporters, and we believe victory is inevitable, a complete victory. It might be late because the minority is confronting. Had everyone joined the battle, the situation would have been different. Awaken, you who are asleep. The resistance gave you a unique experience and to set a great example in standing against the Israeli entity and achieving steadfastness.
In any case, the holy verse, it reveals what God says. Israel and America, they inflict excessive injustice. He Almighty says, we made them perish after they inflicted injustice, and their time will come. What about the future of a resistance? Many people are confused about us. Sometimes they say and analyze, that's it, the resistance. My dear friend, the resistance had not come to an end. The resistance is continuing with its presence and with its readiness. The resistance is righteousness. No one can take away this belief, and no one can take away from us this right. How? And we are the that resistance is belief and a duty. It's not only a right. Resistance is the life of the free people. Resistance is written in blood and does not need ink on paper. And it proves via sacrifice. Those against it will not prevent it. And it eradicates the occupiers even at a later time and does not fear the tyrants of the world. The future of the free people overcoming those other voices. The resistance is belief, which is and a passion and dignity that defeats anyone, and the victory is immortal in the hearts of the fighters. The resistance will continue against your will, whether you like it or not. This resistance in different ways according to the necessary times, in a way which is consistent with the current period. This doesn't mean resistance doesn't mean that every day we're going to open fire. No. Based on our decision, we open fire when we deem appropriate. We exercise restraint when we deem appropriate. However, the resistance is there. It exists. We don't accept for America, the tyrant, to control our country in Lebanon. To Israel, it said, let's put an end to the situation as long as you can't make any advances at all, and God willing, politically, influence the domestic situation in Lebanon, and we can gain for you via politics what you weren't able to get via war. No way. You won't get political to get via war. And you, the Americans, be aware, if we are silent now, and if you are taking steps freely in a very bad way and trying on the officials and on Lebanon, you won't succeed in achieving your goals, because the officials in Lebanon know the power, they know the rights of the people, they know that these different factions, they are represented, or so I advise you, stop these conspiracies. Do not interpret our wisdom, focus on priorities as weakness. The journey is long, and we are up for it. We will not bow down. We will not accept for us to be continued occupied whilst we stand and watch, and no one can expect from us to be exposed and to hand we have so that the enemy can control us. You know, we are the people who reject to be humiliated. You, the people of sovereignty, you, sovereignty, awaken. What did you do with the opportunity for the agreement? What is it you're doing now? We're not hearing one word. We're not hearing from you one word against America. What kind of sovereignty with this ongoing occupation and with this American? I swear, if all the tyrants of the world come together to kill us or to humiliate us, we will confront them and martyrdom. Weren't you amazed, those who are looking at us, weren't you amazed? From beneath the rubble, we came out, we rose in the battle of the strong, and we retook the initiative, and we forced Israel.
Request a ceasefire? Weren't you shocked by the images of the people going to the south with their naked chests and challenge or defying the Israeli tanks and liberating parts of the territories? Weren't you surprised of the consensus with the election of a president of the republic and defeating those who call for exclusion? We and the Amal movement in building the country, to lead the country. Weren't you confused how we cooperated to facilitate the birth of the government to our people? We are the people of the children of Imam Khamenei and of Imam Khomeini. We are the children of Imam Musa Sadr. We are the children of and Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Syed hashim Saifuddin. We are the children of Haq Ke Sath and Hajj. All of these people, it goes back in the end to Muhammad and Ali, and it's preparing the banner, the flag for Imam al-Mahdi. May he appear.
What firm stances? Number 4, our principles. Now we're in a new stage. What are they? We said that we continue, we commit to the pledge. What does this say? Rest assured, the leaders are there, the resistance fighters are there, and the resistance, the female resistance fighters are there, the children resistance fighters, and the people from all the different religious sects are there. The ummah is here. First, resistance is our choice. It's our choice stemming from faith and politics. As long as the occupation is there and its danger is here, we exercise our right to how we assess the interest and according to the situation, and we will monitor the efforts of the state to expel the occupation. We'll see based on the results, and we will later on discuss how Lebanon can benefit from its strength when we discuss the defense. Palestine is righteousness. It's our compass.
We support its liberation, and we will confront Trump's along with all of the active factions in the region. The large numbers of martyrs in Wood, 160,000 martyrs. These people, they are the real price in order for dignity to continue, and march raising the flag to continue with our pledge. Number 3, we'll continue to build the strong and just state. We will contribute based on equality between the people in duties and under the threshold of the Taif agreement according to 3 main pillars. Number 1, and retrieving the captives. Number 2, reconstruction and repairing and the infrastructure as a main. We stand with it. Number 3, adopting the project for the economic and social and justice reforms as soon as possible. Number 4, we insist on everyone participating in building the state, and we also insist and civil peace. And I say to you, for us, Lebanon is the final nation for all of its people, and we are. And here, I'll focus on an important point. We are in an alliance with the Amal movement. This alliance, it was established with blood, sacrifice, and giving, and resistance and confrontation. Don't think about on these ties. We are one, the same stance, the same decisions, and we are one of the same in politics, and to be together, God willing, for the dignity of ourselves and Lebanon and the Ummah, God willing. We believe in the role of the army, the big sovereignty and security. And for those hotheads, I say to them, in Lebanon, there's no such thing as a winner and loser. The results are all linked to Israel. So let's compete for the good of the country and for the good of the people. That's better for us all. I thank the Lebanese people. I thank all of the delegations which came from within the country and from abroad. I thank Imam Khagor, observe him for his great gesture, for his speech, and for the delegation he sent to this honorable gathering, to this blessed gathering. I thank everyone without any. Can't name, but indeed they are all close to our hearts. You're all honorable and dignified people with this great turnout. Syed Hassan, with God, with the Safi, and with the prophets and the Ummah and the Martyrs, and God willing, they will go down in history, one of the days of God. This is one of the days of Hussein, the 2 grandchildren of Hussein, and may peace be upon you all.
So viewers, you were just listening to a speech by Sheikh Naim Qasim, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, and I'm just going to give a some pointers and some of the things he mentioned. He said that Hezbollah will follow the path of Syed Hassan and Syed Saifuddin, and he said that Syed Hassan became the Secretary General at a very critical time during the time that Israel was still occupying some parts of Lebanon, and he brought up Hezbollah and gave Hezbollah the honor that Hezbollah has today, and that the honor and dignity that the Lebanese people and the Lebanese land now enjoys came from the many sacrifices of many fathers and sons and mothers that were martyred on the path of giving honor and dignity to Lebanon. He mentioned that the strength of the resistance has only come and only grown from the support that it received from the honorable people of Lebanon who continue to follow the path of Imam Hussein alayhi salam. He said that the main enemy of the U.S. hegemonic plan in this region is the axis of resistance from Yemen to Iraq to Lebanon, and from every axis that identified itself as the axis of resistance. He said that during the war, 75,000 Israeli soldiers could not advance because of the steadfast of the resistance fighters who stood against the Israeli aggression. He said that the resistance, Hezbollah, accepted the ceasefire in honor of the Lebanese state because Hezbollah will always put the honor of the Lebanese state and the unity of Lebanon above its own interest. He said that Hezbollah has continued to restrain itself despite the many repeated Israeli violation. He, however, said that this restraint should not be seen as weakness. He said that it is not news that the U.S. and Israel are capable of carrying out repeated and multiple aggression that will target and that is painful for people, and this is a fact that we saw in Gaza as well as Lebanon. However, these brutalities and this aggression cannot defeat the resistance because the resistance is based on an idea and a religious belief. He also said that Hezbollah will not be expelled from the government. Hezbollah and the Amal movement are part of the government of Lebanon and shall remain so despite the many attempts to expel them from the government. He said that the people in Lebanon are connected economically, politically, religiously, and nationalistically to the ideas of resistance and the support for Hezbollah, and he cautioned against internal fighting and the plot to disunite people and said that internal fighting only serves Israel. So those are some of the comments that said Sheikh Naim Qasim mentioned in that speech that we just watched on your screen. And now if you're watching live, the coffin of both Syed Hassan and Sheikh Syed Saifuddin will now be prayed upon, I believe, and then the procession will start from the stadium where these images are coming to you, and people will follow those coffin until Syed Hassan is taken to his final resting place, as well as Syed Saifuddin will also be taken to a different location because both of them will be buried at different locations. Syed Hassan will be buried inside Beirut, a place has already been prepared for him, whilst Syed Saifuddin will be taken back to his village to be buried among his people. And we're still in the studios with both of our guests. Our senior correspondent Martyr Hashmi is with us, so is our dear colleague Nohe, who is also here with us. So I mentioned while we were watching the event inside the stadium, when we saw people looked up and they started shouting and chanting against Israel and the US, was, I thought, because of an Israeli fighter jet. And now we have confirmation of that 4 Israeli fighter jets flew over Lebanon in blatant violation of the country's sovereignty and in violation of the ceasefire agreement and in violation of any humanitarian sentiments as people are gathered grieving over someone they just lost. In your opinion, why do you think Israel chose to do this while people were bidding farewell to someone that they see as a father figure?
Right. Nothing surprises us with the Israeli regime, and breaking the sound barrier is something that they
continually did, even before they actually launched their vicious attack on Lebanon. We know that we had images coming out of Lebanon and kids being afraid of them breaking the sound barrier a lot of times in the middle of the night. This is what the Israeli regime does. I mean, it shouldn't surprise. They have no respect. So you cannot say because it's a funeral they should have respect. You know, it takes me back to, I recall actually the funeral of fellow journalist Shireen Abu Akleh.
Exactly.
And how the regime
attacked.
IOF attacked the coffin. So yeah, this is the very least that they can do. They have to try to show that they have some kind of strength or whatever. But we know it's a very, very weak entity. It's obvious that it's a very weak entity. And I am sure that weak entity is extremely afraid. When they see the numbers, after everything that has taken place and the suffering that has taken place in the region, whether we're talking about in occupied Palestine, in Gaza, in Lebanon, and the sheer numbers of people that have come out today, they know that their time is limited. They know that there is no stopping the resistance. And we're looking at these live images right now coming out of Beirut, and it becomes more obvious than ever. And I think one thing is very important, Zainab, when we're looking at much of the crowd, lots of young people. Lots of young people, and that's what they fear more than anything else. Look at this crowd. Look at how densely people have crowded in there. And as I said earlier, it wasn't easy for many of them to get there. And even those coming from inside of Lebanon walked many, many kilometers even to get there, because again, to show not only their love for these two leaders, but also it's saying we're going to continue your way.
Viewers, once again, you're watching live images coming to you live from Beirut, where the bodies of the martyred Secretary Generals of Hezbollah, the former Secretary Generals of Hezbollah, both Syed Hashim Nasrullah and also Syed Saifuddin. I believe a funeral prayer, Islamic funeral prayer, is supposed to be recited for them, but because of the amount of crowd, it's a little bit difficult, but we are waiting for that image to come to us. I'm going to cross over to a colleague in the studio. Nohe, again, I want to go back to the violation that took place of the 4 Israeli fighter jets hovering and parading deliberately, not just over Beirut, but over the stadium where this funeral procession was taking place. In your opinion, what do you think the Israelis were trying to pass? What message were they trying to pass to the people gathered there?
Sure. Well, I think that what we are seeing here and what also the enemy is watching is the celebration of the Hezbollah victory. And for sure, that's not the image that actually the enemy wants to see. So obviously, they do their best to damage this picture, to damage the reality of Hezbollah is being strongly capable of mobilizing millions of people from all around the world, not only Lebanon, I like to emphasize on that, to come here and to show respect to their leaders, but also to say that we are not scared of the enemy. Of course, they have done whatever they could to stop Hezbollah run and organize such events. They have done everything they could. They stopped Iranian flights to go to Lebanon. Such a coward action. But as our colleague was also mentioning, that they don't fear nothing. We cannot expect humanity from them. We cannot expect any sort of principles that they can see themselves committed to. So they do whatever they can to, at least now that they are trapped by the huge reality that people are showing to them, that we are here, we are strong, we don't fear anyone except God, and we are celebrating our victory. Because let's remember what happened in the war, that they were trying to eliminate Hezbollah. And look at Hezbollah. What is this? The existence of millions of people showing respect and raising their voice for the oppressed and saying it loud Labbaik ya Nasrullah, that is the message that is so clear for the enemy. Okay, we could not eliminate the party. They are here, they are magnificent, and they are capable of organizing such huge global events. And when I'm saying they are capable of, we have to take it into consideration. They are not a government. They don't have all the ministries under the power. They are a party in Lebanon, a small country, but still, with a lot of problems that this country is facing, unfortunately, we are talking about electricity shortages. We are talking about basic things that Lebanon is facing now. But still, in this situation, Hezbollah has been able to mobilize people, secure that it's gonna be safe for everyone. And regardless if they could secure or not, people were already going to come if they could. This is the celebration, and that is why those 4 jets came to scare people, but we know the reality. They killed more than 48,000 people in Gaza to cover their covertship loss.
Exactly. I'm sorry, I will have to cut you off because we have to cross over now to Beirut, where our colleague is also there to cover it for us live. Let's go now to Beirut.
Dear viewers of Press TV, this is Martyr Hasan reporting to you live in front of the gravesite in Beirut, Lebanon, where we say our farewell to the 2 men whose names echo through the corridors of resistance and resilience. Syed Hashim Nasrullah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah and the symbol of the axis of resistance, as well as the head of Hezbollah's Executive Council and the later Secretary General, Syed hashim Saifuddin. A leader, a symbol, and a voice of the oppressed. Syed Nasrullah once said, the resistance is not just a military force, it is the will of a people who refuse to be subjugated. This is not just a moment to mourn a leader, but also to celebrate a movement that has reshaped the destiny of a region and challenged the forces of the occupation and injustice. Here, in the hollowed space, we are surrounded by the echoes of his legacy, a legacy that transcends borders, unites nations, and inspires millions. From the hills of southern Lebanon to the streets of Gaza, Nasrullah's vision of resistance has become a beacon of hope for those who refuse to bow to the oppressor. Today, we are joined by the voices of people from around 79 countries who have left their homeland seeking to prove loyalty to this leader. Voices chanting, we remain committed to the pledge, Inna ala al-ahd. Voices who have supported the resistance during its trials, but also celebrated it during its triumphs. Together, we will explore the enduring impact of Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Syed hashim Saifuddin, the unbreakable spirits of resistance, and the future of a cause that continues to define our lives today. Now it's my honor to welcome our distinguished guest, Mr. Khalid Barakat, who is a Palestinian writer and a political analyst. Hello, Mr. Barakat.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me.
It is our pleasure. First of all, do you believe that this day has come? Can you believe it?
Well, I do now believe it because it's been for weeks and months we have been dealing with this loss, and it's not an easy to fathom the fact that Syed Hashim Nasrullah, the leader of the resistance in the region, the beloved leader of all the people of our region, Palestinians, Lebanese, Iraqis, Yemenis, those who are in the front lines confronting occupation, colonization, exploitation. He was the leader of all of these people, and also the people. They had to go through a lot of pain. It's in denial almost. I mean, my family who still lives in Jerusalem, many of them will tell me, especially my aunts, that we believe he's in Jerusalem, you believe he's martyred, we believe he's still alive, we believe he's still with us. us. And that is because Syed Hashim Nasrullah was an exceptional historical leader. And we are very lucky that we lived in his time, in the time where we actually saw him. And I think that Syed Hashim Nasrullah represents the future, not the past only.
Yes.
He represents the project of liberation, the project of people in equality, the liberation of Palestine from the river to the sea. And so the slogan that the resistance have chosen for this historical day is to follow on his steps, because he represents that future, that goal that we all are striving and struggling to see.
This major impact that this man created led to some people until today, as if they imagine that maybe he will appear on stage and give a speech.
Absolutely, and I would dare and say, including myself, it's a wishful but I think he exists so much now, even more than sometime before martyrdom, because he kind of molded in the people's blood and heads and lives and bread and struggle. You see him in the in children and women and men. You see him more now than what we used to come seeking answers from Syed Hashim Nasrullah about the political situation, about the complicated situations around us. And now we come to him to say that we understood that message that you were trying to teach us, and we got it, and we are going to continue on your path. And this is what he wanted. When we heard the speeches, the latest speeches that he gave about when we are martyred, what to do, as if he knew that he is going to be a martyr on the road of Al-Quds, and he literally drew Al-Quds path and the path of liberation.
Yes.
And he struggled for over 5 decades, and a leader of Hezbollah for over 4 decades, building its institutions, building its revolutionary thinking, shaping its political identity.
Yes.
And so that's why we can't really speak about Syed Hashim Nasrullah without speaking about all of this.
Mr. Khalid, you mentioned something very important, which is maybe after his martyrdom, we noticed how big his impact was.
Yes.
And as if his presence was multiplied. This kind of reminds us of, for example, when we have children at home, and they say, but if Imam Hussein was victorious, how come he died?
Absolutely, and he is the Hussein of our time. He is the Imam of our time, and he will be like a tattoo in the wall of history that will never vanish, because the slogans and the objectives and the goals of Syed Hashim Nasrullah is still not achieved yet.
Mm-hmm.
And so he have given us a sort of a trust and say, will you continue on this path? Because he practically gave everything he have. He gave his child and his home and his family and himself, right? Because this is the highest really to give, and he did. So now it's our responsibility. It's not his responsibility anymore. He did his deed.
Mr. Khalid, allow me just to go back in time with you to be a bit more personal. If we can.
Yes.
How did your love and your loyalty to Syed Hashim Nasrullah start? Was it part of the family, or was it your own discovery through time?
Actually, when I was a child living in Al-Quds, I was 10 years old when Beirut was invaded in 1982. And that invasion of Beirut have left a mark in me as a child, selling newspaper in the streets of Al-Quds. And I have seen the sadness in the eyes of our people. But then something great happened. It was the birth of Hezbollah, in that and it's almost like he opened that gate of hope for Palestine and for Palestinians that don't give up. Yes, Beirut has been invaded. Yes, the Palestinian resistance have left, but there is always an alternative.
So, I'm sorry, can we say then that your love for Hezbollah, your love for Syed Hassan, started since you were a child?
Absolutely.
From the newspapers?
Well, later on, we knew first Sayyid Abbas Mawsawi, and then we learned, you know, we began. That's why my generation is the generation that grew up with Syed Hasan Nasrullah. So I represent that generation, that the minute that our conscious, we began to understand politics and follow up, you know, what's happening, you know, he took the leadership and basically was responsible as a general secretary of Hezbollah. And since then, he had represented that hope for Palestinians. But also, if you look at his life and you cannot separate it from Hezbollah experience. He literally cannot be separated from Hezbollah. I mean, he built with his brothers and his sisters this important revolutionary party that it's now the strongest Arab Muslim party that is confronting colonization in Israel. And at that time they weren't that, you know, strong, the strongest Arab party, but they have become that under his leadership. And that's because he's a strategist, not just, and he's a thinker. And he's an imam, and he understood the psychology of masses. He understood even the psychology of the enemy. He spent so much time not just building the party, but also building himself.
In many speeches he has given, he mentions books he has read. For example, in the lessons he would give in Ashura, he would always recommend books. Read this book, learn from this book, because he was so invested in learning about the mentality.
Absolutely, and actually he was very serious about this, to the extent that now we begin to hear
that his dream in life is to actually become a scholar, the liberation of Palestine, and spend the rest of his life reading and learning. He never stopped to be a student, although he was always a teacher. But he never stopped to be seeking to learn. He understood that knowledge is so much, and that he have to
spend so much energy in order to be up to date. And that's why he appealed to the younger generations, and young people saw themselves in him, and they never saw him, you know, the fighters of Gaza, the fighters in Jenin, the Mujahideen of the South. They always look at Sayyid as a young in thought.
Yes. If you please excuse me just to tell our dear viewers that we are preparing for the entrance
of the two last graves at the moment, right before our eyes. We are witnessing this great moment, the last moment of farewell, the moment where the leader will be hugged and embraced by the soil.
Absolutely, and by the hearts of millions, the hundreds of thousands of people, and a million people who are saying farewell to Syed Hasan Nasrullah today. They actually are just a small portion of those who are following what's happening today. They are a representative of hundreds of millions of people who always
looked upon him as a guidance, as someone who is going to lead them to victory. And he always have been faithful to the masses, to the impoverished classes, to the people who are in need. And he always was committed to that project, to the project of Imam Khomeini.
He was so committed, and his commitment was translated internationally, to the point that we mentioned that about 79 countries are participating today.
Absolutely.
We even learned on the news that one of the people even sold his own kidney to be able to afford coming here to participate.
Yes.
And we are blessed to be now in Lebanon on this particular day, watching, waiting for the grave to enter, the two graves. This in itself is an honor.
It is.
I believe.
It is. It's an honor. It's historical. It's going to be like a print in our mind that we will never forget. It's going to shape the next stage of the struggle. It's going to set the next stage of the liberation. And we believe that, you know, we're very proud I'm very proud as a Palestinian, as an Arab, as a Muslim, that now we have this international icon that liberation movements across the world look at him and they respect him. He is our Che Guevara, he is our Gandhi, he is our, you know, Nelson Mandela, he is all of that. And we're very proud of him, as we are sad and at the same time we are very proud.
Yes. Now that we are waiting for the graves, for the bodies to be brought here, if you could say something to Syed Hashim Nasrullah and to Syed hashim Saifuddin, if you like, what would you like to say? Because we are relatively very near at the moment. What would you like to say?
I would tell them that you have built a revolutionary movement that will never die. And you have built a revolutionary school that will continue the struggle until the liberation of Palestine and beyond. And you have built a movement that continued from the icon of Imam Hussein and what he represented until and you are the future. You're not the past. And generations after generations is going to be guided by you. Today, across the, you know, this revolutionary movement, they chant for Imam Hussein. And he have fought 1500 years ago. And yet, he is there in his very powerful just cause. And they're chanting for Zainab and for Fatima and for all these icons who have been like a stars for them in their march for liberation. Syed Hashim Nasrullah, rest in peace, and Syed Hashim Saifuddin, rest in peace. There is generation that have learned the lesson and they are going to continue your path just like you wanted.
And Mr. Khalid, as a Palestinian specifically, how does it feel knowing that Syed Hashim Nasrullah sacrificed his life in while defending Palestine specifically? Not, for example, a Lebanese war alone.
You see, he built a school of thought about Palestine that has never been before him. He understood clearly that the real fight is with the US imperialism and Zionism and their followers. And he said that if we want to build a just world in our region, we must eliminate all the hegemonic racist forces, and Israel is that entity. And so for him, Palestine was kind of the encompass. And that's why Syed Hashim Nasrullah could have said, look, we are going through much of these difficulties in Lebanon. Maybe we should just postpone this Palestine cause for a while. He didn't. He could have said that about Yemen, but he didn't. He could have said that about Iraq, and he couldn't. And these things are real issues, Marina. Like these are issues that brings a lot of problems.
Yes.
And he always took the right path because he have been guided by either we fight injustice or we become complicit.
But unfortunately, although some people, they disregard all the sacrifices and they are ungrateful.
Yes.
They believe that he was fighting for a personal cause, for something he wanted to achieve for himself, for status maybe, for money, for land.
It's the opposite, really, and we have his life as a proof of that. Those who are looking for personal gains, they would live insecure. They would have all the privileges that they wish that Syed Hashim Nasrullah could have actually, have his private jet and goes travel the world and, have so much privileges if he wanted. But he gave all that away. He gave all that away because the material stuff in life for him was actually something that he always warned publicly about. He would say in almost all of his speeches that the path, the goal is liberation, victory, and so we can join our brothers of Shahada who have, who's in heaven. And that's his dream. His dream was to actually be faithful to the people and faithful to Allah the Mighty. And so for him, these were the important things. Everything else was not important.
In a recent interview with his son, Sayyid Jawad, his son mentioned that when he wanted to purchase a car, his father was like, why would you want to buy such a fancy car? Although it also wasn't that fancy. Like, get this a small car, something that's easy, that won't make somebody feel inferior.
Yes, and actually this is important, which is what we call class conscious in Syed Hashim Nasrullah, because he was born poor in an impoverished family, impoverished area. His neighbors were Palestinians, poor Lebanese, poor Kurds, poor Iraqis, poor people, and he grew up in these impoverished areas in Lebanon. And so that's why for him, he understood, not just talked about poor people, he understand their pain. He didn't only talk about the chance for them to go and...
He wasn't just preaching.
He wasn't just preaching, absolutely. And that's why he had this conscience and this guidance in him to always, kind of watch himself not, look in any way, someone with the materials. And he started with his family, because he didn't want his family, for someone to say, oh, the family of Syed Hashim Nasrullah is privileged. And that's why he was always guided by Imam Ali ibn Abi Talib.
So we can say that Syed Hashim Nasrullah, in his lifetime, he was not only a role model when it comes to politics and military, but also when it comes to personal life and personal values.
Absolutely. The ethical. He is a school for ethics and school for politics and school for thoughts. And that does not mean, because we don't want your viewers to understand as if we are saying that as a political leader he have never made a mistake. Of course, we all do. We are human. And he had political, evaluations, and he would sometimes change and say, we were wrong. He never shied away from criticism. He never shied away from practicing self-criticism publicly. I have not seen any Arab leader who actually did that. Hashim Nasrullah, Syed Hashim Nasrullah, this great martyr, this great icon, he would stand in front of people and say, we were not right there, we were not correct there, we were right here, and we were correct here, and we need to re-evaluate. And one of the things that distinguished him is he always evaluate and draw lessons. So you hear his speech in 1983, 1984.
It's always relevant.
And it accumulated knowledge to the extent that, in my personal view, he kind of said everything. He kind of said it all. And say,
to the point where people are taking now footage from speeches he has given before, and they're trying to adapt them to what's happening now, because he covered everything.
Yes, my friends and comrades and research centers or students, or they take sentences from him, and they don't say it's by Syed Hashim Nasrullah. They ask others. They ask Canadians and French people and Germans who said that, and they would say Heidegger, Karl Marx, Syed Hashim Nasrullah analysis. And so he's kind of an internationalist.
What's even more interesting, if I can add to what you were telling us right now, if you even ask some of the AI applications today, and you ask them who is Hasan Nasrullah, they would say that he was a leader, that he was the voice of the oppressed. Even AI today admits what he was, until a certain point where AI is like, okay, no, never mind, I cannot continue past this point. But what he did was so fundamental, right?
It was so important that even his enemies respect him. His enemies, they understand. And even his opponents, his political opponents, when they look at themselves in the mirror, they know he's right.
Mr. Khaled, when we're talking about his enemies, you heard about an hour ago the drones and the planes that the Israelis were flying in the sky of Beirut during the funeral procession. Why do you think they did that?
Oh, I think every Hezbollah fighter, every Hezbollah member, every one of us, all the support, we know that Israel is going to do that. This is very, this is Israel.
Yes, but why?
Because they wanted to say that they are present and that they can fly their jets over Beirut. But that's what they're doing in Palestine at the same time, trying to, for example, send these messages where they think it's a humiliation. They don't understand our culture, that this will only make people angry and make people uphold Syed Hashim Nasrullah more than ever.
We heard them chanting at the moment, death for Israel.
It's a proof. Yes. Why are you flying your jet over today? Because you want to flex your muscles. You know that these people are not scared of you. And you know that hundreds of thousands of people, many of them came walking on their foot from the south, from Dahya, from Al-Biqa', from every area in Lebanon to say farewell to Syed Hashim Nasrullah. They're going to be scared from these three jets that flew. We saw the response of the people. We saw the responses of children. Children were throwing their fist in the air and saying, "Death to Israel, labbaik ya Nasrullah." This is really a sign of victory for us and a sign of defeat for them.
Now some of the international viewers right now might be wondering how come we are doing interview smiling. But I don't think that Syed Hashim Nasrullah has raised us to be nothing but proud, nothing but happy that we have lived in a time of such an amazing and astonishing leader. So when we talk about him, we can't help but smile because we're so proud.
I mean, he taught us this because he would say positions that makes us cry, and then 5 minutes later he'll crack a joke. He will cry, and if he understood, he always said that people blame us for being soft-hearted. We are soft-hearted, and we're not shying away from saying that. And we cry all the time, and those who cry are not weak, but we also laugh, and we also love our families and our friends and our, we love life too, but not to the extent that...
How come some of the international writers today, you as a writer, some international writers and journalists, they try to portray the resistance as people who love death?
Well, which writers? If we're talking about Western writers, then we are talking about a view that represent colonizers. We have our own culture, we have our own thoughts, our own values. We don't want Western cultures. Israel could keep their Western culture because Israel keeps talking about how much they represent the Western culture. Genocidal, colonization, killing people. That's real terrorism. Killing 160,000 and injured hundreds of thousands of people, killing 1 million Iraqi, at the hands of the U.S. All this death machine that Israel and the West represent, that's the problem. We have a problem with that. But when we resist, when we fight back, when we defend our land, even by their so-called international law, right? And we have the right to resist colonization, we have the right to resist occupation. But the reason they say that about us is because they want to say that these people like Hezbollah and Hamas and the resistance movements in the region and the Yemenis, and they just want to promote death. Death against who? We did not go to Washington and to Paris and Berlin and advocate death. We are fighting literally their war machine in our region. And so the world today understands that the problem of our era as a humanity is this cruel imperialist capitalist system, and that the world is not the United States. The world is bigger than United States, bigger than Europe. There is China, and there is people called people of China, and they have their own culture and they have their own values. And there is Iran, and there is Russia, and there is India, and there is Indonesia, and the world is way bigger than the US. So they want to keep their hegemony, they want to keep their ruling of the world, and that's why they say what they say. And we don't really care about what they say. We actually now are on the offensive, not the defensive.
We always find ourselves in a position where we're trying to prove ourselves, we're trying to defend ourselves, although we are the ones who are right. Actually, we are defending, as you said, our own lands. So death for our land, death for our liberation is not death, it's freedom, isn't it?
Absolutely, and we don't want to have any conflicts with anyone. We don't have conflicts with Africa, we don't have conflicts with Asia, we have a conflict with Israel and the United States.
Well, they're going to make conflicts with Canada and Panama and Mexico.
Yes, and whoever backs them up, including some of these Arab reactionary regimes that, is, watching people in Palestine being slaughtered and not even have the courage to just, to issue a statement against Israel and to say that this is a genocide and that these Palestinian people are our brothers and sisters and we're not going to allow this to happen to them. The reason they don't say this is because these regimes have chosen a dhilla, not a silla. They have chosen to live as humiliated and shamed and not to defend what's right and the just cause of Palestine and Palestinians.
Mr. Khalid, on this painful day, this day of grievance, this day of farewell, we have some quotes that Syed Hashim Nasrullah has said, and we'd love to know your comments on them as a writer. For example, Syed Hassan said in one of his recent speeches, he said, Lebanon's strength lies in its resistance and its unity. Here in Lebanon, just like all over the country, we are trying to unite the people for a certain cause. How do you think he was successful in uniting people from different points of view towards a certain cause?
This is a very important question because the sentence he used is the opposite of some of the Lebanese political forces that are trying to promote since the 70s, that the strength of Lebanon lies in its weakness. It's kind of a joke to say that the strength of Lebanon is in its weakness, which means that Lebanon should not be involved in anything, should not say anything, should not be active in any, should not have an opinion or a position. So he's saying, no, the strength of Lebanon is resistance and the unity of the Lebanese people, because the unity means the unity of the internal front of Lebanon, because for so many years the people of Lebanon have paid dearly for sectarianism and the sectarian wars that they've been involved in, which Hezbollah was never involved in this dirty wars of civil war in Lebanon.
Although also they blame them for many wars in the region, if we don't want to name them right now, but they blame them for a lot of wars as if they interfered in some countries' wars that were not their own war.
Here again comes, did Lebanon had become a major player in the region, or it has been weakened? The resistance have added strength to Lebanon. Why the US and Europe comes to Lebanon and They wanted to talk and have dialogue, and I'm talking about on an official level. That's because there is a strong strength in Lebanon lies in the resistance. Now, did anyone, any political trend liberated 1 inch of the Lebanese occupied territory, or was it the resistance that defeated Israel in 2000?
We've heard some declarations of some Lebanese politicians saying, oh man, this land is, for example, Syrian. This land is not even Lebanese.
I'm talking about the south of Lebanon. Israel have occupied Lebanon until Beirut, and then the resistance pushed them to the south, and then they the resistance liberated the south. Who liberated the south of Lebanon? It's the resistance. There wasn't anyone else. While some of these political trends were selling arms, being warlords, and selling out Lebanon and Lebanon resources, the resistance was protecting the south, protecting the people of Lebanon, all of Lebanon. And they paid dearly. In 2006, as the resistance was fighting on the front lines, Beirut, they were going to the shore and having ice cream.
That's true.
And in this war we witnessed lately, as the resistance was fighting and paying dearly to protect Lebanon, Lebanon was safe. The only reason that the resistance did not attack the infrastructure of Israel is because they wanted to protect the infrastructure of Lebanon. And so the resistance understand that it's the strength of Lebanon. No one would actually think of Lebanon in a real way and pay respect to Lebanon without the resistance. And unity, it's very obvious. He understood that the unity of the people of Lebanon, because he knows that this resistance is not just about Shiite sect. This is represent all people in Lebanon, because you see today is a proof.
Christians, Druze, Sunnis, everybody.
Everyone. The flags, the banners of the resistance. I have seen secular and leftist and religious trends coming to pay respect for Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Syed hashim.
Mr. Barakat, what would you like to say to those who say that Syed Hassan and the resistance have not offered enough help for Palestine?
Oh, I think that some of them, I will say most of them, wants to see a disunity between resistance, and I cannot express my anger at some of these people, because what more proof do you want more than this historical day, more than the resistance literally giving their children and their leader as a martyr for Palestine. I mean, what can you give more? But that's what they say. And those who say that, the question is, what did they offer for Palestine? Not what the resistance in Lebanon offered for Palestine.
We've heard some declarations saying that some countries believe that they offered more just because they closed the borderline between two countries. They closed the borders. They think that they served enough.
I mean, Egypt, which is the greater Arab state, has been besieging our people for 20 years. Jordan and Egypt have signed a shameful peaceful treaty with Israel. They are puppets for the Western, and the US. And we see how Trump doesn't respect them and degrade them. And he doesn't have any kind of respect for this king or that prince or that. And yet, when he speaks about the resistance in Gaza or in Lebanon, they're very careful. They understand that this is the real power. Here is the real power of Lebanon. We saw it today in Kamil Shamroun Stadium. We saw it in the streets of Al-Dahya. We saw it in these institutions that have been distinguished institutions in health, in science, and that's for Palestine. That's not just for Lebanon, Because the more that this Lebanese resistance is strong, the more Palestine is close.
Palestine is a holy land. Palestine is very precious. Unfortunately, not all Arabs believe so, or not all Arabs want to admit the importance of the Palestinian land and why it deserves us fighting and sacrificing, and even sacrificing our most precious leaders. Looking at the view behind us right now, if you want to observe the people who are here, how do you describe the people who chose to come and spend their day mourning their leader? How do you describe them?
I would say they are the vanguard of Palestine. They are the true protectors of the cause. These are the people who are willing to fight and sacrifice for the liberation of Palestine, and not those who are sitting in their palaces in the Gulf or here and there. Because every time Palestine calls, they respond. In the first Intifada, in the second Intifada, in the Tufan al-Aqsa, Tufan al-Ahrar. These are the people who always responded and heard Palestine call. So our faith lies with them, not with the Arab regimes.
Why do you think they tried to spread a rumor that today there will be an incredible storm and snow, and they tried to plant fear in people, telling them the weather will be very bad, especially some Zionist Lebanese channels? Why do you think they would attempt to spread such a rumor?
But we have to understand that the resistance have been targeted, not just by Israel and the US, but also by local media, reactionary medias. You know, the media in the Arab world is controlled by the oil.
Yes.
And so they always wanted to spread fears and distortion. And that's why Syed Hashim Nasrullah's speeches were vital for clarifying and responding. And that's why people used to trust him. And they still trust the discourse of the resistance. Why would you promote something like today is going to be snow and so people won't come? But they don't understand. I've heard an older lady, she was saying, if it rains rocks, I'm going to be in
exactly.
This determination of the people of the resistance, this determination is what always wins.
This determination made the enemy confused because they cannot even dream of such people defending them.
Absolutely. For Syed Hashim Nasrullah, this is the great gift that he received from. This is what he wanted. He wanted people, and he said that. I just want you to call for my forgiveness and remember me. And people are remembering him, and they're saying to him, you know, we're so sad losing you, but we will be on your footsteps. Believe that and trust him. Trust that. He always trusted us. So there's nothing really change on our conviction of how much we want to continue on your path. That's the important lesson.
Yes. Viewers, as we are preparing for the graves, for the bodies of Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Syed Hashim Saifuddin to enter this land, we see people around us who are holding flags, who are chanting, who are crying. Some people are sitting from a long day of walking from place to place. These people have come from all over, not just Lebanon, but all over the world to participate and to be in this exact moment, to say goodbye, to tell him that not only we are loyal to you while you are alive, but even when you are embraced by the soil, we will love you, we will stay loyal, we will remain following your footsteps, no matter what happens, even if you remain only a soul. Your soul will remain with us because we are disloyal. We are the people of the resistance. These people, now, if I want to describe maybe how they might be feeling at the moment, this is one of the hardest situations, because imagine having such a role model and you know that his body will be beneath the ground.
People are very sad, and they're weeping, and they are crying, and they're angry, but they know that all of this have been sacrificed for something that he believed in and that they believe in. And so it's not gonna go in vain.
These people have sacrificed their families, their homes, their jobs. I'm pretty sure a lot of opportunities have missed them just because they pertain to a certain group or they prove their loyalty to a certain group. These people really gave up the world, believing in his cause, believing in his message. Do you think, or actually my question is, how long do you think this loyalty and this passion will remain to the resistance to Syed Hashim Nasrullah and to Hezbollah? How long?
I think that we are going to witness qualitative changes in the near future. We are going to see the camp of resistance expanding. We are going to see the strength of resistance accumulating.
So you predict a brighter future?
Absolutely. We trust these voices. It comes from the heart and the mind. Because when you have a cause that you're willing to fight for, that's why how can Palestinians continue their struggle for all these decades? It's because we always believe that at the end we are going to liberate Palestine. And this resistance is what's going to liberate Palestine. One day, our people and the people of the resistance are going to transfer this and build another Syed Hashim Nasrullah shrine in the heart of Al-Quds, in the heart of Jerusalem. Because as he walked on the road to Al-Quds and gave his life on the road to Al-Quds, Palestinians are going to always remember that he is going to also reach Al-Quds, a liberated Al-Quds. Look, without Hezbollah and the resistance in Lebanon, and without Iran and Yemen and Iraq, Palestine will never be able to exist as a cause. Palestine is not the cause of Palestinians only. Palestine is the cause of every revolutionary, of every decent person, even internationalists. And we see how millions of people across the world marching for Palestine because they feel that Palestine is also their cause.
Yes.
It is our responsibility as Palestinians to fight for Palestine and keep the cause alive. It's not a privilege to be a Palestinian. It's a responsibility.
It's a mission. It's a lifelong mission. Mr. Khaled, as we arrive towards the end of our interview, what is the last message you would like to say on this particular day?
My message is to my brothers and sisters of Hezbollah that the will of Sayyid Abbas Mawsawi and Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Syed hashim Saifuddin is protect the resistance, accumulate its experience, continue on this path. You are the hope of millions of people, not just of Lebanese, of Palestinians, but of an entire nation, Arab and Muslim nation who wants to come back to history and become very active in civilization again and be able to build our own destiny and our own hope. This is not about Lebanon or about Palestine only. This is about humanity, really. So Hezbollah is in the heart of this and is a great responsibilities of the Hizb today, and we know that they are going to carry it faithfully.
Thank you, Mr. Khaled Barakat. You are a Palestinian writer and a political analyst. Thank you for being here. Thank you for deciding to give us some of your precious time on this blessed day to be here, to spread the message, to spread awareness, to tell the world about the reality of this day and of this leader. Thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting.
And to our viewers today, stay tuned. We will be covering the events of today with other guests, inshallah. Today, if you're not here, if you're not participating, you have lost. Because this is the day of farewell, this is the day of grievance, this is the day when we say goodbye to our beloved leader, Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and also the leader, Syed Hashim Saifuddin. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, viewers. So that was our colleague there having an extensive interview with a guest speaking about the situation and the historic scenes that we're witnessing coming live out of Beirut. If you're just joining us, this is a live rolling coverage from Press TV on the farewell of Syed Hashim Nasrullah and also Syed hashim Saifuddin, who were both former Secretary General of Hezbollah, who were assassinated by the Israeli regime during the aggression on Lebanon. As the Israeli regime continued its genocide in Gaza, these men stood up and stand for the Palestinian and assisted them and stood with them as the world abandoned them. Over the past couple of hours, we have seen people gathered from all over the world and came into Lebanon, into Beirut. Thousands of people have come from different countries. According to the statistics we have, close to 400,000 people have come from at least 75 countries.
To Lebanon, from Iraq to Yemen, to the UK, the US. We've had analysts who've come over to just be a witness to this historical event that is taking place, where
hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people have gathered in Beirut to bid farewell to Syed Hashim Nasrullah, a man that does not just stand for the Lebanese alone, but has become now a solidified symbol of resistance eternally, that perhaps future generation will envy those who lived during his time. And we've had guests from hours of the morning who have spoken to us and have continued to speak to us about the situation and how they felt about being there to witness this historic event. You can see the streets of Beirut is packed, and from the stadium around 1 o'clock Beirut time, the bodies of Syed Hashim and Syed hashim Saifuddin was brought into the stadium, and people were then able to fully and finally mourn, because many people still could not believe that this legend has finally left this world and has departed as a martyr. And many are also calling this a celebration of life and a renewal of allegiance to the path of Syed Hashim, to continue the path that he started, and that the sacrifices of the martyrs in Lebanon to defend the Lebanese land, to stand against the aggression of the Israeli hegemonic power and the U.S. interference will not go to waste. I believe our correspondent Mariam Saleh is now with us from Beirut. Mariam has been with us, giving us an update on the situation there. Mariam, welcome to the program. If you can hear me, the last we spoke, the bodies of the martyrs has not been brought into the stadium, but now it has been brought in. The final prayers has been done, and then the march towards the resting place is underway, I believe. Give us an update of what you have, new information that you might have for our viewers.
Well, yes, of course, we learned that the coffins or the funeral procession has left the Olympic Stadium, and we're expecting that they should be passing by the roads and the highways that are right behind us. Of course, you have a lot of people who are awaiting to get a glimpse, the final glimpse of Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Syed hashim Saifuddin, of course, as they pass this area. And because of the crowds, because we have so many people, whether at the stadium or outside, it was very difficult for the prayers to be on way, and actually they took a lot of time. And now even getting those coffins out of the stadium, with the fact that many people wanted to get the blessings and get closer. And of course, this is a time of mourning for all of Lebanon. And this would make the procession go for hours, and it is not clear when they would reach the burial site. We're hoping that there would be a route which they can take also that we can see, but at the same time that would allow them to reach the burial place in a manner which is safe and of course organized, but the people of course it's at the same time they want to mourn, but they also do not want to say goodbye. And going in this march, we're looking at the people here that have been, some of them overnight actually, coming to the streets, sleeping some of them in the mosques, going to the stadium even a night before. So those emotions are extremely high today. But what's very noticeable today were the Israeli fighter jets that flew right over our heads. And here we're talking about a fleet. And that in itself was quite amazing. And it's what is also amazing is that the people did not even move. They only chanted against Israel, against the U.S.
And I wanted to ask
even
you
more
on that.
determined, and so that really boldened.
Exactly, and I because we were also watching live from the studio.
One of the highlights.
Exactly, because we were watching from the studio and we saw that people looked up and then they started shouting, and we were like, well, maybe there was a sound barrier that was broken. And then later we had confirmation that 4 Israeli fighter jets flew not just over Lebanon, not just over Beirut, but directly over that particular stadium where people had gathered to mourn and grieve.
Exactly, Zainab, and I would not be exaggerating if I told you that they flew right over our heads. They were very close to the buildings, a very low altitude, and it seemed that to be a way of provocation by the Israeli military to perhaps put fear in the hearts of the people, to terrorize them as they are laying to rest their leader. But what they got in return was the actual opposite. And what I saw here was perhaps a way of God's justice, of showing that perhaps this is some sort of a tribute. If it was any other country or any other regime or military other than Israel, you would say that this is a military show, a force for the country, or a tribute to Syed Hashim Nasrullah, who is, of course, a martyr for all of humanity and all the entire region. And so that in itself was something that I think the Israelis had not planned quite well. This made the people even more emboldened. It made them even more determined to face the Israelis. They were ready in that very moment to be martyrs, even if it had to take that. We're talking about families, women, children, civilians, people who are ill, the wounded, even the wounded as a result of the terror attacks, the pagers, the explosion of the pagers. They are all here. We had a lot of people who were ready to be martyrs in that very moment. And at the same time also, there was a wave of shelling and strike all across not only South Lebanon, whether in the south or the north of Litani River, but we also had Israeli strikes in the Bekaa areas that are really far away. And so that also shows that Hezbollah has this support, and we saw then throughout the speech of Hezbollah Secretary General Sheikh Naim Qassem, these chants in support of Sheikh Naim Qassem. The people here today are pledging their allegiance to the successor of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, telling Sheikh Naim they're going to be following him. As a result, of course, of the will and testimony of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, the continuation of this path. And of course, he mentioned a lot of very significant issues. People heard the speech, of course, translated directly and simultaneously on Press TV, and how important it is how he made that comparison about how Hezbollah was able to really withstand the strongest army in this region and this part of the world. More than 70,000 Israeli soldiers and officers could not even make a small and perhaps humble compared to their capabilities resistance group and movement. They would not bow down. They continued. And when we learned later on the number of fighters that were in each and every one of those border towns, they were not a very high number. But the Israelis, the amount of resistance that they saw, they had thought there were hundreds of fighters fighting them, stopping them. And that was, of course, something that should be respected and honored by the resistance fighters. He mentioned that today, Sheikh Naim Qassem mentioned this as something that has amazed the world and the Lebanese, and he also said that it was the Israelis who longer stand the continuous operations and the fact that Hezbollah was still standing on its feet, and that was the important thing here. And even if the Israelis had perhaps, they were able to assassinate leaders, they were able to strike and kill, destroy homes, destroy entire villages actually and towns, but they did not let the people kneel. The people continued to stand along with their resistance. And of course, Sheikh Naim Qasim, he went has pledged, along with President Joseph Aoun, to really take on this responsibility of enforcing an Israeli withdrawal. Of course, this all depends on time. It depends on how the Israelis, for how long they would continue their aggressions. Today, we had more than 10 strikes, as I mentioned. We have at least 5 different areas that continue to be occupied by the Israeli occupation forces. This is in addition to the Sheba Farms and Kfar Shuba Hills. And so he said that this is an issue that the government needs to take responsibility for. But he also said that we are going to be working with our partners in Lebanon to rebuild our state, because as you know, Lebanon has been through many crises, and whether economic, social, financial, now we have the war, we have the rebuilding process. And so this is a time where the Lebanese really need to rehabilitate, to really rebuild their state and come to political solutions on the inside in order to really be able to face the Israelis united. But of course, now concerning the procession, I believe we learned that it is getting closer to the burial site to see, of course, the next part of the ceremony. Of course, Syed Hashim Saifuddin will not be buried with Syed Hassan today. The course of the procession for Syed Hashim will continue towards South Lebanon.
Okay, stay with me, Mariam, because we're going to discuss some of the points that Sheikh Naim Qasim mentioned in detail. We're going to come back to you. Please stay with me. I want to introduce our guest, Olsi Yazegi, who is an historian and social activist joining us from Kuala Lumpur. Pardon me if I mispronounced your name. Thank you for joining us. You're watching this scene coming out of Lebanon, and when you see the people who have come all over the world to pay their homage to Syed Hassan and also to Syed hashim Saifuddin, what comes to your mind when you're watching the scene out of Beirut?
Well, what we understand from the ceremony that is going on in Beirut for Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Syed Saifuddin, it shows that even though Israel bombarded and destroyed most of southern Lebanon for the past, how many months? 4 months, 6 months? The Islamic resistance is still there. So the dream of Netanyahu of finishing off Hamas and finishing off Hezbollah and securing the borders of Israel has not yet been realized. By seeing the scenes that are coming from Beirut, where you have many Lebanese and international guests, people who are not only Shia, but people who are Christians, like we see in this picture here, or Sunnis, or people who are maybe even atheists, but who have come from all the corners of the planet to say farewell to Sheikh Hassan Nasrullah. It shows that Sheikh Hassan Nasrullah has become a myth. He has become a legend who is inspiring the international community, the left, the anti-imperialists, the anti-Zionists across the planet. Even though Israel was armed to the teeth by the Judeo-American empire, and for the last 16 months, they carried genocide in Gaza, and they extended their genocide even in Lebanon, where thanks to their sophisticated surveillance equipments, they were able to pinpoint and assassinate most of the leaders of Hezbollah. What we are seeing today from Beirut, it shows that Hezbollah has not been destroyed. But Syed Hashim Nasrullah, he has become a myth. He has become the Che Guevara of Islam, the person who is going to inspire millions and millions of humans in our planet to fight against the Israeli fascist regime. And what we saw and what we're seeing now, where the Israeli fascist minister of war, Israel Katz, he even sent Israeli jets over the stadium where the ceremony for the burial of Syed Hashim Nasrullah is taking place. It shows the amok, it shows the insecurity that goes on in Tel Aviv. The Zionists, even though they are probably the most well-armed regime in our planet, which is being paid and armed by Western governments, and in particular by the United States, has not been able to achieve a victory. For people who have been following Netanyahu in the past weeks, Netanyahu lives in delirium. He thinks that he is some kind of biblical leader of Israel who is defeating the Amalek. And we remember when the Israeli genocide started against Gaza, Netanyahu, he went to the media and he declared a war against Amalek. But if we will use biblical terminology, is that we have the kids of Baalbek, of the biblical Baalbek, with their leader Hassan Nasrallah, who are still fighting and resisting Judea. Yes, it is true that thanks to the treachery and to the corruption of the Zionist regime, they were able to assassinate like cowards in distance Syed Hashim Nasrullah. What they have done actually is that they have turned him into a hero. The Zionists did the same mistake that American imperialists were doing in 1950s and 60s when they were going after communist revolutionaries, people like Che Guevara and others. As a result of this, we had millions and millions of humans in our planet who will mobilize themselves and join the communist struggle against American imperialism. And we know the result. The Americans, they lost in Vietnam, they lost in Korea, they lost throughout the planet. And American imperialism had to retreat. And the same thing is going on today, even in Israel. The pictures coming from Beirut, where we see hundreds of thousands and probably millions of people descending from all corners of Lebanon to pay their farewell to Syed Hashim Nasrullah, it shows that Hezbollah is massive. In the past weeks, the American Zionist government, in collaboration with Israel, they have been trying to divide the Lebanese. They've been trying to bribe certain Lebanese politicians with the hope that they are going to remove the influence of Hezbollah from the Lebanese state. But these hundreds of thousands of Lebanese who are shouting death to Israel and who are shouting liye ya Nasrallah, we respond to you, Nasrallah. This is the best answer that Syed Nasrullah, if he was to be alive, would have given to the Zionists and their quisling collaborators in the Arab world.
When you look at images coming out of Lebanon right now, and you mention it, that resistance for the people will always be there as long as there's oppression that is forcing them to resist. Why do you think this very simple concept is very difficult for colonizers oppressors like Israel to conceptualize? Why is it so difficult for them to understand? Even if you're not Shia, you're not Muslim, you mentioned the communist resistance to oppression. We saw that in the, you know, the way Guevara has become a symbol of resistance for millions of people and crossing across border. So this is something that has happened repeatedly in history. Why, in your opinion, do you think it's so difficult for the oppressors to understand this very simple concept?
No, the Zionists, they do understand it, and they are very, very afraid of Hezbollah. Look, there were some probably miscalculations on the side of Hezbollah when the conflict started between Hamas and Israel, because the late Syed Hashim Nasrullah, he had continuously declared that the next stage of the war between Hezbollah and Israel will be in Israeli territories. But because probably they didn't coordinate things with Hamas, Hezbollah didn't do what it was promising to do when Syed Hashim Nasrullah was alive. Now, the Zionists, they do understand very well, and they are very worried. And for this reason, the American and the Zionist regimes, or the Judeo-American empire, have, since the fall of Soviet Union in 1991 to this day, have made continuous wars in the Arab world and in the Middle East against revolutionary Islam. First, the Zionists thought that their danger will come from Arab secular Baathist nationalism. For this reason, they went against Saddam Hussein, they destroyed him. They went against Gaddafi in Libya, they destroyed him. They went against Bashar al-Assad, and by using the Takfiris, they destroyed him. But what the Zionists could not destroy was the revolutionary Islam. During the era of George Bush Jr., he declared a global war on terrorism, which was a war against Islam. At first, the Americans, they went against Sunnis, they targeted the... But then what happened is that after the toppling of Saddam Hussein, from the year 2006 to this day, what happened is that we have a new wave of political Islam, which will take the leadership in the Muslim world. And this will be the revolutionary Islam, or the axis of resistance, headed by Sayyid Ali Khamenei and Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah. Even though these two personalities in the history of political Islam, they were Shia, what the axis of resistance has shown to the Muslim world, I'm a Sunni, I'm talking from a Sunni Muslim country here, but what Iran and Hezbollah showed to the Muslim ummah is that we should leave aside our differences. We have a common enemy, which is Zionist colonialism, and we have to unite and liberate Palestine. And this is the thing that worries the Zionists a lot. For people who follow Benjamin Netanyahu or who have read his books, he has a number of books and articles about fighting terrorism. With his books, he educated and he taught to American Zionists what to do. Netanyahu is really obsessed with political Islam. And when he sees these pictures coming now from Beirut, he is afraid like a hound. And not only him, but all the people around him.
All the Zionist establishment of Israel is in panic. Yes, it is true, they have superior weapons. Yes, it is true, they committed genocide in Gaza, where they killed probably more than 100,000 people. Yes, it is true, they implemented the Dahiya doctrine for the second time in Lebanon by flattening cities, by mass killing civilians in order to pressure Hezbollah to make a ceasefire. But still, when we see these people there protesting, these millions of people, every person that we see in this picture is a soldier of Hassan Nasrallah. And what is the slogan that these people are
are chanting now in Beirut is Labayk ya Nasrallah. We respond to you, Nasrallah. Nasrallah is dead, but his message lives in time and in space. His message has shown the path to the humanity, and not only to Muslims, by the way, because the Zionist crimes have been and are condemned by the whole of humanity. We are seeing what is happening nowadays throughout the West, from Germany to Canada. You cannot condemn the Zionists. You cannot tell to people what they are doing, because you'll be immediately arrested, blackmailed, removed from your job, persecuted, and whatever. So the Zionists, they understand very well what's going on. But the problem is that they do not know what to do. What will they do? A few days ago, the infamous Zionist spy Jonathan Pollard, he had a podcast in one YouTube channel, and he was predicting that the next step that Israel must do is to use the neutron bomb against Egypt. I mean, the Zionists, they hate all the Arabs and Muslims who are around them. But since the Camp David Accords, when they made peace with Egypt in 1978-79, and then with the peace treaty with Jordan, and now in December 2024, when they toppled the last standing Arab government which was not signing peace with Israel, which was Syria, they thought that by toppling these secular Arab leaders, by destroying the Arab nation states, we will win over the Muslims. But what has happened is that when Egypt solved the Palestinian issue in 1978 and 79 with Sadat, a miracle happened in Tehran. Imam Khomeini came, and we had the political Islam coming back. And what we see today in Beirut is a blowback of what Khomeini did in 1979 when he toppled the Shah. The year 1979, while it can be seen as the year of defeat of the secular Arab nationalism, this Arab nationalism that we see today from Cairo to Riyadh to Amman, they kiss and they lick the feet of the Zionist gangsters. And these regimes have discredited themselves. But what has happened is that since 1979, we have a new ideology in the world which has inspired these urban guerrilla movements, from Hezbollah in Beirut to Houthis in Yemen to Hamas in Palestine and what have you. So the Zionists.
Okay, stay with me, Mr. Olsi. Stay with me. I'm sorry to cut you off. Stay with me, because you are mentioning some very important points, and we are going to build upon that as we continue this discussion. But I want to bring in our colleague who is still with us in the studio, Nohe. You heard some of the statement that Mr. Olsi made about the differences between an Arab nationalistic-led resistance that the Israelis now feel as though they have toppled against an Islamic-based resistance ideology that is now against the Israeli occupation, and also standing against the Israeli and American hegemonic plan. Can you please expatiate on that, the differences between these two concepts, the nationalistic Arab resistance that was led, and we can mention Egypt before it signed the accord that he was mentioning there, compared to the resistance that we now have that is an Islamic-based resistance against the Israeli occupation?
Sure. We have to bring into our discussion the concept of ummah. And I think that can explain and that can answer this very important question. I have to say, Zainab, this is so vital, that how nationalism and the concept of ummah and the resistance, which includes different forces and different countries and governments, are different. On one hand, we have nationalism, which is also important because we are talking about resisting against a foreign power, We are talking about different countries trying to maintain the power of indigenous people of their land and their soil. It's so important. But at some extent, we have to see what are the limitations of this perspective, of this worldview. When we are talking about ummah, we are talking about solidarity and unification of different ethnicities, different people all around the world. We're not going to say it's only about Shia. We have Solidarity Week. In Farsi we say Wahdat. And what it means for us as the leader of the axis of resistance is that let's come together. Let's unify against the big, great Satan, the imperialism of the United States and the Zionism of Israel. That's the red line for us. Let's be unified behind this. And of course, there are some issues, there are some differences, but what we are seeing here right now in this very important moment is that a Shia leader has been martyred, and that's the burial ceremony for him, for people in Palestine and the liberation movement who we know they are not as Shia in like Lebanon, like Iran, like Iraq. But the unification is the important point here, that as this is the hegemonic propaganda against us, they're trying to use this rhetoric, they're trying to feed the global audience that there are issues between them and they never ever can unify. But this is their dream, this is the objective that they are looking for. The reality is this very moment that we are seeing, a Shia leader is being buried, and at the same time we have Sunni people going there, putting their lives in threat, because we know the enemy doesn't fear anything from like principles and values. They do whatever they think they have to do to maintain themselves, but they're still going there. And as you said, it's not about even Muslim, it's not an Islamic cause anymore. Axis of resistance, and at the core, Hezbollah, Syed Hashim Nasrullah, for 37 years, what they did, Syed Hashim Nasrullah is not just a leader of organization, it's the school of thoughts. It's the way he wants his people to understand the real cause and how to fight against it and how to commit to your values. It's the institution that is teaching people how to resist. So of course, when we are coming to this topic, we are not going to accept those claims that, oh, this is about nationalism, or it's not about nationalism, it's not about Lebanon. It is about Lebanon. This is the beauty of Hezbollah. It's not just about ummah cause, even though I have to say there is no contradiction between these two. Because first of all, you have to defend your soil, your land, your country, and then you have to bring into your policies and your approach towards the world the most important cause, which is the liberation of Palestine. They are all together. I think Syed Hashim Nasrullah, I believe Syed Hashim Nasrullah sacrificed his life, and all the soldiers of Hezbollah sacrificed their lives because of the Palestinian cause, but also because they want to protect their land. They're not going to accept, they haven't accepted any sort of colonial approach to the land. It's a respected soil. Lebanon, especially South Lebanon, only 2 days ago, the Zionists, the IOF soldiers, they were actually leaving the land because they understood. They came to this very basic reality that these people are not going to leave.
Yes.
They are here to stay.
Yes.
They are so committed, and they have a leader to follow, even though physically he's not around us.
Even though physically we are seeing the very sad moment right now that we are going to say goodbye.
Yes.
But that's a goodbye for now.
Yes.
It's the start of a new era for us.
Exactly. Stay with me, Naid. I'm going to cross over back to Kuala Lumpur, where our guest is still with us, I hope. When we were talking and you were explaining the strength of the resistance, my question is, even with the destabilization campaign that Israel has meted out against some of this Arab nationalistic movement that you've mentioned across the Arab world, why does Israel still feel this sense of insecurity? Because if you look at it materialistically, Israel seems to have won, right? They've martyred Hasan Nasrullah, they've martyred Liye, they've martyred Yahya Sinwar, they've turned Gaza into a rubble, they've destroyed a lot of buildings in southern Lebanon across the border. You know, they did a lot of terror attack and injured thousands of people in Lebanon in just a few seconds. Why does the regime still feel as though it is not safe after these so many so-called victories that they've had over the resistance?
Fears the ideology of revolutionary Islam. So yes, the Zionists, they can you lower the voice? Because I hear the sound. So yes, I mean the Zionist regime, they have been very successful on killing the leaders of the resistance, but their problem is that they cannot kill 1 billion Muslims. And this is what I was mentioning before about the podcast of Jonathan Pollard a few days ago, where he was foreseeing that Israel, in its war against its Arab Muslim neighbors, is planning to use the neutron bomb. Because look, I mean, Israel has military superiority. Israel is paid and armed to the kill by the Americans, but the problem is that they live and they are surrounded by an Islamic ocean. There are more than probably 2 billion Muslims today in the world. And these Muslims, they all hate what the Zionists do. And on the other hand, the Zionist ideology, it doesn't accept coexistence. I mean, they do not want to make peace with the Lebanese. They do not want to make peace with the Iranians. They do not want to make peace with the Arabs. And they say it very openly, because their ideology is like the Nazi ideology. They want to dominate. They want to rule. They don't want to exist. I mean, if we come to the very heart of the conflict that we have nowadays in Israel and Palestine, what is the problem? The problem is democracy. Because Israel does not want to treat its Palestinians, the Palestinians of Gaza and West Bank, as its citizens. It doesn't want to give them rights. It treats them, it has built an apartheid system and treats them like being subhumans. Yes, Israel has the military superiority. Yes, Israel must kill its Muslim neighbors, but the problem is that the victories of Israel are Pyrrhic victories, which means that yes, Israel kills, but Israel wins only small battles in the bigger war, which is the war of Zionism against Islam. And what we are seeing today in Beirut, after months and weeks of bombing and decimating southern in the streets of Beirut with the slogans of Hezbollah, with the flags of Hezbollah, to celebrate Syed Hashim Nasrullah, it shows to Netanyahu that yes, you have killed Nasrallah, but you have millions of Nasrallahs living in Lebanon. And the message of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, as it was mentioned
by the previous speaker is a ummatic message. I mean, why was Sheikh Hasan Nasrullah killed? What did he do that he was killed? He was killed because he joined the war in Gaza. His army, Hezbollah, attacked Israel and went to war with Israel on a simple condition. What was the demand of Hezbollah was Hezbollah asked Israel to stop its genocide in Gaza, and in that moment, Hezbollah will stop its attacks. And Sheikh Hasan Nasrullah, he was not killed for himself. He was not killed for his group. He was killed for Palestine. He is a martyr of the Sunni Muslims of Palestine and Masjid al-Aqsa. And this is the importance of the message of Sheikh Hasan Nasrullah, and that's why the pictures that we see now from Lebanon are very worrying for the Zionist regime, because the billions of dollars that the Americans and the Zionists have spent in the past, how many decades? 5 decades, to destabilize Iran, to put Lebanon in civil war, to install dictators in the Sunni Arab world in order to crush revolutionary Islam, to incite hatred against Shias through Takfiri Wahhabism. All this money and investment has been finished. Why? Because today the Sunni Muslims from Jakarta to Sarajevo, they know very well why Sheikh Hasan Nasrullah was killed. He was killed because he was defending the Sunni Muslims of Palestine.
Yeah.
And this is a nightmare for Israel, because, I mean, the project of Zionism has always been to divide and rule over the Arabs.
Exactly.
This was what Israel and the British did since World War I, when they divided the Arabs from the Turks, and this is what they have done since the Islamic Revolution.
Okay, stay with me.
All right.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off. Stay with me, but I wanna build upon the statement you just made about the division tactics that has been deployed or employed, whether it's by the British or the Israelis or the Americans for decades. And I want to bring in our guest in the studio to just expand on that for us. When it comes to division, one of the go-to cards that we've seen over the couple of years that the Israelis and the Americans have consistently used is the sectarian divide among Sunnis and Shias. And Nahid, when you look at, especially when we're looking at what has happened in Syria, and we see how effectively and how fast and quick the division came into play after months of people uniting and discrediting, sectarian belief and seeing the resistance as united, how quickly the division came in when sectarian was used, and Syria, well, we can say in some aspect has been lost because Syria now is occupied by Israel. So just expand for us, why is it that till now the people of this region and some people in the world still have not understood how dangerous sectarian divide is?
For sure. Such a very vital question to ask. Well, I have to say, we have to go back to 1948,
the history of the Zionist entity, when we are right after World War II and Europeans just decide to occupy an Arab land. And the framing that they have been working so hard on is that that's a religious war. That's about Jewish and Muslims. That's about fundamentalists and extremists, you call it, names and names for us, for the indigenous people of West Asia, trying to defend their soil, trying to say, who are you, basically. And this is the framing that they are getting used to. So first, it's about Jewish and Muslim war. Then it's about Sunni and Shia. Then and then and then. They are trying to divide us. They are trying to tell us and to highlight the differences, even though there are some parts that they didn't even exist before. They are injected by imperialist forces.
They are injected, they are fabricated. And our power and our strength is rooted in knowing just the reality, in knowing the history of this precious area, that everyone wants to, everyone from the Western orbit, not everyone. Yeah. We have the majority of the globe that actually wants the peace and development and everything for West Asia. Yeah. We have a strong enemy that doesn't want. And you know what? This is the lesson that people of West Asia has to learn. If they haven't learned it until today, I think there is a significant opportunity for them to realize
the very basic reality. The sectarianism does not going to address your issues, is not going to fix your problems. The problem is the Great Satan. The problem is US imperialism. The problem is Zionism entity. The entity that they literally bring into the region, a very Arab region, and try to occupy other soils, right, from this river to that river. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, but they know well that if you are not educated, if you don't know the history of your country and your region, you are going to be deceived by the imperialist propaganda that, oh, this is Shia, this is Sunni, oh, I have to distance myself. No, you do not. What you should do is believe that unification and unity that Iran and Islamic Revolution of 1979 has been not only talking but actually actively supporting and organizing. Let me bring the name of commander, our commander, Haq Ke Sath, that our leader described him as the organizer of the youth in the region. Yes. The youth was already there. The youth was already wanting to protect their land. What Iran did, what IRGC did, what Haq Ke Sath did was organizing this youth and uniting against one enemy, that is Zionist entity.
Yeah. Stay with me, Naid. I want to go back to Kuala Lumpur and just ask Mr. Olsi, moving forward, in your opinion, what do you think is going to be the fate of the resistance if we have established that by the scenes that we are witnessing now from Lebanon, that the resistance is not finished, and if we're basing that also on the scenes that we witnessed in Gaza repeatedly during the exchanges of prisoners for captives, that the resistance is not finished because resistance comes from the people. What is going to be the next step forward for the resistance then? Because we know perhaps this level of confrontation between the resistance and the Israeli regime has taken a pause, at least when it comes to direct confrontation. But we do know that the Israelis themselves have announced that there is going to be new levels of confrontation. In your opinion, how do you think the collective resistance will be able to respond to this, futuristic confrontation that is awaiting them?
Well, Israel and the Americans, they're trying their best to cut and to isolate the resistance. Can you please lower the voice of the speakers in
sure.
Because I can.
Sure.
I cannot. So, in my opinion, Israel and Americans are trying to do their best to isolate the Islamic resistance. Number one, we know very well, and President Donald Trump has already said he's going to bring maximum pressure and sanctions against Iran. Because Iran is the heart of the resistance. If there is no Iran, then we know that Hezbollah and Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Houthis and the Hajj al-Shabi, they will not be what they are. So the heart of the resistance is Iran. Iran today for global Islamism is like Russia, Soviet Union, and Moscow during the time of the Soviet Union. So number one, Americans, they will try to isolate Iran, to destabilize Iran. And in the coming months, we might see new waves of protests, which will be waged by the Mujahideen al-Haq and other terrorist organizations, and you might have even terrorist attacks within Iran and what have you. Number two is Trump is trying to do what he tried to do during his first presidency, to create the so-called an Arab NATO. So Trump will try very hard to mobilize the quisling Arab regimes to mobilize them against Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran in particular.
Please pardon me, I have to cut you off. My sincere apologies. Stay with me, and all that thought, we're going to cross live to our correspondent, Mariam Saleh, who is going to be joining us from the scene. And I believe the procession is getting close to where she is, where the coffins of the martyrs is passing across to go to where they will be finally laid to rest. Mariam, go ahead.
Hassan! Zainab, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mariam. Go ahead, please.
All right, well, we just are in a very high emotional state here. And of course, it's very difficult to describe the emotions. People are lost for words. We are lost for words. We were just, of course, witnessing the movement of the coffins of both Syed Hashim Nasrullah and
it seems as though we're having some connection issues with our correspondent, but she was just trying to tell us that the scenes are very emotional. Obviously, we have been speaking to many Lebanese, and not just Lebanese, many people across the world who are watching these scenes coming live out of Beirut, and the only words they can use is emotional and overwhelmed because of the spiritual and physical and emotional connection that they feel towards these two personalities who they are now having to bid farewell to. I don't know if our correspondent is back with us. If she isn't, we will continue with our guest. Are you there, Mariam? Can you hear me? Okay, we will be continuing with our guest in Kuala Lumpur. Mr. Olsi, if you're still there, you can hear me. Kindly continue with the statements you were making.
Can you please lower the voice in the studio? So as I was telling before, is that the Americans and the Zionists, they will try in maximum to isolate Iran. They have already succeeded on isolating Lebanon from Iran by forcing the quisling government of Beirut to stop Martyrs and Iranian airlines from flying to Beirut. So they will do everything in their power to cut the Lebanese from the Iranians. On the other hand, we know what is the plan of the Zionists in Gaza. Number one, Netanyahu regime, he wants to finish Hamas, but he has understood that he cannot finish Hamas for as long as there are Palestinians. So the project or the idea of Trump was to ethnically cleanse Gaza from the Palestinians and to throw the Palestinians out of Gaza. But this thing is not possible, because if Trump and Netanyahu is going to expel the Palestinians towards Egypt and Jordan, this will be a big nightmare for Egyptians and Jordanians. The Jordanian monarchy might collapse, because we know very well what happened to Jordan during the war of 1967 when Israel expelled 350,000 Palestinians, most of them from the West Bank, and we almost had the collapse of the Jordanian monarchy.
Yeah, but I want to build on that, Mr. Olsi, because the Arabs...
Hold on, let me finish.
Okay,
and
go ahead.
We saw already how King Abdullah of Jordan, when he met Donald Trump a few days ago in Washington. He had brought his son with him, and he was literally crying in front of Trump. And I mean, what the Zionists and Americans will try to do is that they'll try to isolate Hamas, they'll try to isolate Lebanon and Hezbollah, they'll try to isolate Iran, and their final objective will be regime change on Iran, which for them is not possible. Because what Iran has shown during the last war against Israel, that the Axis of Resistance carried, and which is the longest war in the history of Israel, Iran showed the military abilities to hit the Zionist regime very hard. And the Zionists and the Americans, they know that they do not have a military option for Iran, so they will try to isolate Iran in order to make the people to protest against the government.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. But what I wanted to, highlight while you were speaking was that you mentioned that the Arabs are being forced to take in the Palestinians, as Trump has mentioned, that they will empty out Gaza. But you also point to the fact that many of these Arab countries and many of these Arab regimes are subjected to American and Israeli dictate. So how will they stand against this plan? If the United States decide tomorrow to forcibly expel Palestinians, we obviously know that the Palestinians will resist this forcible migration. But we see that most of this Arab regime already have normalized ties with Israel, and those who have not openly normalized ties have, under the deal, under the table normalization. How will the Arabs stand against this plan?
Well, look, the Arab secular regimes, they'll stand against this plan because this plan is life and death for them. And we have to understand that even Arab regimes, they have their own red lines. For example, let's take the example of Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein, he was a Zionist American agent. They brought him to power, they armed him, they used him against Iran during the Iran-Iraq war. But then when they sent Saddam Hussein to Kuwait, and then they launched the first Gulf War and then the second Gulf War, Saddam Hussein suddenly became their enemy. And because even though these Arab leaders, they are puppets of the Zionist West, when their life is in danger, they become suicidal. So we will see the same thing. I mean, for example, for people who are following Israeli media in the last days, Israeli establishment is planning a war against Egypt. Why? Because Egyptian President al-Sisi has threatened with war Israel in case that they will expel the Gazans in Sinai. And why will Sisi do this? He will not do it because he loves the Palestinians, but if you have 2 million Palestinians in Gaza, they can march in Cairo and they can topple Sisi. And this will lead to regime change in Egypt. So the Egyptian military dictatorship, they know very well that there is a kind of red line that they will never, even though they are puppets of the West and they are puppets of the Americans, there is a red line. I mean, we have seen even in Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, one of the most loyal puppets of the Zionist empire, who when Netanyahu said that let's create a Palestine in Saudi Arabia became very hostile towards Israel. Because these people, these dictators, these people who rule by terror over the Arab nations, because I mean, in Egypt and in Saudi Arabia, you don't have the democracy that you have in Iran, where in Iran we have protests every day and for everything. These dictators, they cannot tolerate destabilization of their regimes. And that is why these people, they have their own red line, and if Palestinians will be mass expelled from Gaza, they will react. Now, someone might make another question. Why are the Arab regimes against Iran and Hamas and Hezbollah? The answer is simple. Arab dictators, they want to live in peace. They see Iran and Hamas and Hezbollah as troublemakers. They say these people want to fight against Israel. We don't want to fight against Israel. We don't care that there is apartheid in Palestine. We don't care that Israel will take one day probably Masjid al-Aqsa and turn it into the Temple of Solomon. the dictators, they want to live in peace. And when they see the revolutionary Iran and revolutionary Islam in Beirut and in Gaza and in the West Bank, they are worried because they say these people who want democracy in Israel, they will demand democracy one day in Saudi Arabia as well. And that's why we have this alliance between Arab secular dictatorships with the Zionist regime.
Yeah, okay, stay with me. I want to cross over now to our colleague here in the studio. Nohe, our guest was talking about the resistance of the Arabs, of many of these Arab countries. And when we do say Arab, we're not talking about the average citizens in many of these Arab countries who are actively against the Israeli occupation and actively against the occupation of Palestine and completely for the Palestinian people. We're talking about some of the government who have normalized ties with the Israeli regime. He's talking about the fact that many of these Arab countries also have their red line. And I want to just get your opinion on that. Do you agree that there is a red line for the Arabs, for the Arab regime? Because when we go back to the history of this conflict, whether it is starting from the first occupation of Palestine, the expulsion of the Palestinian, the wars against Lebanon and Syria, and the betrayal of the Egyptians. And it's just been downhill from there. The resistance that the Arab coalition had and the support that they used to have for Palestine and Gaza has now dwindled to simple statement. So when we see that the Americans and the Israelis are pushing ahead with their plans, how resisting or what kind of resistance do you think these Arab countries can put against this plan, and do they really have a red line?
Well, there are a couple of points that I have to make here. I remember the Islamic conference that we had last year when our Martyr president, Raisi, attended. And in that conference, in that very important conference, our president had a very basic proposal for the Islamic countries, for Arab countries, that, okay, if we are going to stop the genocide, that's the way we have to go through. We need to make sure, first of all, to stop fueling the fire, to stop giving the resources that the Zionist entity needs to kill children in Gaza. That's very, very simple. That if you agree that the genocide is happening and you want to stop it from continuing, let's unite again, let's unite together, let's make sure at least the bare minimum is that they don't have the resources, and I'm talking about oil and gas, what they need to bomb children in Gaza. The first thing that it came to my mind when you asked this question, we also have to remember again the history. History is so helpful. We just need to learn from it and apply it to our very present. Syed Hashim Nasrullah, I read a book a couple of weeks ago, Zuboor-e-Muqawamat. It is about Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and in that, it's actually, I really agree with this statement that Syed Hashim Nasrullah was the first victorious Arab figure after 6 Days War. Until then, there was none. And there was no attempt to actually be victorious against the enemy, the Zionist enemy. That's very important, because sometimes the strategy is different. Sometimes you actually go back and go forward. That's a different tactic, that's a different story. But there was no desire, no attempt to actually win the war against Zionism. Okay, we are back. And now there is no dignity, there is no Arab dignity. It was Syed Hashim Nasrullah, the one that we are, right now, we are seeing the very emotional scene of burial of him. That, no, victory is possible and it's going to happen. And I'm going to, and my soldiers are going to make it happen.
Yeah.
And
as Sheikh Naim Qasem said in his very important speech today,
they are the children of Haj Qasem as well.
Yeah.
So, was it about Arabs who are trying to support the cause of Palestine? Sure. Which Arabs? These Arabs, the ones in Yemen, the ones in Lebanon, South Lebanon, the ones in Iraq, the resistance that has been established very strongly by the support of 1979 Islamic Revolution.
Yes. Okay, stay with me. I'm gonna cross over to our guest in Kuala Lumpur, and I want to just thank him for taking his time to share some of his thoughts with us. And on a final note, I want to ask him, when we look at the fact that the Israeli regime, globally, the reputation that they've been able to create through propaganda and through the the blatant lies that has been coming from mainstream media, this reputation has been shattered because of the 15-month genocide that was perpetrated against Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, and also the expansion of that war to Lebanon, especially during the pager terrorist attack that targeted thousands of people simultaneously. In your opinion, going forward, how will Israel or the Israeli regime and those who support them continue to exist in a world where majority of people are now completely against them?
Well, the Israeli regime now is surviving through force, and we see what even the administration of President Donald Trump is doing. Now, I mean, the American empire has come in a moment where the empire is globally hated. They are no longer loved. And what happens is that when empires come in a crisis of their existence, they use violence and terror. So what we are seeing happening nowadays is that the American Zionist empire is using terror because they believe that the only way how they can survive and still stay in power is by using mass violence and terrorism. But when empires become so violent and regimes become so violent, it is that they humiliate even their vassals, their clients. And we're seeing what is happening now to Israel. I mean, the puppet Arab regimes, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, these regimes who were normalizing their relations with Israel, who were telling to Israelis, let's join together and we go and fight Iran. All these regimes are suddenly understanding that Israel and America is dangerous even for their existence. So this war, we can say that, and we have to make this statement, is that even conventionally, Israel killed more Muslims, more Arabs than Israelis will kill. In a strategic perspective, Israel has lost this war. Why? Because number one is that the international community, the humanity from Australia to Canada understood that Israel is a genocidal criminal regime. I mean, if you read the publications of IPAC and their think tank institutions, they all yell and scream and cry because they say, oh, there is a massive increase of anti-Semitism.
Exactly.
The Zionists, they use Facebook censorship, Twitter censorship, YouTube censorship, closing TV channels, closing people's profiles in order to silence the people. But this is a sign of death, because this is what Soviet Union was doing in 1980s. I mean, in 1980s, when the Soviet regime and ideology had collapsed and people wanted a regime change, so what the Soviets were doing, they were using mass censorship.
Yes.
They were jailing people for speaking their mind. Now, today we see the same situation with the Judeo-American empire. They are using mass censorship, they are using violence, they are using state terrorism, they are firing people from their jobs for standing up to the Palestinian issue. But these are the signs of the collapse of this empire. How will the Zionist American empire survive? It will survive through force. But when we talk about moral victory, the recent war in Gaza was won by the Palestinians. I mean, if you are a Palestinian today, you visit any country in the world, people will come and will hug you. If you are a Lebanese, if you are a member of Hezbollah, if you are a member of Hasan Nasrullah, if you are an Iranian, everywhere you go in the world, people from all over the planet will come and they will be very happy to meet you. Because even Iran, with this war, it managed to clear and clarify its message to the international community. Because as we mentioned before, for the past 5 or 6 decades, the propaganda of the Zionists was that Iran is a terrorist regime, the mullahs are butchers, are killers, they beat the women, and so many lies. But what this war in Gaza showed, it convinced the rest of humanity that Iran is standing for justice, Palestinians are victims, and the Zionists are criminals. And they are not oppressing only the Palestinians, but they are oppressing every human being in this planet. There is not a single person who hasn't been censored by the Twitter, by the Facebook, by YouTube for speaking his own mind. So Israel has lost its image. Humanity hates Israel. They know that Israel is not the state that it claims to be. It is not a democracy, but is an evil fascist regime. And I think in the long term, the Palestinians, Muslims, Iranians, Lebanese, Arabs, humanity, the leftists, everybody's going to win. The Zionists, they're going to lose.
Thank you so very much. We really appreciate you taking your time and sharing some very insightful comments and discussion. We've really enjoyed those discussions. Hopefully we have you next time to talk more about some of these issues. That is Olsi Yazegi joining us from Kuala Lumpur, is an historian and social activist. We're going to cross over back to our studio here with our colleague who is still with us, Nahid. Our guest mentioned some very important topics, and one of the things he mentioned was that Iran has been able to set an equation that many before used to laugh at when people talk about the strength of the Iranian military or the strength of the Iranian missiles or the strength and the sophistication of the Iranian drones, because some of these missiles and drones were built under the strictest of sanctions, not just sanctions when it comes to economic, but also knowledge-based sanctions, where Iranian scientists are either assassinated or prevented from studying certain topics in universities across the world or deported. And yet, when Iran carried out Operation True Promise 1 and 2, some have said even the Israelis were shocked, because just to provide context to the question I'm asking, and you're well aware this is just a statement for our audiences who are listening, when Iran carried out the Operation True Promise 1 and 2, there was a coalition of American, British, French, and also some of this Arab regime who created a barrier for Israel, and yet those missiles got to Israel. So the laugh now is about who laughed last, right? And the commentator was talking about, now that it has been established that Iran cannot be targeted militarily, there might be some disruptions internally. Can you speak about some of this, and if you've seen anything that might correlate to that, kindly explain that to our audience.
Surely. Well, I have to say that yes, we have been under severe sanctions. And before the operation in Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, Iran for years, for ages, Iran was the first country that has been put under the most severe sanctions globally in the history, right? And now we know what we are talking about when we are saying sanctions, because generally speaking, the implications, the destructive implications of these sanctions are not being so explained for people. How does it impact the industry, science, education? And I'm not going to the everyday life of people. I'm not even going there. I'm just talking about the basic foundation that a country needs to improve their science, to improve their military devices and weaponaries. And we didn't have that. We were oppressively discriminated against. But despite this situation, which is very hard, and it's not a short period of time, it's not 1 year or 2 years, it is since 1979 revolution. It has been worsened and worsened and worsened. How come? How come Iran can develop such indigenous technology? It's because, I think it's because the capacity and the energy that has been released and also activated by 1979 Islamic Revolution. We have Iran, we have the people that has been oppressed for years and years, and then the magnificent space that the revolution and the leadership of revolution provided them, that okay, we are confident now. We regain the confidence that for years imperialist powers, by making coups in Iran and different sort of things, trying to take it out from us, and now we have it back because we make the revolution possible when no one was actually supporting us. It was the slogan of the revolution that no East, no West, which means
none of them was actually supporting such important revolution against the most important agent of imperialism in West Asia, which was Shah. So when you are capable of making that happen, then maybe there is nothing impossible. And that is a quote from one of the Hamas commanders about Haj Qasem Soleimani, that he said it to us that nothing is impossible. You can win the Zionist regime. You can win this very unfair war. You can, because nothing is impossible. We did it
Secretary General of Hezbollah before. Days later, he was also assassinated. So today, Hezbollah held and is holding a burial ceremony to say goodbye to two Secretary Generals at once. And now you're watching procession of those two holy bodies being drawn through the streets of Beirut, and people bidding their farewell to these two great men who stood, fought, and were martyred, protecting and defending Palestinian and the sanctities of Palestine as the entire world turned their back against the Palestinian, as we watch babies being left in incubators to die and rot away. These two men stood up and fought with their actions the Israeli occupation to defend the Palestinians. And now you're watching images of their bodies being paraded through the streets of Beirut, and later the body of Syed Hassan will be buried in a mausoleum that has already been prepared, and Syed hashim Saifuddin will be taken to another location to be laid to a final rest. Again, we have been covering live images for you from Beirut, and we've had various people who came to speak about what's happening. So we will be crossing over now to Beirut to continue the discussion. Our colleagues are over there, and I believe they're ready for the program to begin. Please go ahead.
Welcome back, dear viewers, from this. على الهوا نحن يا شباب. نحن على الهوا. Welcome back, dear viewers, to this live coverage from Beirut. The funeral of both Hezbollah Secretary Generals, Martyrs, made its way through the massive crowd, with people chanting slogans like "Labbaika ya Nasrullah," "We are at your service, O Nasrullah." The procession is still ongoing, moving towards its final destination, the holy site, as we speak. Tears of grief and sorrow filled the streets as participants waved goodbye and saw their beloved leaders for the last time. Yet, even this sight, the Israelis couldn't bear. Their hostile F-16 and F-35 aircrafts tried to intimidate the massive crowd gathered here to bid a final farewell to their beloved leader. But they failed miserably, as none of these people gathered here to bid final farewell to Syed Hassan Nasrullah even moved from their places, and we were here to actually witness that on the ground. Amid this, Hezbollah Secretary General Sheikh Naim Qasim delivered a speech honoring the legacy of martyrs Syed Hassan Nasrullah and Syed Hashim Saifuddin, and describing Syed Nasrullah as a historic, exceptional, patriotic, Arab Islamic leader, the model of the free people of the world. Joining us now is Mr. Ali Rizk, a political analyst. Hello and welcome.
Thank you.
Ali. France Press, and this is the latest news coming in, Ali, they decided, or they said that the people gathered today, the number estimated between 1 million and 1.5 million. We still don't know to what extent that is true, but we've been here early morning and we have seen people coming in. In fact, they were coming in since last night. Some even came on foot from very far areas, from Al-Biqa Valley, where it's snowy, from the south, from North Lebanon. Despite the weather conditions, they were here. And yes, there was a massive crowd. Do you think it reached up to 1.5 million?
I think it's difficult to estimate, but I wouldn't be surprised if the numbers did exceed 1 million. As we heard, around 65 to 70 countries, people coming from all over the world. That's in addition to and I think that what was important is that the supporters were out to prove a point.
Yes.
To show that, to try and send a determined message that Hezbollah is not weakened. So there was a lot of motivation or impetus which was pushing the people to come. It was more than just about extending condolences over the loss of a great leader. I think it was about affirming that this message continues. So there are a lot of dimensions, I believe, behind this turnout.
Yes.
Sheikh Naim Qasim did refer as well to these points during this speech, saying that, you know, we continue on the path, etc.
Yes.
And I think that ironically, Hezbollah, in the long run, this might lead to swelling of the ranks of Hezbollah, meaning that those who were supporters of the movement but weren't actually members of the movement,
yes,
I think they might now be motivated to become members of Hezbollah due to the passion and immense love they had for Syed Hassan, and now they might be seeking revenge against Israel, and the way they could translate that is to actually become active members of Hezbollah or for a certain resistance.
And probably at one point, as you're highlighting, the message has been sent with this massive crowd that's been gathered, as Gad'an Sa'ir, the foreign Israeli minister, actually posted just a few minutes ago that the picture coming in from Nasrallah's funeral, it reflects, here I'm translating, it reflects exactly what is happening inside Lebanon. Iran is still dominant and is still superior, and it's still piling up all these people and is still controlling the area. From his own perspective, that this is dangerous. In our perspective and how we see it, that means that these people, their gathering or their massive crowds was trying to say something politically. That yes, we are here, we are present, to an extent that even the Israeli foreign minister actually noticed that there is something going on, though he actually read it in his own perspective. However, it was something that caught the attention at one point.
It did take the attention, but I would be cautious when it comes to Israeli statements, and particularly terminology when they speak about Iranian domination or certain foreign domination.
But they were surprised by the amount of people gathered.
Look, it's no secret that Iran supports the resistance. Iran itself has made no secret of that. Hezbollah says that Iran provides support. But when you use terminology to speak about Iranian domination, I think that the Israelis have certain aims when they use this rhetoric, and I think that unfortunately this kind of language, it's very much consistent with the language which is used by some of Hezbollah's domestic enemies or rivals. So these Israeli statements, as I said, to speak about Iranian domination, they are trying to minimize the patriotism of these masses who came to participate. I'm not saying that Iran doesn't support the resistance. On the contrary, Iran supports the resistance.
And Hezbollah says it out loud.
But this does not mean that there is some kind of foreign agenda which is at play. We have to always keep in mind that Hezbollah is, in the roots of it, it's a Lebanese movement against occupation, against aggression from a foreign entity which is represented by Israel. And what you saw here was support for that agenda against Israeli aggression, against Israeli domination, against Israeli occupation.
Okay, speaking also about the crowd and about the massive number of people or the attendees or the participants in this huge, one of the hugest, largest funeral procession or funeral ceremony in the history of Lebanon that has ever made a leader. What also caught our attention throughout the day, and we were standing right here, Ali, watching Israeli aircrafts, F-16 and F-35, intimidating and actually trying to frighten the people that were gathering right here and chanting slogans, Labbaik Nasrullah. But then the astonishing thing that we witnessed, that none of these people actually moved from their places. Instead, they just looked up and they said, we are here. their places. Instead, they just looked up and they said, we are here. From their places. Instead, they just looked up and they said, we are here. Yes.
But if Trump, because Trump's main project, look at what happened with Saudi Arabia. He's giving a special status to the Saudis. Which country hosted the Russian-American meeting? It was Saudi Arabia, the meeting to discuss Ukraine.
Yes.
So he's given the Saudis a very privileged status. Now the Saudis...
Because it has certain needs and he had certain requirements and requests from Saudi Arabia.
Indeed. The Saudis also, they have their own price regarding normalization.
Mm-hmm. They have their own conditions,
Their
right?
own conditions. They want at least an
Two-state
Israeli
solution.
verbal commitment to a two-state solution.
Yes.
So this might
And
push
the
Trump.
thing that the Israelis, because as we highlighted in several episodes together, Mr. Ali, it's because it's a lot of right-wing extremists, so they are not even considering what you're just highlighting. The two-state solution is not even negotiable. It's not even on the table.
That could put Netanyahu's government in jeopardy. If Trump finds or discovers that the right-wing tendencies of Israel are going to jeopardize his own agenda, for example, normalization, etc., if he finds that happening, don't be surprised if Trump steps forward or takes some action to undermine this Israeli government. I think that is possible, despite everything we hear about Trump being a very close ally to Netanyahu, etc.
Why, in your opinion? Because his
could-
own motives and his own initiatives and the way that he conducts things is completely different. As if this man does not work politics, he works business. And he sees people as objects. And even Benjamin Netanyahu, they, as you're highlighting, they look as if they're close allies, but when it comes to them, to his pocket or to the money or how business is done, and if he sees that this kind of task will not give him the billions that he's waiting for, then he will just change his mind and go to someone else. He has a different vision than a normal US president.
But not just that. When he faces certain realities, he backs down. Even Trump backs away. I just told you about Jordan and Egypt. When Jordan and Egypt expressed reservations and objected to what Trump suggested, he said, I'm not sure the exact words.
Is it too early to decide about that? But that's or you think that that's how his character is?
Trump,
he would back up at the last point.
When faced with realities, no, Trump would back away. This is not something new, by the way. In his previous term, he used some very fiery rhetoric against Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader, and then he met with him twice, and he said some nice words about Kim Jong-un. So
his words are not supposed to be taken seriously most of the time.
No, sometimes he uses them as a bargaining. This is the way you do business, by the way.
Sure. We're learning a lot from that.
You bargain and then you reach what you can. And I think he's using the same methods here. A lot of people jumped to the conclusion, I think, when he made these statements with Benjamin Netanyahu at his side, saying, oh, look, once again, America fully on board with the Israelis, etc. I think that was a bit hasty to jump to these conclusions so quickly. With Trump, you have to wait and see how things... for example...
And he couldn't even give complete answers about Gaza when he decided that he wants to send the Gazans, the Palestinians, to Jordan or to Saudi Arabia. When asked how are you supposed to do that, he has no answers for that. As you just like postponing and letting time everything takes its time until he figures out how this will happen business-wise, because he's looking at Gaza as a piece of land that will give him millions and millions of dollars.
Indeed, but I think what is very important is that what happened recently, it proves that when the Arabs take a firm stance, this stance can achieve results.
Yes.
The Jordanian stance, the Egyptian,
completely.
The Saudi stance, in the end, I think this is what made Trump, maybe it's a bit too early to say that he's completely backed down, but I think it's forced him to pause and to reconsider. And I think that if the Arabs continue to stick to this stance...
We thought at one point that this was just a pause to figure out another plan of how to deal with Saudi Arabia and bargain, even make deals under the table that will allow the Saudi Arabians to become interested or to become more interested in Gaza and the deal that Trump wanted. It's like, this is how we thought about it. Do you think that there is another plan that's being calculated?
I think that there
are deals between them.
There is another plan. The Saudis have spoken about, I think, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday they referred once again to the two-state solution.
Yes.
Now, if Trump finds that the Arabs insist on a two-state solution, Netanyahu has completely rejected. Netanyahu and his right-wing aides, they're completely against that. So when Trump faces the reality, when his closest Arab allies insist on something and the Israeli right wing is against it, how is that going to play out? What is the future of allies insist on something? The American ties with the Israeli far right, will they come to view the Israeli far right as a burden, or are they going to embrace the agenda of the Israeli far right? There's something else. Maybe Netanyahu and the far right will accept some concessions, but these concessions would be related to ending the rule of Hamas. That's the big issue.
Conditions.
How will they address the issue of Hamas? Will the Arabs agree with the Americans, with the Trump administration, about ending the Hamas rule? Is this going to be the future agenda? I think these are all open-ended questions. The answers aren't clear.
Okay. Coming back to Lebanon here and the atmosphere and the heavy atmosphere that's here in Beirut, let's speak more about at one point Syed Hashim Nasrullah, Martyr Syed Hashim Nasrullah, is seen as a symbolic for the liberation of Palestine, and he's like people look upon him from that perspective. Today, when we see Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and you can agree with that or you can disagree, or even these countries for the first time Ali, for the first time, saying no. We're not going to allow the Americans to tell us what to do, especially when it comes to the Palestinians. We will speak about two-state solution. As if in their words they had some kind of mercy that they learned from someone out there that sacrifices life for the sake of the liberation of Palestine. How did the martyrdom of Syed Hashim Nasrullah in the path of Al-Quds affected Arab leaders and how they look on Palestine?
Here I'm going to respectfully disagree with that assessment. I think that the Arabs took this stance not so much out of sympathy for the Palestinians, not so much because they learned any lessons from Syed Hassan. It's about their own interests, their own survival. Jordan's existence, Jordan's survival would have been at stake if they had agreed to Trump's plan of displacing Palestinians. The same applies to Egypt. The same would apply to Saudi Arabia. If Saudi Arabia would have accepted this, it's about their own interests. So it's not, unfortunately, I wish it would have been the case, but no. But regardless, whatever be the reason, I think this is a positive development for the Arab countries to, draw a line in the sand.
So therefore, what's the message that you think that the Hezbollah
draw a line in the sand apply to Saudi Arabia? If Saudi Arabia would have accepted this, it's about their own interests. So it's not, unfortunately, I wish it would have been the case, but no. But regardless, whatever be the reason, I think this is a positive development for the Arab countries to, draw a line in the sand.
So therefore, what's the message that you think that the Hezbollah
draw a line in the sand? One can be interpreted
And on the runway shows, we've seen the Palestinian outfits. It's like as if Syed Hassan, what he wanted, he said it, but at the same time, leaving this world for the cause of Palestine meant a lot.
Indeed, and this speaks to the influence which Syed Hassan has. What you just referred to about people coming or about the allies participating, Syed Hassan's influence, he did play a major role in getting other parties to become involved. Remember that Syed Hassan was the first to come to the aid of Ansar Allah in Yemen. He was the first one to come to their support.
And the Yemenis had a massive role to play here in the Palestinian cause.
Indeed. So his influence, I think, was at least partially responsible for the Yemenis becoming involved in support of the Palestinian cause. I'm not saying they didn't support the cause out of their own will, but I think that Syed Hassan's role also was a factor. Encouraged even more.
And the Yemeni stance was astonishing, and everyone was very surprised of the way that they reacted to it. And that's what I was trying to say and highlight is that as if Palestine was doomed and no one knew anything about it, and then suddenly after Al-Aqsa flood and after the cooperation with, or of course, Syed Hashim Nasrullah's martyrdom and Yemenis and Iraqis and Iran, all this involvement as if participated in showing that yes, there is a country named Palestine, there are people suffering over there, unlike what your media is trying to send and what kind of propaganda they're trying to show you.
Indeed, Syed Hassan always had this focus on Palestine as the central cause.
Yes.
This was always Hezbollah's main approach. By the way, you mentioned Iraq. Iraq also is a place where Syed Nasrullah enjoys extraordinary status. He is viewed indeed as a unique leader.
We've seen high top delegations from Iraq arriving to
and
Beirut
I think
today.
that I don't have any information, I'm analyzing, he probably played a major role in the joint operations which you used to see between the Yemenis and the Iraqis. I remember when Sayyid Abdul Malik al-Houthi used to announce that we launched a joint operation with the Iraqi Islamic resistance. I think that Hezbollah, this isn't declared, again, this is my own speculation, I wouldn't be surprised if Syed Nasrullah and Hezbollah were involved in that joint.
Thank you for saying that, Ali, because
Iraqi-Yemeni
do you think that now we're going to actually find out more characteristics about this amazing leader after his own martyrdom? Because that's what usually happens when people hold a lot of characteristics, despite the charisma and despite the generosity and the humbleness. But when they carry all these traits, it's like after their martyrdom or after their death, we get to know the generosity and the humbleness. And we get to share understand their stories or even listen to their stories because they are able, their own friends and companions are now able to speak about them more. In the past, due to security reasons, they couldn't. So do you think there is more that we don't know about Syed Hassan that we will come to actually understand with the coming days as you're analyzing about the information that you just highlighted? This is a very important factor, and yes, it might happen. It might have happened.
Well, we saw this with many leaders. With
This is a very important factor, and yes, with
other leaders, we got to know more about their achievements later on.
Yes.
Syed Hassan himself, in some of the speeches, he used to say, when these people were alive, I wasn't able to talk about them. Now I can talk about them more comfortably.
Yes.
He used to say it when he was speaking about the leaders who fell. Now I think that Sheikh Naim Qasim today, he gave some minor details. I think that later on you're going to...
However, ministers of parliaments of Hezbollah and a lot of, we've seen it on our local TV stations, they're interviewing them, and they're also interviewing journalists who interviewed Syed Hashim Nasrullah and some of his close friends, close allies, close companions, and now they're able to speak up and speak about this person that took care a lot, basically about orphans and his close companions, and now they are able humanitarian aid to the needy and to the poor people, especially in the holy month of Ramadan that we are coming towards in a couple of days. These are traits that will allow the people to love him more and to look up to him more and to want him to be or take him as a role model than ever. Even though they know that this man has these traits, but now they can actually hear them and they are documented.
Indeed, for now the focus has been at the sentimental level or on the personality of Syed Hassan. I did see some of these videos who spoke about Syed Hassan being a very kind person, a very gentle person, etc. So the focus up until now
spoke about etiquette also.
Has been on the personal characteristics. We haven't heard much yet about the strategic dimension, like the role he played within the personal characteristics. We with Iraq, with Yemen, with Syria. We might get to know more about that in the coming days, in the coming months. We have to wait and see. But there's no doubt that Syed Hassan has left a big gap, not just in Lebanon with Hezbollah, but within the wider axis of resistance. Now, can that gap be filled? I'm sure it can be filled, but it is going to be something which is going to take time. It's going to take efforts. You know, we'll wait and see.
We're going to try as much as we can to tackle all the issues on the table. Beirut, of course, today witnessed, and at the end of this day, or this very long day, witnessed an unprecedented international gathering. We had world figures, we had celebrities, we had influencers, we had prominent journalists also, participations, even resistance leaders. And what I meant by participants from all political affiliations, the one that loved Syed Hassan or the one that did not agree with him on some of the political stances but also attended the funeral, and also Sheikh Raheem al-Zakzaki, the leader of the Islamic movement in Nigeria, and he had a very impressive and sensitive way of replying when he was asked, what does Syed Hassan mean to you? And he said that I never felt that much of sorrow and grief as much as I felt it when I knew that Syed Hassan has been assassinated, taking into consideration that he lost multiple children on his own side. So what does this tell you?
Whether it be Sheikh Ibrahim al-Zakzaki, whether it be the Houthis in Yemen, whether it be Bahrain,
and top Iranian delegations.
But no, when it comes to these particular people, Sheikh Ibrahim Zakzaki, the Houthis, Bahrain, these were people whose causes were forgotten. Nobody heard of what that happened in Nigeria, for example. Were it not for what Syed Hassan used to say. Syed Hassan brought these issues to the attention of the world. Not just Syed Hassan, by the way, even Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei also used to speak about the struggle in Nigeria.
But you're right about it. I lived in Nigeria all of my life, and this case that concerning Ibrahim al-Zakzaki, and they were faced with a lot of horror at one point, and no one knew about it. That's very true. It's like leaders, as you're highlighting, they are the ones that brought it to the surface.
Indeed, and also regarding the Houthis in Yemen, nobody expressed a lot of support for their cause as much as Syed Hassan did.
And now they're very powerful.
Indeed. So Sheikh Ibrahim al-Zakzaki, the Houthis, I think that they owe it, and I'm not saying this as in a negative way, they owe it to Syed Hassan to express this sorrow and to come out and in this show of support. And when Sheikh Ibrahim al-Zakzaki said that he never feels this sorrow, I can understand that again, because you have someone who drew attention to a cause, and this is something which they were, I think, in dire need of. Who would have heard? I personally never heard of Nigeria or that particular struggle in Nigeria, and I think this applies to many other people. Also, if you look at cases like Myanmar, the Rohingya Muslims as well, the same applies. These are all issues which weren't on the map, politically speaking, and people came and got to know it from Syed Hassan, from Syed Ali Khamenei as well.
And that's also a plus for these traits that Syed Hassan has, which is speak on the behalf of those that do not have voices, protect those that are in need, and that's the main cause and the main trigger that actually pushed towards Palestine, and the massacres and the atrocities that were committed over there. We couldn't stay
silent, and the resistance couldn't stay silent. Because why am I saying that? Because here in Lebanon, politicians, local politicians that oppose the resistance, still do not understand why did Hezbollah involve itself in Palestine and brought a lot of catastrophes to Lebanon, for example. But now seeing who attended the funeral, you can clearly understand what kind of man is he.
Indeed, but regarding the domestic rivals
or the domestic enemies of Hezbollah, I don't think it's the fact that they don't understand. I think it's that they do not want to understand.
Okay.
And
do you think they understood today after this huge, massive crowd?
Look, whatever happens, let's be honest, Hezbollah's domestic rivals, I'd be surprised if their stance would ever change. I think that their behavior or their approach, to a large degree, it stems from some blind hatred or contempt. When you have blind hatred or contempt, it's difficult to argue logically. Maybe we'll see some improvement, some changes, hopefully, but I'm not optimistic in that regard that you're going to see any changes to the better. Some improvement, some changes, and foremost, Hezbollah's domestic rivals, they see what happened as being a golden opportunity to further strengthen the chokehold on Hezbollah supporters and to demonize Hezbollah supporters. And I think that is very, very dangerous. I think that's very dangerous for Lebanese civil peace, for Lebanese security, if they opt this path. Now,
do you think they will win in that, Ali? Because of course we've seen how they had a lot of restrictions when it came to the funeral of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, whether blocking the Iranian plane from landing in Beirut Rafiq Hariri airport due to accusations that they are sending funds to the resistance at this specific timing where the committee overseeing the procession, the funeral procession, were in deep preparation and delegations were coming in. The timing was very bad to actually come up with this. So do you think that that's an impact of the pressure that's placed on from America and Israel?
When I say Hezbollah's domestic rivals or enemies, I'm not referring to President Joseph Aoun,
of course,
nor to Prime Minister Nawaf Salam.
Yes, for sure.
I'm referring to certain factions. I'm not going to name anyone.
No,
but I think that they're well known.
Yes.
I was just going to say, actually, before you asked me the question, the silver lining is that President Joseph Aoun, in particular, I think that he has shown some responsible leadership. He made some very important remarks. He said that Hezbollah's weapons is something which will be addressed through a local Lebanese dialogue.
Okay.
I think these were very important words to say under the current circumstances, and I think that under the leadership of President Aoun in particular, this might help in preventing some collisions on the street.
Okay, then what are you saying is dangerous now? You spoke about a dangerous zone. If the president is if you're analyzing the president's action as being reasonable, and you're also speaking highly of the prime minister, then therefore, who is the real threat here, and what kind of danger is awaiting Lebanon with the assassination of Syed Hassan?
I think that the real threat are those people, certain parties who are known who have a hostile animosity towards Hezbollah.
Will they be able to incite sectarianism? And
that's the big question. Will they be able to incite or not? We have to wait and see what happens. If they provoke, you have people who are very angry, people who are participating. And I think you saw some of the images in the Beirut airport, the anger which was expressed by some of the people. If these masses are provoked, it might be difficult to control them. And so those enemies of Hezbollah, the domestic enemies, I think they're called upon to, take a more responsible approach, not to see this as an opportunity to weaken or to completely crush a certain and integral member or sect of Lebanese society. Joseph Aoun, by the way, he did say, and here I'm going to be frank, I'm going to quote what he said. He said, we're not going to enter into a confrontation. The Shias can't be marginalized, or the Shias are an integral part of Lebanese society and the Lebanese social fabric. This is something good. It's a good sign, and we hope that this approach continues.
And do you think that deep inside, people of the resistance, or even the attendees and the participants that were in this square today, and even the Kamil Shamroun Sports Stadium, do you think that they feel that weakness at one point? That's why they wanted to go to the streets and prove to the others that yes, we are united, we are strong, and we are many, and you cannot, even if you have plans for us, never underestimate our own capabilities. The assassination of our own leader does not mean that we have been weakened. Are they sensing some kind of threat somewhere? Some similar to the things that you said?
I think part of their insistence,
psychologically speaking,
part of their insistence to show up in these large numbers, part of it at least, is related to what you just mentioned. Try to tell anyone that don't think that our morale has been broken as a result of what
Syed
took
Hassan
place.
was perfect in boosting the morale of the people in most of his speeches.
Indeed. So yes, their turnout, this very large turnout, was a message to say that. More importantly, I think that this large turnout, it tells you who is the more popular force, who is the more powerful group in Lebanon.
And they wanted to prove that. They wanted.
Hezbollah remains the strongest party regardless of the blows in which it
Because
was
of the
dealt.
popularity?
Because of the popularity.
Okay.
You just saw this was unprecedented. Never have we seen, I think, in the history of Lebanon, such a large turnout. So anyone thinking of trying to play certain games, I think, would have to now calculate and think twice after what we just saw. It means that if you're going to stir any confrontations, this isn't going to end well for anyone, including those who might have these plans.
As an observer of the Lebanese domestic issues and also the politicians, and you've mentioned that, do you think that the message that Hezbollah wanted to send today, or the people of the resistance that we just mentioned, will not stop other opponents, domestic opponents, from taking any negative action if they want to do it? Do you think that they will continue the plan? They will move forward by provoking the people, and they would neglect the fact that these are many and they are popular and they are very strong?
Look, unfortunately, you can't take that off the table completely. Meaning that they might continue to try and provoke people. They might continue,
especially media.
Especially media in particular. So unfortunately, no. But I think I would have a word of advice to those who have these plans. Look at what happened to the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He relied on the Americans for support. The Americans, in the end, they're making a deal with the Russians.
Yes.
And they abandoned. Now Trump is actually, he's saying some quite nasty words about Zelensky. If these people here continue with their agenda, particularly when you have someone like Trump in the White House, now he might be embracing an anti-Hezbollah agenda now.
Yes.
But what the future holds would be anyone's guess. Trump in the end is unpredictable, and he could very, very easily abandon some allies in Lebanon and pursue a completely different agenda.
To serve his own interests.
To serve his own interests. And once again, this is a point I always like to emphasize.
Yes.
How important in the end is Lebanon for America at this phase?
Exactly.
The Americans themselves, they're saying that we've entered a multipolar world. In fact, the first administration to admit this is the Trump administration. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and others, they're saying this now plainly. And they're now making a deal with the Russians.
Yes.
So the Middle East isn't a very important priority for them. And those who think that America is going to stand by them 100%, they might be mistaken. I can't assume for sure. But they might be mistaken.
But their thoughts and the way that we're not naming groups here, but their thoughts and their statements, they're pretty much similar to statements coming in from Israeli officials. I just highlighted Israeli Foreign Minister, what he said about this gathering on this massive crowd, which exceeded 1.5 million. And tomorrow morning, when we want to read the newspapers or even listen to these, to the channels that are supported by the domestic opponents of Hezbollah, we will find the same words said using the same phrases, and probably that's the danger that you're probably highlighting or talking about.
Indeed.
Similarity is scary.
It is. It is scary, but it also shows that they don't shy away. They don't have any shame in sounding similar to the Israelis.
Yes.
That, I think, is something which is, at least I can say it's unfortunate. I'm not going to say any other words. But again, it's about the Lebanese civil peace, the Lebanese domestic situation.
Okay.
How far will they go to put Lebanon's civil peace at risk? In the end, this will sabotage the term of President Joseph Aoun, whom they say they support.
Okay, and a final word, Ali. What have Lebanon lost today with the martyrdom of Syed Hassan, and what have Lebanon gained today?
It's important that you refer to Lebanon, what has Lebanon won, instead of saying what Hezbollah has won. Lebanon has lost a great leader. I think the region and possibly even the whole world has lost a great leader, not just a charismatic leader, but a strategic thinker. Someone who was very skillful in military strategy, skillful at various levels. So it is a big loss. What Lebanon won today, I think Lebanon won by showing the devotion to the cause, the ideological support, clinging to this ideology, despite the very, very huge defeat. For those who thought that there would be a complete collapse as a result of the loss of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, I think that now they're being forced to reconsider their approach. So indeed, this, I think, we can interpret this large turnout as a kind of show of victory, whether it be against domestic opponents or whether it be against foreign opponents, first and foremost the Israelis.
Ali Rizet, political analyst, thank you very much for joining us in this episode. It's always nice having you. Thank you very much. Dear viewers, our time is up. This is the end of our live coverage of a very long day today. The live coverage of the funeral procession or the funeral procession of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, the master of the ummah, and his lifetime comrade Syed hashim Saifuddin. Thank you very much for watching.
Now welcome back. These are live images from the Lebanese capital, Beirut, at the funeral procession, a day-long event drawing in hundreds of thousands of people from around the world to attend the funeral of late martyr of the Hezbollah resistance movement, Syed Hashim Nasrullah. You can see there are a few people throughout history have been as revered as the late martyr Syed Nasrullah, and as you can see the significance and the size of this ceremony. People have been here in the streets of Beirut since the early morning hours, many since last night, to get their places saved as close as they can to actually where the Hashim Nasrullah will be carried through the crowd there. You can see he's been put on display, and there he is, assassinated by the Zionist entity quite some time ago, before there was a ceasefire, and it was safe to have a proper funeral of this scale and caliber as warranted for the late Lebanese resistance leader. Joining us is Syed Shath. We have author and commentator from Belfast, and also Maryam Azad, one of our Press TV colleagues in our Tehran studios. Mr. Syed Shath, your initial thoughts on the legacy and life of Syed Hashim Nasrullah?
Such a great leader. You can, when you look at the screen right now, Lebanon never ever in its history, entire history,
seen some scenes like that. This is kind of a national and international referendum on the leadership of Martyr Nasrullah. This is a strong message every politician in the region and every movement should take into account. People, as the great return in Gaza, when they went from the south to the north, once the ceasefire declared, this kind of manifestation of clinging to the land and staying. The same thing, this is today the funeral of the martyr Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Martyr Saifuddin. It shows the caliber of leadership and the loyalty of the nation and the people and the resistance from across the Arab and Islamic and even international areas. That to these people, and the legacy of Nasrullah is not going to pass away. These kind of people, they shine the path to liberation. They are the beacon for the liberation. Such people, Hashim Nasrullah joins convoys of martyrs who, as the leader Ali Khamenei said, martyrs paved the road the same thing in Palestine. It's been hundreds of thousands across from 1917 till today paved the way to liberate Palestine. And Martyr Nasrullah, he is the first one on the road to liberation of Palestine, dismantled the Western myth that they created for the Zionist entity. It's invincible, and he used the single phrase in Arabic, which is called Israel أوهن من بيت العنكبوت. Israel is weaker than a spider's web, and promised the US fleet when it came to Beirut, when they started supporting the people in Palestine and demand to cease fire and to stop the genocide. He promised the US fleet at that time with their aircraft carriers and the destroyers in front of Beirut, we are prepared for you. And we see in the translation of these statements in Yemen and the Red Sea, when the Yemenis targeted the US Pride Eisenhower aircraft carrier and its fleets in there, and they went on the run after being hit direct by the Yemenis. The late Martyr, he as well initiated another slogan, which is today I heard the Qasim, the General Secretary of Hezbollah, repeating, Hayhat minna dhilla, we will not be humiliated, and they will stand, as they said, solid and dignified people in their resistance. So Mr. Martyr Hasan Nasrullah would never abandon the struggle for the liberation of Palestine. And he always saying that abandoning Palestine is to surrender the future.
Thank you, Mr. Sath. And Maryam Aza, Chair, our Press TV colleague, welcome to the conversation. Miriam, now, I'm going to put a slightly different question to you, Miriam. Tell me how young you were when you first took note of Miriam and learned about resistance, and then Lebanese resistance and Syed Hashim Saifuddin. And as you grew throughout the years, tell me how you watched his impact on resistance evolve.
I mean, I feel like every Iranian, for one, has a different story. And my story was kind of different because my dad was actually very active, even as a student in America. And basically, he was always following the cause of Palestine. And when we did move to Iran, what happened was we would participate in every Quds Day procession, which was basically voicing, disagreement with the Israeli occupation and basically calling for the freedom of Palestine. And that's what a lot of Iranians have memories with, because this is how we've been raised, almost in every Friday prayer day, because we know our Islam has a very strong political aspect. Without politics, without having a strong role, without standing up for the oppressed, Islam would just be, any religion would be would shrink down to just praying and fasting and all of these other tools that are very good tools in and of themselves. However, without other types of participation, they cannot prevent the oppression of people, if Islam is not wholly practiced. So I think a lot of Iranians have this, especially following the Islamic Revolution. Iran has always been, there's always been talks about the freedom of Palestine, and then all of these different resistance groups that stand together with the same cause. And this is very important because the ideology that they've had is that
it's basically all of these resistance groups, they're monotheistic, right? They believe in God, they believe in the one and only God, and they believe in working together, and at the same time, they're independent. Look at Sheikh Naim Qassem's speech today, for instance, when he was talking about Lebanon, the land of Lebanon, how it belongs to all Lebanese. And look at Sheikh Naim Qassem's speech today, help rebuild the country, and they will all basically work together. And of course, making sure that Americans and Israelis are not to be here, they don't have a role in it, but at the same time, while talking about their independence, while being
basically with like every country having its own identity, having its own values, having its own people, and every people having the right to self-determination. At the same time, what did he say? Sheikh Naim Qasim said, we are the sons of Imam Khomeini, we're the sons of Imam Khamenei, we're the sons of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and we're the sons of Hajj Hassan. So at the same time, while understanding and actually focusing on the importance of sovereignty and the importance of every nation deciding for their own basically matters, at the same time they have this shared ideology, and this is what makes them strong. Because when you look at the US, for instance, we have the US and its proxies, we have all of these different European countries that have basically no choice but to obey American orders, and we see what happens when, for instance, Germany asked the US, for instance, let me buy more gas from Russia for just a little bit, and then Nord Stream happens. So all of these things, they have in those kinds of partnerships, it's usually there's this major fight for power, and there's no goal but usurping land and resources. There's no shared goal. The goal is basically to occupy, the goal is to colonize, the goal is imperialism. And therefore, they can never truly unite on this goal. Therefore, had it not been for their,
all the resources they have stolen, all the money, all their weapons, they are really weak in the sense that they cannot really unite. But all of these resistance that you talk about, that we all have memories with, all of these resistance groups in our region, we have the Iraqi resistance, Lebanese resistance, Yemeni resistance, Iranian resistance, and more, Syrian resistance. And all of these resistance groups, they have a shared common goal. And the common goal is, it includes their national sovereignty, but it also means that they will stand together against oppression. And because they have a belief in, basically death with dignity is better than a life of humiliation, which is a lesson they got from Imam Hussein, which is, what we know, the grandson of the Prophet of Islam, and we know how that story happened. And it's very important because the hero of basically these Muslims is a hero who basically he became an even bigger hero through his martyrdom, and he and his family were massacred, and then he was able to, through his act of sacrifice, was able to basically revive this message and keep this Islamic message alive for hundreds and hundreds of years. And so all of these resistance groups, they are together in that belief that they are willing to put their lives on the line to support the oppressed. This is what Syed Hassan said. He said, call us whatever you want. Call us terrorists, call us Rafidi, call us whatever you want, and kill us however you can, but we will not stop helping Palestine. And he was martyred as he was basically supporting his cause. So he was martyred. He gave his life for his word. Now, this is a very strong point, and a lot of people might say, basically, because the US always tries to create sectarianism, and in a lot of different countries there are many different sects and there are many different ideologies, and a lot of these ideologies have lived together without US interference
Miriam,
in peace.
I don't mean to cut you off. I apologize, Miriam. I'm going to come right back, but we have apparently made contact with Farzan Ashurian, our colleague there, who is with the Iranian delegation that arrived in Beirut earlier to attend this procession. Ms. Ashurian, good to check in with you. Hope you're safe and doing well. Tell us what the trip was like, who you accompanied, and where you guys are at right now, and what's going on.
Well, Danny, as you mentioned today, we were actually joining the Iranian delegation heading by the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who paid a visit to the Lebanese capital of Beirut in order to participate in the massive funeral procession for the late Secretary General of Hezbollah, Syed Hashim Nasrullah, was assassinated in an Israeli attack in October 2024. And despite his busy schedule of the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, he decided to be here. And by the time he actually arrived in the were even were more eager and more unite to say that labbaik ya Nasrullah, which means that Nasrullah, we are still in your unite to ya Nasrullah, which means that Nasrullah, we are still unite to
thousands of people attending this this procession there in the Lebanese capital. Many have flown in from all four corners of the world to participate as a Syed Hassan. He meant a lot of things to a lot of different people, multiple dimensions, politically, spiritually, militarily. When it comes to, I mean, many saw him as just an extremely charismatic leader fighting for the oppressed throughout his whole life. He led Hezbollah for nearly 33 years, I believe. Joining us, we have Mr. Saib Shath, joining us out of Belfast. We also have a Mariam Azad chair, our Tehran, a colleague here in our Tehran studios. Mr. Saib Shath, I'm going to come back to you. If you wanted to elaborate on the impact that Syed Hassan's persona has had on resistance. I mean, he spearheaded resistance for well over 30 years, and his impact on both, or not just both, but on a multiple dimensions, the spiritual trajectory, the political and the military growth of resistance as we've seen it over the years. How do you gauge his impact, sir?
He had a huge fingerprint over the resistance, not just in Lebanon, regional. To start with, I want to mention in 2009, he mentioned himself, the late Martyr Hasan Nasrullah, in Lebanese Mayadeen TV, in a conversation with the late Martyr. He said the late Martyr Sulaimani asked him if they can supply, at the time, the Palestinian resistance 2009 in Gaza with the Cornet anti-tank missiles. And that shows the priority they give Gaza and Palestine. And he said, with the help of the former President Bashar al-Assad of Syria, they did manage to get the Cornet missiles to Gaza. And at that time, all we knew what the first attack, I think, on Marqaba was carried by the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine in 2009, which is then declared from Gaza that we can stop these state-of-the-art technologies the West manufacture in the Zionist entity. And since this is one, but before that, from 1992 exactly, the late Martyr Hasan Nasrullah have a huge impact on the resistance in Lebanon. He developed the capabilities, military capabilities in Lebanon, and organizational structure to reach the point in the year 2000 to defeat what they call it, the Zionist entity in Lebanon called Lahad, the South Republic. What they call it, a group of traitors, Lebanese, Maronite Christians and others who were allied to the Zionist entity, supplied and trained to be a buffer zone between them and the resistance who's trying to liberate Lebanon. Hezbollah and the other resistance zone between them, socialist, leftist, from Hezbollah, Amal, Palestinians, all of that joined, and they managed in the year 2000 under the leadership of Hezbollah to defeat the Zionist entity. The other major, and at the time, like have a seismic effect on the region and a game changer was the 2006 defeat, which has led by Nasrullah himself against the Zionist entity. At the time, we remember the Colin Powell visit to Syria, to Assad in 2004 after the American occupied Iraq. They directly asked Assad to kick the Palestinians resistance out of Syria, and Hezbollah and the Bashar Assad refused and told them the meeting is over. And since then, the Americans wanted to form something called the Vice Crib, sending forces after they threatened him, and he wouldn't release. He won't, fulfill what they want or obey the orders of the masters in the region, which George Bush Jr. at the time. Then they wanted to form what they call the Vice Crib, send forces from the Zionist entity to occupy Lebanon, and the Americans will come and to encircle both Lebanon and Syria. But Hezbollah proved it was a strong, formidable force, managed to defeat the Zionist move to occupy Lebanon, and it cleansed them again. And we heard so many investigation in the Zionist entity, why they've been defeated, did they use the Air Force or not, or that. But the real factor was what they call the massacres of the Manqabat tanks in Wadi al-Hijr in Lebanon, which is the South used to hold a museum for that to show. And all of that build up and all of that done under the leadership of Hassan Nasrullah and Imad Maghniye and the rest of them at the time. That in its own showed this kind of defeat, which is the first one Hassan Nasrullah and the Lebanese forces resistant imposed and inflicted on the Zionist entity. The Palestinians copied that in 2005 and liberated Gaza from within the Zionist entity. The Palestinian army, of course, the Zionists put a siege around Gaza and turned it into an open-air prison. But the fact is, the Palestinians managed copying the same tactics. They defeated the Zionist entity and built. So this is two victories at the same time, liberating parts of Palestine and liberating Lebanon. And that is in coordination between the resistance led by Nasrallah himself. And then you can see after that, when the resistance start developing, the other factor you can see Nasrallah himself. And then you can and the Iraqis, once Daesh as a terrorist force tried to take over with the support of the Americans and the Zionists, Iraq and Syria at the time. A formidable force played by the Lebanese resistance in facing them. And the Iraqis resistant and Lebanese, with the help of the Lebanese resistance and others, managed to cleanse most of the Iraqi land. And the same thing happened in Syria before the collapse lately of the army in Syria. A huge effort being deployed to defeat that, which was the American and Zionist project to take over the region at the time. It was defeated and delayed by the Hezbollah. Then you'll see in Yemen the influence of Hezbollah and mainly the leader, the Martyr Hasan Nasrullah, in the formation in Yemen. And Yemen proved itself to be a formidable force now, faced the superpower, the United States of America. And all of that is because organization, training, and help and unity between the resistance factions.
Mariam, I want to come back to you, and I want to also apologize for having to cut you off. It was very rude of me earlier. We just had Aza Nasrullah with the Iranian delegation there for only a couple minutes out of the Iranian embassy in Beirut, so I had to swing over to her. But I want to come back to you and let you finish what you were saying, and also if you can't touch on Mr. Saib Shah's a point that he was making about how regional resistance would be nowhere where it is today without late Syed Hashim Nasrullah's contributions to it.
Well, I mean, as he said, basically all of the roles of Syed Hassan, one of the biggest things that Syed Hassan accomplished was that he showed people that resistance is possible. One, resistance is a must, and two, resistance is possible because Hezbollah is actually a response, a retaliation against Israeli occupation. It wasn't there to begin with, right? It was following the Israeli attacks. It was following the different, basically, aggressions of the Israeli entity that Hezbollah was created, and it it had major victories, even though it wasn't an official army, and it has had various victories over the years. So because what the U.S. does, what the Israeli regime does, I'm sorry, what they always do is they basically they make people believe that they're invincible, that, oh, you have lesser weapons and you have less money and you have less media and less propaganda, and so you're going to lose. But what Syed Hassan showed and what the resistance showed as a whole is that people, simple people who have their identity, they have their land, they have their culture, they have their values, these people can win against the biggest powers in the world materialistically. So we have the Israeli regime with all of the billions of dollars worth of weapons that it's getting from the US. We have the US regime with the biggest military budget in the entire world. And we see how, despite all of this, what happened in the end was the Israeli regime had to propose ceasefire. And you know, the Israeli regime does not propose ceasefire if it can continue killing and murdering. The Israeli regime has never proposed ceasefire for humanitarian causes, for instance, right? What they do is they kill as many people as they can so that they can capture the land and they can capture the resources. And in their beliefs, actually, to end the resistance as they believe that they might be able to. But when they actually propose ceasefire, that means that's a huge loss. And thanks to Syed Hassan, thanks to the resistance, this has happened over and over and over again. So we have the Israeli regime having to do ceasefire with Gaza, having to do ceasefire in Lebanon. And of course, yes, I mean, they never stay true to any ceasefire. Over 80% of the houses and buildings they've destroyed basically in South Lebanon was after the ceasefire. So we know how they are. We know that even though there's a ceasefire in Gaza, they bomb West Bank, they kidnap people, they kill children. We know even though there's a ceasefire in Lebanon, even today, this morning, they bombed various places in South Lebanon. But the point of the matter is they have been pushed back and they have been unable to carry on with the genocide in the way they wanted to. So this is perhaps the biggest accomplishment of Syed Hassan, is giving this weapon to the oppressed, to those who have rich resources, who have great values and cultures and everything, but they have been oppressed. And basically, it was Syed Hassan and other leaders, other resistance leaders, that made them realize that you can stand up against the resistance. Not only you can against colonialism and imperialism, not only that you can, but it also is a must, because one of the things that we have seen over the past few months especially is the inefficiency or inability, or maybe even the lack of a willingness of international organizations to actually put an end to the oppression of the oppressed. So when a genocide is going on, the entire world is watching the Gaza Holocaust, and nothing is seriously done to stop it by these world powers, by these international organizations, then that only proves to people further that they have to have their own resistance. They have to pick up their own weapons. And not only weapons, I mean, this is what is really special about Hezbollah and resistance as a whole, is that it's not only a military group. Of course, we know Hezbollah is also a political party. They have a lot of different social programs for education, for rehabilitation, for all kinds of skills that people need, basically. So this is a group that is not only about military. What Sheikh Naim Qasim was talking about today, he said, at this point, we decided that we agree with the Israeli proposal of ceasefire. And of course, if we see fit, we can always respond in kind, basically, to their military aggressions. But he said we're at a different level now, and the tools for this level is different. So we're dealing with groups that are not merely military groups. These groups are very sophisticated. They're capable of governing societies. And this is very important. You cannot pick a military from any country and expect them to build a country and basically advance the civilization. But what Hezbollah can do, what Hamas can do and has done, what the Houthis can do and have done, what the Iranian resistance can do and has been doing for over 40 years, is they have been advancing their civilization. So these are not only military groups, they're very advanced in various aspects. They have a lot of different advancement in medical fields and education, in all sorts and fields. So this is basically the biggest impact of Syed Hassan and of the resistance, is the empowering of the oppressed. And what we saw today in the funeral procession, which, by the way, this was not a mourning ceremony. I mean, this was you know, people came to pledge allegiance. This is very important. All of those hundreds of thousands of people over there, those are not only fighters for resistance, but they're also people who the resistance can count on for building the Islamic civilization, for advancing Muslims as a whole, for advancing their countries in a way that Western imperialism cannot penetrate it. And so all of these people saying Labbaik ya Nasrullah, saying, you know, showing their allegiance to Syed Hassan and showing their allegiance to the resistance. And so we had all of these people, and these people were from many different nationalities. We had people from Brazil, we had people from Ireland, we have people, so, you know, they were not all Muslim. First of all, they were not all Shia, and they're not all Muslims. We know also Hezbollah has a big Christian following as well. But aside from Muslims and Christians, there were people from other countries that have been oppressed by Western colonialism, like South America, like Ireland, and basically other places. So the message goes above and beyond the borders and all of these squiggly lines that Western powers have drawn and all these maps that they have made up to separate people, to make countries smaller and more manageable, to make North Korea and South Korea and North Sudan and South Sudan. All of these people are realizing that they have some values in common, that they can work together with these values, that they and with their values, regardless of how much military budget. Of course, military weapons are essential, but with their lesser military weapons, they still can stand up against colonialism. They still can defeat imperialism. And basically, this is what Syed Hassan said. Syed Hassan said, if we win, we win. And if we become martyrs, we're still victorious. So you cannot win against this ideology. It's either way. They believe that, you know, you stand up for what's right, you stand up against oppression, and you're a winner, whether or not you end up living. And that's what happened. Syed Hassan stood up against the genocide in Palestine, and he lost his life as a result. And now we see how against the genocide impact, that where could you find this kind of procession, this many people coming to pledge allegiance to a leader following his martyrdom?
Thank you, Miriam. And Mr. Saif, before I come back to them, just update our viewers.
Pledge allegiance to a leader.
Screen there of the funeral procession on the right side is that of Beirut, Lebanon. This is for late Hezbollah Secretary General Syed Hashim Nasrullah and his deputy Hashim Saifuddin. Syed Hassan Nasrullah was martyred back on in late September, on the 27th of September in Dahiya, Lebanon, and then also Hashim Saifuddin, his deputy, in October in Dahiya as well. And due to security concerns, their funeral procession was postponed until today. Now we are also witnessing this procession taking place on the right side of your part of your screen. There on the left side, there is a simultaneous procession being held in the Iranian capital, Tehran, attended by scores of people here too in the Iranian capital, as the life, the legacy, the persona, the charismatic personality of Syed Hassan Nasrullah was very beloved and appealed to many across many spectrums throughout the region, and Iran being one of the countries where there's a strong following resistance, his ideology, what he stood for, and which was basically just to protect the oppressed, against hegemony and imperialism and colonization, occupation, apartheid, and that's all he really stood for, just basically. And it's funny, you often hear people say that what separates humans from animals is that animals, they abandon their weak, and humans, they protect their weak. And that was what Syed Hashim Nasrullah attributed his life to. Mr. Syed Shah, I'm going to come back to Belfast and have you speak. Sir, do you remember Syed Hashim Nasrullah's speeches? They were very specific. He would give facts, and he would make claims that the enemy wants, like, for example, our internal tensions. He would give facts, and he would make here in Lebanon, and then he would actually lay out, here are the tools they're using for this plan, and they think, or they'll say that they think they fooled us by this phenomenon last month while they're over here trying to make a play and occupy this farm in this corner of Lebanon. You know, he would give his followers, it seemed like, an intelligence report about the occupation and its plans and its backers every single week.
The legacy of of Martyr Hasan Nasrullah will be huge, especially his speeches, which will enlighten anyone about the cause. Martyr Syed Nasrullah used to say with his speeches, which will enforce justice. This word in its own, justice, summarize everything. And in here, where he is with the oppressed, against the oppressor, in Lebanon or anywhere in the world, it doesn't matter, because it's the cause is justice, and that's where they saw the angle, which is the resistant in Lebanon or in the region, stood by the Palestinian cause. It's not land.
Okay, so Mr. Syed Shah, I'm going to come right back to you. I have to go to Tehran, where Commander Hossein Salami is speaking live there at the
Tehran simultaneous commemoration there. Let's listen in.
At noontime on Ashura, from the peak of the virtuosities, sacrifice, jihad, and martyrdom, in the personality of this cleric, diligent cleric, and also Syed Hashim Saifuddin. There was a manifestation of those features in their characteristics. And they shone not only in Lebanon but across the Muslim ummah, and their thoughts radiated across the region.
Their humility and firmness and greatness affected all the region. He wasn't just a point, but was a continuation and a line from that had its source in Ashura.
And his personality succeeded to show resistance and against the enemies who sought to defeat Islam and who had been engaged in an all-out war against the Muslim world. He shut the path on them and closed the door on them. 32 years after the martyrdom of the first Hezbollah Secretary General, Syed Abbas Mousavi, at the peak of his youth,
he took the helm of the resistance movement. And 32 years after that day, he caused intimidation among the Zionist ranks and the Zionist regime. And to avenge the blood of Sayyid Abbas Musavi, he opened fire on the occupied territories and Israeli forces in '96. And then after that, by improving and strengthening Hezbollah and spreading the spirit of resistance among Lebanese youth to expel the Zionist military from southern Lebanon and to free Lebanon from the clutches of the Zionist enemy. Syed Hashim Nasrullah's personality was trained by the ideology of the leader of the Islamic Revolution, and he could keep alight the torches of resistance in Lebanon, and to create a deterrent force and to create a force that could not be measured, immeasurable force.
Of Nasrallah is not going to pass away. These kind of people, they shine the path to liberation. They are the beacon for the liberation. Such people, Hasan Nasrallah joins convoys of martyrs who, as the leader Ali Khamenei said, martyrs paved the road to liberation. And the same thing in Palestine. It's been hundreds of thousands across from 1917 till today, paved the way to liberate Palestine. And Martyr Nasrallah, he is the first one on the road to liberation of Palestine, dismantled the Western myth that they created for the Zionist entity. It's invincible, and he used the single phrase in Arabic, which is called Israel أوهن من بيت العنكبوت. Israel is weaker than a spider's web, and promised the US fleet when it came to Beirut, when they started supporting the people in Palestine and demand to cease fire and stop the genocide. He promised the US fleet at that time with their aircraft carriers and the destroyers in front of Beirut, we are prepared for you. And we see in the translation of these statements in Yemen and the Red Sea, when the Yemen is targeted, the US pride Eisenhower aircraft carrier and its fleets in there, and they went on the run after being hit direct by the Yemenis. The late Martyr, he as well initiated another slogan, which is today I heard the Qasim, the General Secretary of Hezbollah, repeating, Hayhat minna dhilla, we will not be humiliated, and they will stand, as they said, solid and dignified people in their resistance. So Mr. Martyr Hasan Nasrullah, would never abandon the struggle for the liberation of Palestine. And he always saying that abandoning Palestine is to surrender the future.
Thank you, Mr. Sath. And Maryam Aza, Chair, our Press TV colleague, welcome to the conversation. Maryam, now, I'm going to put a slightly different question to you, Maryam. Tell me how young you were when you first took note of Maryam and learned about resistance, and then Lebanese resistance and Syed Hashim Nasrullah. And as you grew throughout the years, tell me how you watched his impact on resistance evolve.
I mean, I feel like every Iranian, for one, has a different story. And my story was kind of different because my dad was actually very active, even as a student in America. And basically, he was always following the cause of Palestine. And when we did move to Iran, what happened was we would participate in every Quds Day procession, which was basically voicing, disagreement with the Israeli occupation and basically calling for the freedom of Palestine. And that's what a lot of Iranians have memories with, because this is how we've been raised, almost in every Friday prayer, because we know our Islam has a very strong political aspect. Without politics, without having a strong role, without standing up for the oppressed, Islam would just be, any religion would be would shrink down to just praying and fasting and all of these other tools that are very good tools in and of themselves. However, without other types of participation, they cannot prevent the oppression of people, if Islam is not wholly practiced. So I think a lot of Iranians have this, especially following the Islamic Revolution. Iran has always been there's always been talks about the freedom of Palestine, and then all of these different resistance groups that stand together with the same cause. And this is very important because the ideology that they've had is that it's basically all of these resistance groups, they're monotheistic, right? They believe in God, they believe in the one and only God, and they believe in working together, and at the same time, they're independent. Look at Sheikh Naim Qasim's speech today, for instance, when he was talking about Lebanon, the land of Lebanon, how it belongs to all Lebanese. And look at Sheikh Naim Qasim's speech today, we help rebuild the country, and they will all basically work together. And of course, making sure that Americans and Israelis are not to be here, they don't have a role in it, but at the same time, while talking about their independence, while being basically with like every country having its own identity, having its own values, having its own people, and every people having the right to self-determination. At the same time, what did he say? Sheikh Naim Qasim said, we are the sons of Imam Khomeini, we're the sons of Imam Khamenei, we're the sons of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, and we're the sons of Haj Qasim. So at the same time, while understanding and actually focusing on the importance of sovereignty and the importance of every nation deciding for their own basically matters, at the same time, they have this shared ideology, and this is what makes them strong. Because when you look at the US, for instance, we have the US and its proxies. We have all of these different, European countries that have basically no choice but to obey American orders. And we see what happens when, for instance, Germany asked the US, for instance, let me buy more gas from Russia for just a little bit, and then Nord Stream happens. So all of these things, they have in those kinds of partnerships.
And this is the most beautiful thing that he inherited and imitated from Imam Hussein. And this was a clear example of the kept promises, of his kept promises.
All of these resistance groups,
and Lebanon will not forget him.
Resistance And all of these resistance groups, they have a shared common goal. And the common goal is, it includes their national sovereignty, but it also means that they will stand together against oppression. And because they have a belief in, basically death with dignity is better than a life of humiliation, which is a lesson they got from Imam Hussein, which is, what we know, the grandson of the Prophet of Islam, and we know how that story happened. And it's very important because the hero of basically these Muslims is a hero who basically he became an even bigger hero through his martyrdom. And he and his family were massacred, and then he was able to, through his act of sacrifice, was able to basically revive this message and keep this Islamic message alive for hundreds and hundreds of years. And so all of these resistance groups, they are together in that belief that they are willing to put their lives on the line to support the oppressed. This is what Syed Hassan said. He said, call us whatever you want. Call us terrorists, call us Rafidi, call us whatever you want, and kill us however you can, but we will not stop helping Palestine. And he was martyred as he was basically supporting his cause. So he was martyred. He gave his life for his word. Now, this is a very strong point, and a lot of people might say, basically, because the U.S. always tries to create sectarianism, and in a lot of different countries, there are many different sects and there are many different, ideologies, and a lot of these ideologies have lived together without U.S. interference
Miriam,
in peace.
I don't mean to cut you off. I apologize, Miriam. I'm going to come right back, but we have apparently made contact with Hasan Nasrullah, our colleague there, who is with the Iranian delegation that arrived in Beirut earlier to attend this procession. Ms. Nasrullah, good to check in with you. Hope you're safe and doing well. Tell us what the trip was like, who you accompanied, and where you guys are at right now, and what's going on.
Well, Danny, as you mentioned today, we were actually joining the Iranian delegation heading by the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who paid a visit to the Lebanese capital of Beirut in order to participate in the massive funeral procession for the late Secretary General of Hezbollah, Syed Hashim Saifuddin, was assassinated in an Israeli attack in October 2024. And despite his busy schedule of the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, he decided to be here. And by the time he actually arrived in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, he said that he's here on behalf of the Iranian people, and he wants to convey this message that he believes, and of course the
that enjoyed the endless political and military support by the U.S.
funeral procession will be a great testament that the resistance is still alive and Hezbollah is still alive. So I actually had also the chance in order to participate in the massive funeral procession that was held here in the Lebanese capital of Beirut. And it was something very, I can tell that very similar somehow to the massive gatherings that I had the experience to cover in Iran. Well, I had the experience also in Iran to cover the massive funeral procession that was held for
dealt blows to the power of the
General Abbas Nasrullah, was also assassinated along with
and changed the equation.
General of Hezbollah, Syed Hashim Saifuddin, and
Muslims are all into
this very unity,
so that they would not see harm.
All the freedom seekers.
He deployed them and sent them to the battlefield. And from the first days of the
massive funeral procession, and when we were actually in the streets, in the cars, in order to get to the embassy, and after that attend and participate the funeral procession, I could see and different people from all walks of life and different generations that actually were holding the flags of Hezbollah and holding the pictures of the martyrs, Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Syed hashim Saifuddin. And of course, as I mentioned, the funeral procession that was held in the stadium was a very great testament as
The calculation of the US and Israel.
Still alive, and Hezbollah is still alive.
Military and political leader.
That experience and that.
If he is eliminated from this battlefield, Hezbollah would be silenced and ended, and Gaza would remain alone. And there would be no one to stand up to Zionist aggression. Therefore, and the elderly, youth, they were all together. And a number of commanders were injured or killed in the pager explosions. And the Zionist army intensified the airstrikes against the people of Lebanon.
And the martyrdom of Syed Hashim Nasrullah and the explosions of the pages has created the assumption that Hezbollah had been weakened. But the Lebanese people, among all that grief, saw themselves such powerfully that they fought off Israeli tanks and torched them and attacked Israeli forces on the ground and halted their progress and did not allow them to roll on into cities and fired rockets on cities and occupied territories and Israeli army positions, and a balance was struck, and the Zionist enemy regime was forced to give in to the ceasefire, even though in violation of the ceasefire it still remains in 5 points in Lebanon. And the Lebanese people will expel these forces from their land completely. With an unprecedented resistance in history, just like the resistance in Iraq, in Yemen, in Lebanon, and the true promise operations by our armed forces. The Israeli enemy couldn't, in that strip that there was no water in, and that there was no food, and could not achieve victory in the Gaza Strip, and accepted a clear defeat. And it was proven that the Zionists the Zionist place of residence are weaker than a spider's web. And they're now being prosecuted in international courts. And they finally agreed to all conditions set by Hamas. And we can see scenes of the glory of the victory of Hamas in the pictures and in the videos. The hearts are very strong, but the houses are destroyed and demolished. And the Zionist officials are all oppressed, and they have nothing to say. And an amazing history was made for Islam. And when you look at the course of this amazing resistance, you see the steadfastness of the people, and this line of resistance is clear and proud, with flags waving. So that the criminal and discriminatory Zionist regime and its allies will continue that path, that resistance path will be continued against them. Syed Hashim Nasrullah had a personality as big as the world, in spirit, in faith. He might have been assassinated, but his legacy lives on, and his thoughts and ideologies are still prominent among the youth, and the flag that he took is still standing, and the world of Islam is proud of such figures. In Iran, we are always supportive of all those oppressed people across the world, and courtesy of this wise leader, it is standing against all the plots when a small territory has defeated America and Israel together. You can see what the power of great Iran is. I would like to thank the Iranian nation that with such power and with such enthusiasm they have come here to pay tribute and commemorate the martyrs whose pictures you can see here. Yahya Sinwar, Syed Hashim Nasrullah, Syed hashim Saifuddin, and Major Azadari, and General Neil Frushan, and all of the resistance commanders
They are all God's promises to us. And they did not allow the Zionist dominion to be implemented on Islamic territories. And they did not allow tyranny to take hold and be worshipped. And they contributed to the fact that their territories would become a place to worship God. Today, Muslim youth are modern examples of steadfastness and can see them before them. And they can see that how the resistance is sacrificing its own lives and the lives of its own children to protect the glory of Islam. Today, Lebanon was the focus of all the media across the world. And everyone saw the majesty of Syed Hashim Nasrullah among the hearts of the people of Lebanon and in the tears of the people of Lebanon. And everyone learned that the love of the people of Lebanon for their martyrs and how the resistance are aware of the problems of the people and how they protect their own people by sacrificing their own lives. Syed Hashim Nasrullah is more dear and more popular than before. And he showed the path of jihad to Muslim youth. And today we found that the only thing that decides victory in the battlefield is faith. Faith saves us from defeat and takes us to the peaks of victory and triumph. And faith protects our security and our honor and pride. And all of the martyrs of these battlefields have taught us today. We hope that wherever we are, we would be proud. And God Almighty, by the grace of this loyalty, would create glory, greatness, and honor and pride for you, and give you health.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Hussein Salami there, IRGC, a major general paying respect to Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Hashim Saifuddin of the Hezbollah resistance movement, their impact on resistance, their lives, legacy, and contributions to Hezbollah, for Lebanon, for Palestine, and for the region. Major General Salami said the Zionist entity was always threatened by the leadership of Syed Hashim Nasrullah. Joining us from the side of the Tehran commemoration ceremonies is Gisu Misha Ahmadi, our senior Tehran correspondent. Hello, Gisu, just checking in with you. Tell us what the mood is like there and anything else you can, please.
Well, Danny, an immense crowd has gathered in Tehran's Grand Masala. All the streets leading to the Grand Masala are packed. There's heavy traffic in all the streets leading to this location where this huge funeral ceremony is currently underway, paying tribute to this great martyr and legendary resistance figure. People in the Iranian capital, Tehran, are all here to reiterate what the leader said this morning, that the resistance is alive and will prevail and will eventually be the victorious side. So the people that you see here that have gathered to pay tribute to Martyr Syed Hashim Nasrullah are basically sending a very strong message to the world that the resistance is alive and is stronger than ever. As you've probably seen in the pictures coming from Tehran's Grand Masala, and also right behind me, you can see that the entire walls are lined with pictures of the martyrs of resistance, and this is a clear display, Danny, of what Imam Khomeini said decades ago. He said, if you kill one of us, there will be 10 more that will emerge. There will be 100 more that will emerge. And this is exactly what you see happening here. So while these martyrs have sacrificed their lives for the resistance, you can see right next to those pictures huge crowds that are here. Interestingly, even the younger generation, I had the chance to talk to some very young boys and girls who are interestingly right here taking part in this ceremony, also paying tribute to Syed Hashim Nasrullah, this great martyr. They know this great martyr, they know about the resistance, and they are saying that they will be walking down his path, the path that he was leading. So as you can see, it is quite clear, and the message that Iranians are sending to the world is that they are right behind the leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Khamenei. They're once again pledging allegiance to the values of the Islamic Republic and also the resistance. As Mr. Salomi, Major General Salomi, the commander of the IRGC, also pointed out, Iranians will always remain steadfast in supporting the oppressed Muslims around the world. And of course, clearly the people of Palestine are among those that Iranians will continue and will never stop supporting. And the huge crowd that you see here today, 5 months after the martyrdom of Syed Hashim Nasrullah, clearly demonstrates that this is more than just rhetoric. And when they say that the moment the leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Khamenei, calls on us, we will be present, this is exactly what they mean, Danny.
Thank you, Gisu, our Press TV correspondent there, Gisu Misha Ahmadi there at the Tehran Masala, where a commemoration is underway for late Syed Hashim Nasrullah's funeral procession that is simultaneously, it's actually the main procession is in the Lebanese capital, Beirut, taking place as we speak now. We're going to swing back over to Mr. Saib Shath out of Belfast, author and commentator. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Shath. You want to pick up where you left off, and I'd like also, if you could, Major General Hussein Salami said that the Zionist entity was actually threatened by Syed Hashim Nasrullah. If you could somewhere elaborate on that in your epilogue there. Go ahead.
This was the most fitting eulogy by the IRGC Commander-in-Chief, Hussein Salami. It's summarized every point you think of nearly in that. I was touched by that, and the role Hezbollah and led by Hassan Nasrallah lately from 1992 onwards faced huge challenges which they conquered. I want to start with in 1983 when the Lebanese resistance at the times they faced the American euphoria of Israel invading Lebanon and occupying the capital Beirut, and they landed in 1983 the Americans as victorious with the French. In a few days just after they landed in there, the Lebanese resistance directed at them at the headquarters of the American Marines in 83, a major blow, killed over 200 Marines, soldiers and officers, and over 300 maybe injured. And the same, 2 minutes later, they directed another blow, the resistance, at the French army in Beirut, which is just a few miles away from the Americans' base, and they killed over 50 from the French and injured many. The same day, both forces, the French and the Americans, went on the run, left Lebanon. From that time, they understood. The Americans accused for that attack Imad Maghniya, and Imad Maghniya was the chief engineer and commander of the Hezbollah forces after that to be. And from them, they knew the Americans as well as the Israelis, they're gonna face organized, real dedicated resistance. It's like kind of incubator for all the other branches of resistance at the time, from the Lebanese socialists, the Palestinians, even the Communist Lebanese Party joined in, all of them. So they didn't distinguish against any at all who wants to resist. And shifting it from Hezbollah as well, will show how the resistance formed itself in the year, the second Intifada as well, with the help, of course, of Hezbollah and the Islamic resistant supporters in there. The Palestinian second Intifada, the Israelis and the Americans, they claimed they captured Lori, I think the name of it, a ship which was carrying weapons to the Palestinians in Gaza at the time for Fatah movement, for Arafat. And the one they arrested, he was a commander, one of the Arafat commanders, called Fuad Shobaki, who was stayed in jail from that time till maybe just a few months ago, was released as an old ailing man. That shows there is the resistance at the time, which is developed to the acts of resistance, didn't distinguish between any party as long as they are united in the goal to fight the Zionist entity. And from that, we in 2006 remember a famous speech of the late Martyr Hasan Nasrullah, when he said, look at the sea, you'll see an Israeli destroyer in there, look what's going to happen to it. And suddenly the resistance blow it up with missile, anti-ships missile, maritime missile, which is, they were shocked for the first time a resistant movement can have that kind of technology. And after that, the Lebanese resistance developed its own drones, its own building of even land some of the Zionist entities, the drones in Lebanon, and reverse engineer them. The same thing happened in Yemen when they reverse engineered the American BQ-50, if I'm not wrong with the name. I'm not a military expert, but that is itself. And then the reverse engineering of the enemy's weapons helped the resistance in Lebanon, in Palestine, in Yemen, in developing its own arsenals and manufacturing their weapons. And that's as well, you can see, as I said earlier on today, when the late Martyr Hasan Nasrullah said to the Americans, directed his talk to them in his speech about their destroyers and aircraft carriers in front of Beirut. We are prepared for that, and the Yemeni answer to that. And you can see this kind of thing scared the Americans. We witnessed all along the Zionist entity since the British created in there till the last battle in Gaza ground. They never fought alone. They always fought with the Western support, even the forces with them on the ground. In Gaza, in the battle against and the genocide they committed against Gaza, the British, they say they have their own spying airplanes looking for prisoners. While one prisoner, he says, with the footage release of the resistance, was fishing at the sea, and they couldn't discover where is the prisoners. This can show you the lies. They just get coordinates to hand to the Zionist entity to help them in the war. The Delta Force, the American Delta Force, wasn't there. The Delta Force helped the Israelis in attacking Sirat refugee camps to free some of they said, their own prisoners. They freed 4 and they killed the 3, while there is 7 from them killed the Marines and the Israelis when they came under cover as they are Arab displaced people using United Nations UNRWA vehicles in there, and they opened fire and nearly killed 200 from the displaced people. So all along, the Americans are behind 100% on the ground or in the skies or in the sea behind the Zionist entity. So the Zionist entity is never ever been in there as a state like in the region to fight. It's always as an advanced military base for the empire, for the Americans' empire, and the West is behind it, open all the arsenals to supply it. The Germans, the Americans, the British, the French, and you can see so many mercenaries as well, plus their troops on the ground in there. This is what the resistance are facing. They're facing the total empire and a small slither of land like Gaza to force them to call for a ceasefire to stop the genocide. Yemeni resistant, Iran, and the Palestinians, of course, and all of that being developed and accumulated from long time from the establishment of the resistance, the Palestinian resistance. As your previous guest, she elaborated about the resistance are more than just fighting groups. Yes, she's very true. From the beginning, even the PLO, the Palestine Liberation Organization, with its outfits like the Fatah or the PFLP or the rest, they organize the social, the health, the educational aspect of the resistance. To build the people, to sustain the people is very important. The same thing Lebanese resistance done when the Israelis claim with their pager attack, as the commander mentioned in his speech, they targeted who? Mainly as well. They targeted the health facilities, the education, the social services, which is supported by the resistance, by Hezbollah. The same thing as well in Gaza, when you look, or in the West Bank. The resistance factions, Hamas or the PFLP or any, they support the local facilities, health, education, social services. They look after their own people. Or protection doesn't mean just to protect the people from the enemy, to sustain against disease, to sustain against hunger, against starvation, against all circumstances and elements can influence the nation. And that is the role, which is humongous, but the resistance trying to develop. And this is where they can see the Palestinian or the Lebanese or the Muslims even turn to be an incubator for the resistance, since they say the will of the resistance to protect on all levels its people.
Thank you, Mr. Saib Shah. And Mariam Aza, Mariam, I'd like also swing back to you, and if you could elaborate. Also, IRGC Major General Hossein Salami also said the Zionists shouldn't have any illusions of a weakened resistance when they even take out key heroes and icons such as Syed Hashim Nasrullah and Hashim Saifuddin.
Well, this is with the ideology of resistance. Every leader you take out, that leader becomes part of the ideology. Of course, you can kill people, but it can only strengthen the ideology. In Lebanon, they say, إِذَا غَابَ سَيِّد قَامَ سَيِّد. Whenever a leader is taken out, another will rise to his place. So this is basically what always has happened. This is what was expected to happen again as well. And this is not the first time that a major Hezbollah commander is martyred, So over the years, the Israeli regime has assassinated many different commanders in Lebanon.
and also in other resistance, other resistant commanders as well, major commanders, major leaders. But what always happens is that when you see what happens, you saw what happened in Lebanon today. Estimates are that at least 1,400,000 people were present in the procession. Now, Lebanon is a country of less than 6 million people. So imagine, about a fifth of the country, right? And of course, there were thousands of people from other countries, from Iran and Iraq and resistant countries, and also South America and elsewhere. But the point of the matter is, when you see the people's turnout, when you see how people come to pledge allegiance, when you see when Israeli fighter jets were flying above people's heads, and these people are not only afraid, they are yelling and screaming, "Down with Israel, down with the USA." This is the reaction of people. It emboldens them. It makes them stronger. It makes them understand that, they have been able to push back their enemy. And of course, yes, it comes at the cost of sacrifice. But what they believe, and what resistance fighters all believe, and all of these people coming to pledge allegiance, is that they believe there is something worth dying for. And if you have nothing worth living for, of course, there's nothing worth dying for. But they believe that basically, as Syed Hassan would say, that it's like a transaction. When you give your life for a worthy cause, you will be rewarded, and the reward will outlast. It's an everlasting reward, as opposed to a life that's generally, it can only be a few decades. So these actions, these crimes they commit, and another thing that it does, the American and Israeli crimes, and when they take out great leaders, they show more of their true self. What would actually be in the interest of Western imperialism is to continue with the project they were doing before October 7. Now, there are many different talks that Syed Hassan has had about various issues, including the success of the basically Al-Aqsa flood operation. And a few of these successes, it had to do with showing the true face of the West, true face of basically how the world works. Because what the Israeli regime was doing in the past, they would take out people whenever they wanted. They would kill people in Gaza and West Bank. But because the numbers were lesser and it was every day, over a period of time, they were committing the same crimes, but it didn't have the attention of people across the world. And there were actually people who believed in international systems. There were far more people who believed in international systems. There were far more people who believed that, resistance is not the way, the peaceful, we have to do the peaceful approach. And of course, the peaceful approach, funnily enough, is never expected from those who actually have the most destructive weapons. The peaceful approach is expected from those who are being hit by those weapons. And it always basically, there are resolutions, there are UN resolutions, and guess what? America vetoes it every single time. So basically, what these regimes do, what the American regime does, what the Israeli regime does, it was much harder to convince people of the true face of the regimes under someone, for instance, like Obama, right? But what the deep state does at different stages, at different times, there are different things in the interest of Americans. When they have less power, what they do is they try to basically weaken countries through negotiations and what they call the peaceful approach. But every time they believe that it's in their benefit, they will do what they did to Gaza. They will drop bombs, they will drop bunker busters, they will drop 80 tons of munition was used to assassinate Syed Hashim Nasrullah in Lebanon. Now, this is a sovereign country, right? And the Israeli regime just dropped these bombs on him. And of course, there's so many different beliefs and so many different ideologies in Lebanon, as are in other countries. But, we have the different people with different understanding, with different school systems. And of course, we know the U.S. has a major embassy in Lebanon, and of course what they do is not embassy affairs, you know, as spy actions and all of that. But what they have tried to do over the years is try to find pockets of people and tell them that, oh no, you don't, you know, we're not against the Lebanese. We're not a danger to Lebanese or Iranians or Palestinians. We're only standing against Hezbollah and Hamas. And you know what's really funny when you see is that, for instance, the Israeli regime bombed South Lebanon so often. But when a video came out of Israeli terrorist IOF soldiers burning the Lebanese flag, the army immediately said, you know, this does not represent us. They apologized. So a regime that murders children, that bombs homes and hospitals, that bombs homes and they take selfies with the bombings, right? They apologize for burning a flag. And why do they do that? Because it's so much easier for them to conquer when people are divided. So in actions like that, they're trying to tell the Lebanese people, for instance, oh, we have no problem with Lebanese Christians. Oh, we have no problem with, you know, the people in Beirut. Oh, we have no problem with the modern ones, with the Western ones, with the liberal ones. These are only these crazies, you know, that the way they show the resistance. But what happens through these criminal actions, they're really showing people of different types of upbringing, of different types of schooling, different types of ideology, that what they truly stand for. And a lot of things came out following the October 7 operation. For instance, the open admission to again to the map of the Greater Israel, and talking about how they believe they own Lebanon. So what do you think if they have power over Lebanon without Lebanese resistance, without Hezbollah, they don't care those Lebanese homes are for Christian Lebanese people or Jewish Lebanese people or, you know, Maronites, or they don't care. They just believe they are saying that we will seize this land. But they try not to say it openly when they can do it in secret, so that they can divide people, so that they can mislead some people and tell them, oh, we can be friends, you know, you can have good relations with Israel. They talk about, you know, another success of the Al-Aqsa flood operation, according to Syed Hassan, was also basically it stood in the way of the normalization, right? So we have the Saudis normalizing with the Zionist regime, the same regime that believes that part of Saudi is in the map of Greater Israel. Same goes for Jordan, you know, it's also in the map of the Greater Israel. So it's in the interest of these people, everybody in our region, in West Asia, to understand that Israel is actually is an occupier, is a usurper, and if they don't unite, that if they don't stand behind resistance, everybody will lose their homes. Everybody will lose their resources. And this is something that Imam Khomeini said over 40 years ago. Imam Khomeini said, the founder of the Islamic Republic of Iran, he said, if you don't stop Israel, Israel is a cancer. If you don't stop Israel, it's not going to stop at Palestine. It'll continue with Lebanon, with Syria, and look what happens. Israel is occupying various parts of Syria, saying, oh, we're not going out. And interestingly enough, you know, the former Daesh or ISIS commander who's in charge now has no problem with the Israeli occupation of its land. So when it comes down to it, when the Western imperialist front, when the Western hegemonic front shows its true face, it's so much easier for people to unite and to stand up against them. But when they don't, but before there's an October 7, before they feel the urge to basically hasten the project that they had and, you know, do everything, basically do the genocide faster and kill more people every single day, then people are more likely to unite and they are more likely to be victorious.
Thank you, Miriam. I would also like to welcome to our conversation Frah Hughes, journalist, author, and activist, joining us from Belfast. For our viewers just tuning in, these are live images out of the Lebanese capital, Beirut. This is the funeral procession, long awaited for, long anticipated since September of last year. In fact, for the commemoration ceremony, the funeral procession for Syed Hashim Nasrullah, the late Secretary General of the Lebanese resistance movement, Hezbollah. His deputy, Hashim Saifuddin, martyred the two men in late September and October of last year, respectively. And today, out of security concerns, the procession was put off until there's a ceasefire in place to guarantee that participants and those showing out to pay their respects, no harm will come to them by the occupation or its allies. Fra, thanks for your patience. I'd like to, and on the left side of your screen there, I should tell our viewers, that's a simultaneous commemoration taking place at the Musalla Convention Center in Tehran, the Iranian capital, for the late Hezbollah leader and his deputy. Fra, good to have you check in with us. Your initial thoughts on life and legacy left behind by the late Hezbollah leader, Syed Hashim Nasrullah.
First, I'd like to say what we're witnessing appears to be a state funeral without participation of the state. A number of people who have come from all over the world who are presently in the show respect and to be part of the outpouring of grief, outpouring of humanity, and outpouring of love for the great leader, Syed Hashim Nasrullah. This is a huge loss, not just for the family of Hashim Nasrullah.
Okay, Fra, can you jiggle your microphone around because it's cutting in and off, and I want to know if it's on your end or our end. If you could play with your microphone a little bit, because for some reason we're only getting about half of what you're saying. See if you could rectify it. If not, we'll try to figure out something on our end. Go ahead and start speaking again. Go ahead.
I'm just saying what a huge loss it is for Hashim Nasrullah's family, for the resistance, for the Lebanese people, and for the axis of resistance, and for humanity globally. He was such a great leader. He was so inspirational. He was someone whose Freddie speeches I look forward to hearing. When I heard him speak, I heard his thoughts. I wonder how many people globally listened to Hashim Nasrullah, took in what he said, his sincerity, his truth, his analysis, his strategic geopolitical view of what was happening not only in Lebanon and the region, but across the world. So it's a huge loss for everyone who is anti-imperialist,
Fra, I don't want to. I'm gonna come right back to you. I need to coordinate with our coordinator to log off and log on again, and see if we can rectify this audio situation. Miriam, I'm gonna come back to you until I get Fra back. As soon as I get him back, I'm gonna swing back over to him because he's been more than patient and waiting for us to give him his turn at speaking. Miriam, we have to also touch on the dimension of the fact that the entity, along with its ally in Washington, the occupation, it's taken some key figures. It's taken, and very charismatic figures. Against Syed Hassan from the resistance, Ismail Haniyeh, Haq Ke Sath. These are people that while they are irreplaceable, and we very well know that they are, and there's no delusion or illusion on that front, it seems the mark that they basically careers left behind basically is going to speak for itself and act for itself. These men and their personalities and their contributions, even though they are gone, they're living the lives of many, and they're actually still to this very day absorbing people into resistance because of the legacy that and the example that they left behind.
Well, I mean, what happened? The example that they left behind was really special about it was very different from all the models that were given to people of how to live your lives. So the models of religiosity given to people by the West was Salafism, Wahhabism, the kind of really religious Muslims that they had portrayed. They had said, oh, Daesh or ISIS is really religious Muslims, and all of this Islamophobia they caused. So you either had that option, or you had to be like a modern Muslim who is actually very westernized, who actually has basically the same Western values, who maybe even serves in the American army. I mean, unfortunately, we have people in the American terrorist army, of course. They're constantly invading people, but they're Muslims, but they also pray.
Okay, Miriam,
right?
I think Naim Qasim, Sheikh Naim Qasim, the new Hezbollah Secretary General, is speaking, if I'm not mistaken. Do we have a translator for Sheikh Qasim or no? Oh, that's earlier today. I don't know. We're going to bring our viewers a speech, or are we not? No? Okay. That's earlier today, Sheikh Naim Qasim, the Hezbollah Secretary, the current Hezbollah Secretary General there. Go ahead, Miriam. Actually, Miriam, can I come back to you in a second? Because it seems we got Fra Hughes back up, and he's been waiting over nearly 15 minutes to speak. Okay, Fra, it seems like we got your audio rectified. Go ahead and pick up where you left off.
Yeah, well, I suppose what I'd really like to say is I am not a Muslim, and I'm not a member of the Shia faith, and I personally believe that I have lost a leader. I have lost someone that I looked up to, someone I admired, someone I aspired really to follow in the footsteps of a true anti-imperialist. So his death, his martyrdom, his loss is a loss for us all, a loss for everyone involved in the anti-imperialist movement. When you listen to what Hasan Nasrullah used to say on his Friday speeches, this man could have been standing up for the oppressed people anywhere in the world, not just Lebanon, not just Palestine, not just Yemen and Iraq under the American-British invasion, but the people of South Africa, the people of the Sahel, the people of Latin America and the Caribbean, who are constantly under these imperial sanctions, constantly under threat of warfare, constantly under the jackboot of the French colonial military powers, especially in South Africa, the attempted regime coups all over Latin America. You witness the people in Donbass fighting their own battle against the face of fascism in Ukraine, brought to us by Joe Biden. That is the same fascism that the people in Palestine are facing against the Zionist Israeli genocidal onslaught that is being forced upon them. I congratulate the people of Hezbollah, the people of South Lebanon, the people of Iraq, of Yemen, of all the nations that are following in the footsteps of Hasan Nasrullah, that have heard his words, that have taken to heart his deeds. He sacrificed not only his life, he lost family members, he lost his...
Well, we lost Fra again. Miriam, I'm going to come back to you. You were in the middle of elaborating. I'm sorry I cut you off. I think, I believe it's the second time I've cut you off.
So what we were talking about...
You were saying how martyring resistance icons, Miriam, more so in essence immortalizes them and adds to the appeal of resistance, hence contributing to its attraction and growth instead of weakening it like the occupation thinks it's doing.
Exactly, because also it's a voice that is, it's an image that's different from what people have been offered, right? So people have been either offered the basically what they call religious extremism. Of course, you cannot be a Muslim and be an extremist, because then when you step outside the boundaries of Islam, of course, when you commit crimes that Daesh did and Israel does, I mean the same crimes, those you cannot be a Muslim, right? So they had told people across the world that, oh, you don't want to be a religious extremist like the crazies. Like, this is one option. You can be more modern, you can be Western, you can be liberal, you can even have a scarf, but with your scarf you can be you can serve the American regime in the same way you can be in the American Senate and basically work with the American regime while being a Muslim. Now, what Syed Hassan did and what resistance leaders did, basically, they offered a third approach. And this third approach is people who are religious, but it's not the religiosity that kind of, what they call extremist religiosity. And it's not a pacified religiosity. It's a religiosity that cares about the matters of the world, that takes a stance against all kinds of matters. They
takes a stance, against social oppression, against political oppression, against anything that is aimed at basically enslaving people. So this is what resistance commanders, resistance leaders, like Syed Hassan, have offered to people. And a lot of people are of course, they love this image because they saw that when Palestine did with this latest round of genocide in Gaza, they saw that none of the other models presented to them by the West was really being very effective in stopping this genocide. So they went for what is a more powerful and yet humane approach. Now we see, for instance, in the way Hamas has treated captives, that only today we saw that one of these Israeli captives reached to his captors and kissed them on the forehead. I mean, they are being exchanged, they're being handed off, they have no reason to be afraid. And it really took the Israeli regime, it really maddened them, right? Because then they showed this amazing human side, and yet these are the same Hamas, the same fighters that have been taking up weapons and fighting against the American regime and its branch of colonization in the Israeli regime. So they see this humanity, but they also see the taking up of weapons, and this match, this together, this human being, this model of being a person that both has power and humanity is extremely attractive. And so when you kill commanders like that, their story only becomes shared even more, and their path only becomes stronger.
Thank you, Miriam. And Fra, it's good to have you back. It seems like hopefully we got your audio rectified once again, and this time hopefully permanently. Fra, I put a couple questions to you, and both of them you got cut off in the middle, so I'm going to let you pick our conversation off where we left off. Go ahead, and then I'll ask you a follow-up from there. Go ahead.
I just want to say maybe the thing that I will miss most apart from Syed Hassan's speech is his personal integrity. This is why he was such an important icon, not just the resistance in Lebanon, but globally. He spoke a truth that resonates with everyone who has a human heart, a truth that speaks to the humanity of us all, a person whose vision of a world at peace, of a world of an end to oppression, and a world where people can live in security and tolerance and love and respect for each other, surely is the type of world we should all be striving to bring into being. And the only way to do that is to defeat imperialism, to defeat colonialism, and end Western hegemony everywhere in the world, not just in West Asia.
And Fra, Saib Shah was also with us earlier out of Belfast. He said he caught Syed Hashim Nasrullah a few times saying, making the statement that we don't fight for land, we fight for justice. And he said that, I don't remember hearing Syed say this, but apparently he had on more than one occasion. Tell us the relevance of that statement by the late Martyr Syed Hashim Nasrullah.
Well, it's a beautiful statement in itself. Justice is a global concept. There is national justice, international justice, global justice, justice for the individual, justice for the state. I think he encapsulates in that very phrase the essence of what Hasan Nasrallah was. Someone who fought against oppression, someone who fought against injustice, someone who fought for justice, for the individual, for the nation, for humanity, globally, for everyone on the planet. So when he said he's not fighting for land, imperialists fight for land, colonialists fight for land, Native Indigenous people fight to protect their land, but by fighting for justice, it's not about where you stand on this earth. Justice is a global cause. He was calling everyone to the global cause of justice for every man, woman and child on the planet. And it just, as I say, encapsulates the essence and the humanity and the love that was Hasan Nasrallah.
And Mary, you want to speak on that? Because I don't know why that line resonates so much with me. because I always speak first and foremost when I refer to Syed Hashim Nasrullah and his legacy, contributions to protecting Lebanese soil from occupation. But this statement that Asayib Shah made earlier, that he's heard say on more than one occasion, say that we don't fight for land, we fight for justice. This has a universal, and to Afrahu's point, a universal appeal. It applies to Lebanon, to Palestine, to Syria, to Yemen, to Iran. It applies almost to everyone, everywhere.
Always tries to do. For instance, the US has its allies and it will use their weapons and the resources whenever it wants to do a project. So they want to boycott Russia, for instance. They use all their allies, they use all the resources, they work together, and of course the way they work together, they basically bully other officials of different countries to go along with their project, right? So at the same time, this is what they do all the time, but what they don't want is they don't want the oppressed people to have the same concept. They want the oppressed people to say, oh, this is only Lebanon, Palestine is not my business. Oh, this is Iran, Lebanon is not my business. Oh, this is Yemen, why should I get bombed? Because I'm stopping Israeli ships from basically cooperating, from giving the tools for genocide, from giving the tools for genocide to the Israeli regime. Now, this is what the US regime wants. And what they do over the years, they have really tried to put so much focus on nationalism, right? Arab nationalism. And of course, we see when these Arabs, and again, these are not Shia Arabs, these are Sunni Arabs, right? Of course, Muslims, all are brothers. But at the same time, look at all these Sunni Muslim leaders, right? They are Arabs, they are Sunni like Palestinians are, but what did they do for Palestinians? Not only did they not help Palestinians, but they also facilitated the shipment of goods to the Israeli regime. They also helped the Israeli regime with oil and gas and resources. So what the US has, the American project was to basically make every person in every country believe, oh, this is, I have to act within these lines. But Syed Hassan said that we're not fighting for land. One is, of course, having your land is part of this justice we're talking about. The land does belong to its people, like Palestine belongs to Palestinians. And so in that way, of course, fighting for land includes fighting for justice. But what this also means is that we're not limited by land. That if our neighbors are bombed, then we're also going to help them, because of course this is not only humane, this is logical, because if basically the Israeli regime goes over the borders of your neighbor, it will get to your country. So of course this will help. What Syed Hassan did, it protected Lebanon. It was basically the first victory of Muslims against Zionists under his leadership. He has protected Lebanon, but he's protected Palestinians, but also in doing so he has protected Lebanon. So it's not, his approach, his ideology is not limited to land. Anywhere there's an oppressor that is oppressing others, then you stand up against them in any way you can. And in doing so, you also guarantee that you will be safe from oppression.
Thank you, Miriam. For those of you joining us, we are in the middle of rolling coverage for the funeral procession of late Hezbollah Secretary General Syed Hashim Nasrullah that's been taking place all throughout the day in the Lebanese capital, Beirut, postponed for 5 months due to security concerns, as there is still conflict there in the southern Lebanese border towns, where there is a strong and vicious aggression against civilian infrastructure there by the Israeli occupation entity. But it finally culminated in a ceasefire, and thus paved the way where Syed Hashim Nasrullah and his deputy Hashim Saifuddin can have a righteous ceremony commemorating their life and legacy, as you witnessed today in the Lebanese capital, Beirut. You saw people from many states fly in, thousands actually flew in from all over the world for this commemoration ceremony, and there was well over 1 million Lebanese in attendance there as well for this procession. There was a simultaneous commemoration ceremony taking place in the Iranian capital, Tehran as well. Now, Syed Hashim Nasrullah was martyred back in late September, and in October we lost his deputy, Hashim Saifuddin. At the Grand Masala Convention Center, Gisumi Shah Ahmadi, our Press TV correspondent, is on.
من جعله الله في تربة السلام على من الإجابة تحت قبته السلام على من دفنه أهل القرى